in front of the water trough, and and fine leg. It's tickled down to the man here at fine leg, Carl Simmons once again, and it's through for another single as he tosses that in left-handed to Daniel Smith, the wicket keeper, and Nabe they concede. He concedes a second run in this his ninth over. So yeah, it is, as I say, with rain threatening tomorrow, it's going to be interesting to see if the game is going to progress quickly today. One wouldn't really expect that the Rocks, I mean, the Rocks' first thing for them is to really start, just get past the Western Province total and build on that as that's played out towards the man at deep square. And that's John O'Bird, I think, out there. Indeed, it is a rocket arm that he's got on him, John O'Bird. Just throwing that in to Daniel Smith. Nabe already conceding 3 singles of his 4 deliveries so far this over.
Yeah, no, the Rocks are doing very well at the bat. Only 11-run deficit at the moment. So yeah, they will be hoping to build on it. But again, with that the rain threat looming,
Oh,
ooh,
that it
great
hurt him,
delivery.
that one. It came in, and I think that's hit him on the inner thigh. That is really sore.
Yeah,
He's
he's
just taking some time there, and he's certainly praying to the what's it, the bruise gods, that it isn't going to be too yellow and blue and green tomorrow. And
oh, he's
yeah, he is in
I
a lot of pain there.
yeah,
Wow.
phew, I would like a replay on that.
Well, let's see what we can do. I'm trying to get the
Oh yeah,
get on
he's having
YouTube
a
too.
lay down now. Yeah, no, I don't think it did the
No, not the
inner
inner
thigh.
thigh.
I think
Maybe I was being a little bit kind, from that point of view. So, uh,
he's yeah. For the
nasty,
sake of
very
being
nasty.
PG,
Yeah.
I'll rather leave it at
Yes,
that.
yes, a little bit higher than the inner thigh, maybe. So, sorry, let's get this. Yeah, still having a bit of a lie down. It is hot out there today. Perhaps just didn't get enough sleep overnight. Thinking about his next milestone.
No, most definitely.
Just to get back to those record partnerships for you. And so this partnership, 126, is now the highest for the Rocks in Division 1 cricket, beating the 6-wicket partnership between Clyde Fontaine and the same Sean van Berg against the Warriors in the 22-23 season, and is the highest 6-wicket partnership for the Rocks versus Western Province, overcoming the 55 between Fontaine and van Berg again in Cape Town in 21-22 season. So the third season in the top flight of South African cricket, Division 1 cricket, having previously been amalgamated with Western Province as the Cape Cobras since 2004, 2005, and now the Boland Cricket Union, whose premier team is called the Gbets Rocks, are in a good position here and have been also accumulating their own records over the past 2 to 3 seasons. And Sean van Berg does not look very happy there. The umpires, I think, are concerned about the amount of time already that's been taken out of the game, and not quite sure what they're going to be doing here. That must have really hurt him. He's
Yeah,
taking his gloves off now, and the umpires aren't going to give him too much more time, I don't think, here. They've lost a lot of time over the previous couple of days,
mm.
and looks like he's okay. He's taking a bit of a walk around, and he is going to continue. Dane Patterson just checking on his old season campaigner. The two of them have been around for quite a long time. Dane Patterson over 550 wickets in first class cricket. Get those numbers for you as well now. And hopefully Sean van Berg will be back with us as soon as he can be to continue batting. In fact, he looks like he's just about ready now to get back at bat. But that really did hurt. A man down for some time there. We're only in the second over of the morning. We've already had 11 minutes on the stadium clock that have gone by, and our first delay for the day, which is certainly going to be a hot one. 98 overs due to be bowled in the day today. Yesterday we ended 1 over short. and
which
yes.
is very good, considering the delays, the stoppages of play that we had yesterday with 2 ball changes.
That's right.
Yeah, it's the last ball of the over.
So wide outside the off stump, but is nothing more to report. So just to give you those information for Dane Patterson in terms of the number of matches and wickets, 151 matches, and Dane Patterson has taken so far 555 wickets. So that's he's got to his Hollywood. 555. It's always the telephone number. If you're on with any Hollywood telephone number, we all know starts with a 555.
555, yes.
So he hasn't taken a wicket yet in this match, so still on that 555. But what an amazing achievement from him. And Sean von Berg, very close to a big milestone himself. Just another 9 runs he needs to get to 5,000 first-class runs. And he's going to be attempting that this over, although it's Copeland facing Bjorn Hendricks. Good delivery again from Hendricks. He's been on the money first up this morning.
It's been yeah, very good from Hendricks so far. Great deliveries. But again, to come back to Sean van Berg, it doesn't seem like the Western Province players had much sympathy for him. They all had their hands on hips. They're almost saying, oh, come on, let's get on with it.
I'm sure they really want to see the back of Sean von Berg. Do the Western Province players, having been out on the field with him for a long period yesterday, that just did not get up at all over the back of Michael Copeland, and Daniel Smith cleans up behind. Yeah, that partnership with the the 5th wicket falling, not even 20 minutes. I think it was half an hour actually. Sorry, say 20 minutes, about half an hour after the tea interval. They then were bowling for another 2 hours at this pair yesterday. And just in terms of that batting time for von Berg, 145 minutes, I think it is at the moment. That is the amount of time this partnership has taken as well. And there we go, 145 minutes, 205 balls for the 126 for this partnership. And that's another short one from Bjorn Hendricks, and not signalled as another one for the over by umpires Uma or Gampu. And Western Province already 28 overs into this new ball. Not sure whether they did replace this ball or not. Probably not, actually.
No, I can't see how they would have changed it of the match umpire.
So some concern yesterday around the fact that the ball did get a little bit wet. Hendricks again a short one, which is again signaled not to be short. It isn't really getting up very much at all. But Copeland, I think, doing the right thing. He understands what Hendricks is trying to do here. And so 3 short ones already out of the 4 that he's bowled. I'm trying to peg him back maybe on the back foot. I think this is a tactic. We're going to see one pitched up soon, I think, outside that off stump, trying to get the edge through to Daniel Smith. Or maybe attacking the stumps. We'll see now. So interesting tactics to be followed here by Bjorn Hendricks. Another short one. So Bjorn clearly not happy with Michael Copeland.
And it's also not been called
there's one for the over.
But I think I quite like this mentality now from Sean van Berg and Michael Copeland. They know the longer they stay in the middle, the more frustrated Western Province will get.
Yeah.
The more mistakes they will make.
Yeah.
And so that's why you don't see them going for the shots. Just especially Michael Copeland, just ducking, getting back to ball, not going for the boundaries, not taking a risk running between the wickets as well. So no, it's very disciplined in the middle from those two.
And that is the full delivery. I think he slowed it down as well. And Michael Copeland is equal to the task, just playing it straight down to Mo Valley here at mid-off. End of the over. It's 344 for 5. The trail by 11. And the partnership now 126 for the 6th wicket. And just to remind you, we are broadcasting here on the CSA YouTube channel. And visuals courtesy of Pitch Vision, and the commentary here courtesy of Cape Fox Productions. We have, you would like to have a look at all of those three on YouTube, please go to the respective YouTube channels for CSA, Pitch Vision, and Cape Fox Productions, and please have a look and subscribe to those channels. It's a very good delivery from Nabe, attacking the stumps, and von Berg just coming forward and blunting that attack from Nabe. And yes, really great to have you all with us watching this morning. We're into so all 128 of you that are tuned in to us at the moment, really great to have you with us. Please stay with us during the day, and if you would like to comment on any particular cricketing point, that one just off the inside edge onto the pad.
It's very good deliveries here from Nabe, attacking the stumps. It's the same tactic he used yesterday in the last session towards Schonenberg as well.
And I think it is a good tactic. I mean, he's not trying to do anything fancy, and that is the way Tiwakaya Nabe bowls. Picked up his best first-class figures in the previous match. Western Province played against the Dragons, 5 for 46. And that's in the air for a little while, just goes straight to the man at cover. Actually, just moving to his left slightly there. Mo Valley in the air a little bit, stopped maybe in the wicket. The wicket's still quite hard, as Durant was telling you earlier, but there are patches there which we expect spinners from both teams to exploit. And Western Province with the two left-arm spinners, the orthodox left-arm spinners, and variation in the Rocks attack. And that one is way high up over the head of Daniel Smith, that wicket keeper. Does get a glove on it, so prevents 4 byes. That will go through for just 1 bye, and it is also 1 above the shoulder for the over.
He just showcased his goalkeeping skills yet again.
He did indeed. That was excellent skills from him. And yes, we won't. I don't know if there are any other. There is an Arsenal fan in the building next to us. I'm afraid we're not going to talk about anything to do with Arsenal then today. To our producer Bandile. Another very good delivery to Copeland. Copeland facing Nabe for the first time, I think it is. Not for the first time this morning, but just 1 or 2 deliveries it has so far from Nabe.
I had a chat with our producer earlier. Well, I tried to have a chat with him about Arsenal, but he just got me off. So
I don't know why he would do that. I mean, it would, you would think that the fact that they didn't actually manage at home to get back to the top of the league, he wouldn't be too upset about that. And yeah, played nicely by Copeland's back a point, and that is a very rare fielding mistake by Valentine Kitime, and maybe just coming off the edge of the square. I don't see him miss the ball very often. But that is a very, very rare occurrence. But 1 run conceded, and total goes to 346. The deficit now 9, and these two look just very comfortable still this morning. I think we're going to see spin a bit earlier rather than later. I don't think yet. We're going to still have another over probably or 2 of pace from Buren Hendricks. And then I think we're going to see quite a lot of spin today from Carl Simmons and George Linder. Simmons, for me, the pick of the bowlers for Western Province. 35 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 77. Economy rate of 2.2, and picked up 2 really good wickets yesterday. That of Mgijima the Centurion, and then soon after that of Clyde Fortain, caught very well by George Linder at the short extra cover position, which is where he is now. And takes the ball as if on cue. The ball's played to him, and he feels it very well at that short extra cover position. So
no, he's been absolutely brilliant yesterday. Definitely pulled his weight. 35 overs bowled. So
yeah, in this
unbelievable.
League, that's a lot.
And especially that big wicket of Iwe Njima. So no, he definitely did his job, and he doesn't look too tired here in the field. So he had a good rest, I would hope.
Yeah, I think the few ice baths definitely yesterday evening when they got off the field, Western Province. But sure if the facilities do exist here at Boland Park for that, but really is a lovely place to come and watch cricket. So if you are in the peninsula, you do love your cricket, this is the local derby between these two teams, and whilst they all know each other very well, as once they get over that white boundary line, there is certainly no favors given on either side.
No, not at all. Now we do expect some spectators to arrive here later. A couple of people told me they're bringing families and mates of them.
Wow, that's wonderful news. Thank you. And that's a flash outside the off stump by Copeland, and that could so easily have been the 6th wicket that Western Province so desperately looking for. First up this morning. Yesterday evening, they certainly looked like they were wilting from the heat here yesterday. It was a really, really hot day, 35 degrees, very little breeze out on the field. We have got also this morning, conditions are nearly perfect for suntanning on the beach, for playing cricket out here in the middle. But yeah, they're going to enjoy their cricket today, I think, both sides. It's another very good delivery from Hendricks. And just the one left in the over. It's been a very good over so far. A maiden from what I can see, that he hasn't conceded a run yet in this over, Hendricks. And just to let you know the team here today. So with me at the moment, Durant Koersen. We always also have Lauren Jacobs Bierkman or Jacobs Bierkman.
Jacobs.
Jacobs, there we go.
It's not Phil.
There we go. There we go. Lauren Jacobs Bierkman with us. Thank you very much, Lauren. And just defensively forward by Michael Copeland. And we do indeed. So we'll probably rename the old stables end the Jacobs end for that. There is a sign there. So Lauren with us today. It was really a privilege, really is a privilege to have her with us here. And we've had Vincent Barnes the first 2 days. I know there were some of you that were engaging, listening to us and engaging with Vincent. Really appreciate that. Those of you that have been listening and watching over the last couple of days. And our production team today is Bandile Labiba on scoring and Scott on the roving camera. That's once again just played out into the covers. It's maiden over from Bjorn Hendricks, 346 for 5, and that is 111 overs bowled. So Nelson once again on the scoreboard.
Yeah, yes.
And
I try not to say anything about a Nelson on commentary. It did bite me a couple of months ago when I said there's a Nelson, and then the next ball there was a catch on the boundary. So I'd rather keep it to myself.
So we're now into the 112th over. So if you're a Western Province fan, you're going to have your feet firmly on the ground to hope that the batters are going to get out. And if you are a Gbets Rocks fan, you're going to keep those feet in the air. As Ntiwe Kayanabe is going to try once again to get through the defenses of Sean von Berg.
And Von Berg still 9 runs away from his milestone of 5,000.
And makes that 8 now as he just plays that into the leg side, picked up by Mihlali Mpongwana coming around from mid-wicket. And what a milestone that will be. And we fully expect with him on 474 wickets that sometime within this or the next season, probably next season, that he will reach that incredible milestone of 5,000 runs and 500 wickets. And that will be put him into quite an elite group of players across the world in first-class cricket.
Good shot there from Michael Copeland.
Just straying a bit too much onto the pads there, Ntiwe Kayanabe, and able to get through for another single. And a bit of cloud coming over. There's quite a few fires around in the area. It was on my way through from Somerset West this morning. Quite a lot of haze sitting in the valleys, and we have had a few fires. I mean, I know it looked like just the mountains or hills between Belleville or Tigerberg area, and here that's played down
Oh.
to the boundary here, but it will be stopped by Simmons as he comes round. They only take the single. That's interesting. That looked like it should have been two. Perhaps they didn't quite go off as quickly as one would have expected. Simmons round quickly from his position at long leg to prevent the second. 349 for 5, and very close to the 350 mark for the Gbets Rocks. This partnership continues to grow. So 131 now. It was sitting on 120 overnight. 11 runs added this morning so far. Oh my goodness. And once again, Copeland going for the shot through the covers. A little bit of extra bounce on that from Nabe, and he doesn't manage to get a touch. That's the second false stroke we've seen this morning from Michael Copeland, where the ball has beaten the bat, and not. It gives encouragement to the bowler, definitely. Good channels there that Nabe's bowling.
No,
Too
that's-
close to him probably to cut that, Durant.
Yeah, no, but it was a very good delivery from Nabe. And another one again, but Michael Copeland just gets that away for a single. I quite like that these two batsmen, or batters, they took that single earlier. Because like I said previously, they know the longer they are in the middle, the more frustrated Western Province will get. So they won't go
That's
for the gamble of going for two.
So it's a 350 up for the Rocks in the 112th over. 350 for the loss of 5 after 111.5 overs. And really good from these two, as that's that forward defensive prod from Von Berg to George Linder. It's the end of the over, and 112 overs bowled. So Nelson didn't deliver anything for Western Province there, or cause any stir from a Gbets Rocks aspect. As we have got a couple of other games that are on the go at the moment, and I'll just give you some of those score updates at the end of this over. We'll be looking into what's happening in the SAA versus India A match, which is taking place at Willamore Park. They're in the final day of that match today, and then there is also a match happening between, I think it's South Africa under 19 series. So it had taking place in South Africa at the moment, a tri-series that's just defended by Copeland from Hendricks, and tri-series, which is South Africa, India, and Afghanistan, taking place in up north, and this one from the Old Edwardians Cricket Club in Johannesburg. And that score, we'll try and update you on that as well. That can also be seen on the YouTube channel of Cricket South Africa. So if you are listening to us and watching us at the moment, please, if you do want to go and have a look at those two matches, just subscribe or go into Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel. Nicely bowled straight to the man, played also just getting on top of the bounce there. Copeland straight to Mpongwana at mid-wicket. And so we have got South Africa A versus India A, and India A at the moment 182 for the loss of 4 at Willamore Park in Benoni. 263 the total they are chasing in the first innings. That match looking like, unless something dramatic happens, will be ending in a draw. And then we'll update you on a couple of the scores from around the world. Australia winning the Test series, I believe, against Pakistan. That's up. Oh, that's beautifully played
shot.
in the end. Not perhaps quite exactly where he wanted it to go, but he played it with full face of the bat off the outer half of the bat down past the man at backward point for 4, and that takes the Rocks to within 1 run of the Western Province total, and they are soon going to be in the lead. Bjorn Hendricks just wiping the sweat off his brow now. That one outside the off stump, pitched up. Michael Copeland making the most of that rare over-pitch delivery this morning from Bjorn Hendricks. 354 for 5 in the 113th over. 62 to Von Berg, 71 to Copeland. Just a reminder that this is his highest score in first-class cricket, beating his previous 55. That's a beauty, an absolute beauty from Hendricks,
Wow.
and he must be wondering, what have I got to do to get a wicket here? And squared him up beautifully with that one, just holding its line and going through to wicketkeeper Daniel Smith.
Now that was a very good delivery from Hendricks. And that you can see that rocked, no pun intended, Michael Copeland.
Yeah.
So, yeah, 1-run deficit and still 5 wickets
Yeah.
in the bag for them, or left. Yeah, you can see the Western Province players are very frustrated. A lot of low hung heads. Not a good
Nasty
shot there.
play, but they won't take the single straight through to John O'Bird in the covers. There is no run. So it's still the 6-3, sorry, 5-4 offside leg side field. It's the gully backward point, short extra cover, and the man at mid off. There's a mid on, a mid wicket, a deep square, deep backward square, and a long leg. Bjorn Hendricks once again just making sure that he just wipes that sweat off so he can see exactly where he's going to be bowling that delivery. Away from us now for the last ball of his 23rd over. That's the short one, but it's not going to be tempted, Michael Copeland. As the over comes to an end, 354 for the loss of 5. And we'll probably take one more over before we have a commentary switch. And Lauren will be joining me in the commentary box here. And we look forward to chatting to her during the course of the day. It's going to be really good to have her on commentary here with us. It's a beautiful setting here at Boland Park. Just to give you some more information from around the world, the second test in Melbourne between Australia and Pakistan. Australia winning that by 79 runs there, and they scored 262 in the second innings, and then Pakistan making a much better effort of it in the second innings in this test, 237 all out. And that's just guided down to fine leg. Really doesn't want to play it too forcefully, does it, Sean von Berg? And so you feel so in some ways that perhaps the man there at that deep square position, maybe you might want to bring him in a little bit. I don't know. Carl Simmons we see warming up here at long leg. I do expect that after that burst from Bjorn Hendricks this morning, which has been already 4 overs from him this morning, that he is probably going to take a break. Oof. Yeah, that one, Nabe, it's going to be 1 for the over, and it was over the shoulder of Michael Copeland, just tempting him a little bit. You could see he was tempted. He thought maybe I'm going to have a go at this, but bailed out of the shot at the last minute. I think a good decision from him in terms of that. And just another score for you. New Zealand are playing Bangladesh in a T20 series back in New Zealand. The second T20 international there, Mount Maunganui, has been delayed by rain at 72 for 2. Oh, good delivery over the top of the off stump, left on length more than on line by Copeland, which is good leave in the end, and just going over the top of off stump. No real danger there with the length that he chose, unless of course it kept low. But this pitch has shown quite consistent bounce, if anything else.
Yeah, I must say, especially for day 3. I didn't expect the pitch to be doing this for the pace bowlers. I'm quite excited to see Simmons back in the bowling attack, to see what the spin balls will be doing.
Yeah, it's another good delivery from Nabe. He's been on the mark most of his spell this morning. He's into his 4th over from the old stables end, or the Jacobs end, as we now call it. The old stables end. We call it the Jacobs end because there is an advertising sign there for Jacobs that looks like a T of the advertising there.
It's a jam, I think.
Is it a jam?
Yeah,
Okay,
Jacob's
sorry,
jam.
Jacob's jam. I do apologize to Jacobs. Is not the coffee that we know about, so we won't be doing any free advertising here. But if you would like to advertise at all, please do drop us a line and put it into perhaps into your comments, or if you want to come through to us. This These broadcasts are being brought to you, as I say, by Cricket South Africa, the Pitch Vision supplying the visuals, and then the commentary that we do for you, all on these 4-day games, is all either sponsored or is privately, this stage is privately sponsored. So there are opportunities for you to get involved with the commentary here on this channel. And we do appreciate any support that we can get, as the total goes to 356 for the loss of 5 after 114 overs. And we are going to have a bit of a commentary change here. Durant is going to be moving out, and Lauren will be coming in to join me. Thanks, Durant, for your insights. Durant is here at Boland Cricket Union. It's great to be hosted by them. Really want to thank them for their hospitality over the last couple of days. And welcome, Lauren.
Hi, James. Doesn't help to be short on these chairs
No,
we're sitting on today.
It might have to be standing room only in the future, but great to welcome Lauren Jacobs Bierkman here into the commentary box with me, and Lauren's first time here commentating with us and here at Boland Park. And you impressed by this beautiful stadium?
Definitely, it's very, very beautiful, and it looks so nice on TV when you're watching as well, you know. So it's actually nice. Like I was telling you earlier on, us Cape Townians don't like to drive around much, you know. So 30 kilometers drive from home is quite far.
It is, that's right. Definitely this is 50 kilometers away from the center of Cape Town,
Yeah.
towards the east, just along the National Highway, the N1, which we can see actually from our commentary box here.
Yeah.
Just to the left, as Carl Simmons, as we expected, takes up the attack and immediately played out to backward point, and that is really good fielding from Valentine Kitime. Would have probably been cleaned up by Mo Valley behind him, who is on the boundary at deep point, but it is just good from the young man again, stopping what could have been at least 2 or potentially a boundary. It was hit very forcefully by Michael Copeland, and the lead is now 2 for the Rocks, as on the money. Carl Simmons first up to Sean von Berg.
Really shining that ball up there, James. Really shining that. I love watching Carl Simmons bowl, and I think he wants to give himself an early birthday present as he turns 30 on the 6th of January.
Right.
So, still a young man though, hey, James.
He is still a very young man. Certainly, they're all young men out here for me.
Me as well. I'm also in my 30s, still clinging to the 30s.
There we go. Very important. And Kyle in again, and that's Sean just giving him a bit of the, not necessarily giving him the charge. I think he's wanting to negate the spin there and just get onto that. Very interesting. Yesterday evening, what happened was that Michael Copeland, in fact, it wasn't. It was Sean von Berg did exactly that to to George Linder yesterday evening, and George saw him coming, fired it in wide, and Sean von Berg just got his bat down on the ball. Would have been potentially stumped by Daniel Smith, waiting for that stumping. So that was presumably a planned move. He does walk down the crease, or sort of come down the crease quite frequently to the spinner. That was nicely defended. And just the one, was it off the over from Carl Simmons? Yes, indeed, just the one off the over. Now 38 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 78. And Carl Simmons has been a very good performer for Western Province over the last couple of years. And he, player of the season 2 seasons ago, got a chance in this 4-day competition. George Linder not with the team for the first few matches, and Kyle then included, which maybe some people were slightly surprised about, particularly at Newlands, that he was included in the team together with George. But we think George more picked for his batting than his bowling in that situation.
Yeah. And as I say, I love watching Carl Simmons bowl. Actually, he's really, really good.
And one of the features of his bowling is he just gets such a beautiful pivot around that front, of his. And he lands and he pivots as the finger spinner. He just gets a really nice amount of turns. He turns the ball as just
I love
over
that
the head of
aggression
that.
from Nabe. Stand and stare him down. Do it. We want to see it.
You say, look, take me on. I've got a man out there. I
Yeah.
want you to hit it to Jono. He's waiting for the catch.
I love that aggression, reminds of Shabnim Ishmael. With
Yes.
that you got to bring the fire to the game, As you said earlier on,
Yeah.
everyone is friends, everybody is good friends, and everyone connects. But once you're on the field, it is about the game. It is about winning, and
Yeah,
it's about the
absolutely.
competition. And we
Absolutely.
know this in all sporting formats. So
And they'll be able to sit down after the game and enjoy maybe some social time together.
ice baths, like you said, ice
Yeah,
baths
there we
and
go.
socials.
Oh dear, it's a hot day out there. Mtiwakai now into his 5th over and just having us another good delivery. He's
Right.
certainly, the way that he does bowl, and having seen him a few times now, he is very much a wicket to wicket bowler. Just attacking the stumps, normally middle and off that he attacks. He does then sometimes stray down that leg side, but very, very good asset that Western Province have now in their team this season.
Yeah.
They've signed and came through, I think it was with the Warriors, and he's come through to the Western Province team, replacing Tepo Mareki.
We go.
Good, it's well played, and that's a
Oh.
good stop from Dame Patterson.
Good field.
And they've gone for the run. Oh, that's just to the, as we look at it, to the right of the stumps, and nearly that old adage, you don't run to a misfield.
Yes. You guys were talking about the Nelson, earlier on, and I always remember my mom, such a huge cricket fan, would stand on her one leg,
Yes, exactly.
just consistently, no matter how long that Nelson was on for. That's a real cricket stalwart there,
Absolutely. That's exactly what I do, and always take my feet off the ground when
Yeah.
Nelson is on, if I'm in a seated position. It's it's just nicely guarded by Von Berg, and that's the danger with Nabe attacking the stumps. He does tend to stray sometimes down the leg side.
Well fielded
yeah.
there by Simmons,
Yeah, he's a very good fielder. Kyle,
protecting out that boundary.
yeah, he's been down there most of the day yesterday, and down there again this morning. Just started his work in the previous over from the Niederberg end of the ground, but unfortunately for him, yesterday dropping the catch, a return catch. And my
Oh.
goodness, that is so close once again for Western Province, and hands on head from Daniel Smith. They all know that was very, very close. Mhlali Mpongwana at mid-wicket, and now moves in about 5 meters closer. It's too late. It's too
Little
late.
bit too late.
The horses have bolted from the old stables end, and unfortunately for Western Province, unfortunately for Kyle, dropping Aviwa Ngujima when he was on 33. It's nicely played by Copeland, just outside the off stumps. Wasn't a bad over from Nabe. Kept it tight, just a 2 off it, and I think his race maybe for this morning in terms of his bowling spell, 5 overs unchanged from the old stables end, may have come to an end now. We'll see what Captain Björn Hendricks decides, but he has decided to keep Carl Simmons on from the Niederberg end, which I think is going to happen for most of this morning's play. No breakthrough yet in the first 45 minutes for Western Province. Not what they would have wanted.
Yeah. As we always, it sounds so silly to say it, but you need to take wickets.
You
I
do.
mean, you do. Sounds so silly to say, but also I remember when Björn Hendricks, almost in 2024. I think it was in 2020 when he. Oh,
And he came a long way down the wicket. And we had a similar appeal yesterday to umpire Uma, and Sean van Berg given not out on that occasion as well. Just coming down the wicket. I think it's very difficult for the umpire to
yeah.
give a decision like that, even though it might have been adjacent. just nicely tickled around the corner. That one looked like it was very, very straight, but I don't think any umpire would give that necessarily. And again, even with a review which you don't have available to us here, clearly, probably umpires call in terms of the amount of distance that he was out of his stumps. Simmons again. And so you were saying about Buren, yeah.
Oh yes, but Buren in 2020, I think he took that fiver against England. It was the Wanderers, and I remember him saying, "I credit the upward trajectory of my career to my marriage."
Okay.
And I thought, what a lovely man. So that's a little bit of information
that's
there.
Very good. I mean, Buren, a big,
And his family
big
always
family man.
come
Yeah,
to
absolutely.
support him and watch him.
Absolutely.
His
Met
daughter Maya and
his wife Lisa, met her after the One Day International here last week. She was here supporting Buren playing in that match after he was recalled. So, okay, we'll do. And it has been really was wonderful to see that the families here and the players coming across. So we're in the box. I'll just tell you about that now. That's played to Mifale Mfongwana at the short mid-wicket position. So Sean van Berg 4 runs away from 5,000 runs in first-class cricket. This partnership now 143. They lead by 6 to the Rocks. And once again, defensively forward. It's the end of another over by Carl Simmons. And just I think it was the 2 off that over from Carl Simmons. He's bowled 37 overs, 2 for 80. And wonderful to see the wives and girlfriends here and the families of the players. So we were situated, the overflow box for the media, situated in one of the suites here. And next to us, the wives and girlfriends were sitting there, and players came over after the match and talking to them. That was really, really wonderful to see the interaction there, and the fact that the Cricket South Africa, I know, very, very strong on that in terms of ensuring that the players who do travel quite a lot have the opportunity to, when they do have the opportunity, they're able to share these experiences with their families. It is Dane Patterson. It is very, very important.
Because
absolutely.
It's your family that's ultimately your support, and they make a lot of sacrifices as well, especially like you said, when there's traveling involved.
So can we Dane Patterson from the old stables end, and he'll be coming in to Michael Copeland. Patterson, just to give you his numbers so far after this delivery. Gets on top of the bounce nicely, does Copeland. So far in the match, 16 overs, 6 maidens, and 0 for 49. Normal economical self. And as we said earlier on, Dane Patterson, 555 wickets in first-class cricket. And quite a lot of those playing for Nottinghamshire in the county championship.
Oh, go on.
So he's been a stalwart there for them over the last number of seasons. Took in the 2022 season, took over 80 wickets there for Nottinghamshire. That is the county Stuart Broad played for. So he gets the chance when Stuart Broad very often on national duty, but Dane is normally a immediate pick for them in the 4-day competition there in the county championship. Nottinghamshire in Division 1 of the county championship, if my memory serves me correctly.
Broadie's often on commentary these days as well, James.
Yeah, now that he has retired, I'm sure they're going to be putting him in there. It's nicely played, but it's great fielding from Yassine Valley in the covers there, and he really is a very good fielder. Mo Valley, just taking a bit of a rest. It is a hot day.
Yes, just calming down the pace a little bit.
Yeah, so Stuart Broad's father, Chris Broad, also a Test cricketer for England and a match referee, well-known match referee for the ICC, and did play also in South Africa at some stage. So opening batter, that Stuart Broad. That's incredible. 600 wickets in the Test cricket.
Incredible.
Absolutely
What?
incredible. So that partnership, Broad and Anderson, absolutely been such stalwarts for England over the last however many years, 15 years. Jimmy Anderson almost coming towards 20 years bowling for England now. And he hasn't given up yet.
That's incredible.
So absolutely
Longevity.
incredible longevity. I think he's looking for 700 Test wickets.
Before he considers the retirement.
Yeah. It's a bit of a feature of the game now. How long, from a fitness
Yes.
point of view, particularly fast bowlers seem to be able to go on for longer.
Yeah.
Now, once again on the pads, Copeland's going to be able to easily tuck that down to John O'Bird at backward square. It seems like there's absolutely nothing in this pitch at the moment. But the spinners have got some purchase. A bit of turn for Carl Simmons. We'll get the glasses on him in the next over on the Niederberg end. That Dane Patterson is nothing for him off this pitch at all. It's just going to be keeping it as tight as possible. Just sense that the Rocks don't mind that.
It is a sense that they don't mind that, and I think it's a little bit frustrating for the Western Province. But we might see a breakthrough here.
You never know. Dane Patterson, normally metronomic in terms of where he bowls those deliveries outside the off stump. He's got the field set for that, and maybe just the surprise delivery from time to time, the short one, which maybe the top edge will come. There were a few top edges yesterday, but none of them went to hand, or they flew over the boundary for sixes. And Aviwa Mgijima hitting a couple of those over the boundary, as Simmons will continue. Just to remind you that the Under-19 Cricket World Cup will be starting on the 19th of January 2024. We are really looking forward to that.
Yep.
Taking place across 5 venues in South Africa. And those 5 venues will be in Benoni, Wilmore Park, Potchefstroom, Kimberley, Bloemfontein, and East London. And we're welcoming those teams here already. And we'll talk a bit more about that now, as that's very good delivery from Simmons. And Western Province yesterday were a lot more attacking, Lauren. They had 2 slips and a short leg to Copeland for most of the time he was batting. So, and sometimes even an exceptionally silly point. I see they brought in another short fielder there. Good call. That one, a bump ball into back to the bowler. So we have got now a short extra cover, or almost straightish short extra cover in George Linder, then a more conventional short extra cover in Buren Hendricks, staring down the batter. And that's just straight down to John O'Bird here in front of us, just to the left of us here at long off. Hoping that got to see that Scott, our cameraman, has been doing his work with the roving camera over the last couple of days in the heat here. And that's played into the ground and up to George Linder. He just about feels that's always loved the way they describe that in Afrikaans. Toeskou is vangskoot there.
Well done.
So it's and that's beautifully played. That's
It's
a full
gonna go all
toss.
the
That's
way.
going to go all the way to the boundary, and that is going to be Sean van Berg's 5,000th run in first-class cricket. And there we go,
Well done.
on the scoreboard now, and we would all be applauding massively here in the commentary box if we were spectators. Give him a round of applause, most definitely. Well done,
Well
Sean
done.
van Berg, for that amazing milestone for him. 5,000 runs in first-class cricket.
Incredible.
And he got it in style with a 4 down to long on off Carl Simmons. That's just tickled round the corner. It's going to definitely come back for 2 there. Von Berg, as Eddie Moore chases it from slip, and takes him to 5,002 runs in the first-class cricket. 369 for the loss of 5, and that's the 150 partnership between these two. 151 runs of 269 balls, 19 fours and 2 sixes, and a little bit more of an expensive over there from Carl Simmons. 71 of those to Von Berg and 77 to Copeland. 3 extras in that 151. What an outstanding effort it has been from these two coming together when their team was in quite a lot of trouble at score of 218 for 5, and they have not looked in virtually any trouble at all.
No, not
Sean
at all.
van Berg, this seasoned campaigner for the Rocks, together with his young partner there, Michael Copeland, only his 9th first-class match, Mikey Copeland.
Another young one there,
Another
Jen.
young one, very young one. Might break into song just now.
You might.
So I'll be starting to sing YMCA for the Western Province players. The young man, there's no need to feel down. So anyway, they were looking a bit down yesterday. There we go. Another oldish young man coming towards us now.
Oldish.
No,
You're gonna have to find something else to describe.
we go-
The
tall, athletic,
athletic.
well built
Number
Dane
2.
Patterson. Yeah, number 2, coming towards us, and certainly Dane Patterson. Earlier on in his career, I mean, much earlier on in his career, perhaps was a little bit more erratic than he is now. He was a lot faster, but he just in plying his trade in the county championships become such a reliable, economical, and accurate bowler. Just beautiful action, just comes in, puts it on the spot there, gets the one. It sets the batter up really well. If you watch him on a pitch, which is a bit more helpful with the new ball,
Yeah.
able to get the ball to angle into the right-hander, 2 or 3 deliveries, and then he gets the one to just move away. So can be on a pitch that's giving him a little bit of assistance, really can be a handful.
Yeah.
And when you have the backup in terms of bowling in partnerships, when you have a backup of somebody like a Nandre Berger or Bjorn Hendricks, who is a bit more aggressive, good ball from Patterson once again,
Yeah.
and well defended by Michael Copeland getting on top of the bounce. That you then get the situation where they bowl well in partnerships and they take wickets in partnerships. He gives you nothing to hit early on.
I don't think that these 2 batters are in a hurry here, James.
No,
They're
not
just
at
taking
all.
it-
Not at all.
Taking it in their stride almost.
Yeah, it's a holiday time.
Yeah, it's holiday time.
Relaxing. Yeah.
Festive.
Yeah, he
Oh.
says, okay, try and hit that one, Michael. He says, got the man positioned out there
Like
at deep, deep square and long leg for the catch potentially. It is a beautiful day to be watching cricket here. If you can get out here, bring your refreshments along with you. Free entry here at Boland Park. Please just come along. There's plenty of space under the banks. We even give you a tree to sit under and get some shade.
Very generous.
Complimentary tree. Oh,
Oh.
my word, that is in the air just to the right of the man at shortish mid-wicket. Cries of catch it, and just does not go near to hand for Mtlali Mpongwana. And
The only one out there was the umpire, and he certainly wasn't going
that's
to be
right.
involved.
Yeah, a little Bala Kuma not going to be taking the catch at square leg and then tossing the ball straight away to the fielder. Might be seen as being a slight bias on part of the umpire. So 71 it is for von Berg, and he's facing now. He tries to take that one on, and he does not get the edge. It's close to the edge of that bat as he tries to swivel and take that one on, and probably only the 3rd or 4th false stroke we've seen this morning. The helmet is coming out, so I do expect that there will be short leg or maybe the silly mid-off coming into play here for Copeland facing up to Simmons. Western Province do need to attack.
Yeah.
It's going to be Valentine Katima under the brain bucket there. And so just in terms of the Under-19 World Cup, just to give you a view of what is happening. So it's quite a few warm-up matches happening around this time as well, and those include a tri-series between South Africa under-19, India under-19, and Afghanistan under-19. All of those matches happening at the Old Edwardians Club, and all of those matches also on the CSA YouTube channel. The first one taking place today, and that is between India and Afghanistan. And please, if you do want to watch that under-19 cricket, there is commentary on the games there as well from the Old Edwardians Club on Cricket South Africa's channel. Please go through and have a look at that. Should be very interesting to see these teams playing in that. As we see a change of line from Carl Simmons. What do you think of that? Lawrence coming over the wicket now to the right-hander. Changed the field there. Leg slip and a man in at short leg.
You can see he's thinking very hard about this. Here we go.
Oh, he's playing against the spin, sweeping, and maybe does have the chance. It's a risky shot, though, for him. And yesterday, I think it was actually Copeland that did get the edge on one. In fact, it was Van Berg who did get the edge on one sweeping, but it just eluded the man at leg slip. So there've been a couple of situations where Western Province have been very close to getting the wicket, but just haven't been able to make that breakthrough. And the lead is now up to 16 as Van Berg takes a leg slip guard for Carl Simmons. He plays the reverse sweep, and he's missed it. Daniel Smith has missed it, and it's going to be Eddie Moore retrieves. They're thinking of the second, but they're not going to take it, as that would have been very dangerous for Sean Van Berg to take that run.
I like this. They've got a little bit more aggressive here. They're picking that pace up a bit in terms of how they're setting up the field here, and I think they need to just apply that pressure and make their presence felt. I like this, how they're going about doing this.
Yeah. That's just played
everything.
Yeah, it's a good delivery from Simmons. He's attacking outside that leg stump. He is getting turn from outside that leg stump, sometimes appreciably the wicket there, and know that Durant had a look at it yesterday. This morning, should I say? Yesterday, listen to me. Had a look at it this morning. That one's also gone through Daniel Smith, but it will be fielded down close to the boundary by Eddie Moore, not before they get through for two. And that may well be buys, as leg buys this time. So off the pads of Michael Copeland down to close to the boundary, the old stables end. And 6 leg buys now. Just the 3 no balls from Western Province. We were talking a bit about that with Vincent Barnes yesterday. Western Province have generally been very disciplined in their bowling with the no balls this season. And he continues to sweep against the spin, just not quite getting the purchase and turn perhaps that he wants to induce that shot to become a false stroke. But there are the players there, and employing that sweep, if you don't cover the spin properly, particularly from this left arm orthodox spinner that's going away from you as a right-hander, you can get yourself into trouble. So it's not necessarily a percentage shot in this situation, but it is the only way they're going to score runs.
Yeah. So, James, you thinking this is the way to go? Spin to win?
Well, I think on this pitch, I would say, really nothing happening for the fast bowlers.
Yeah.
They want to keep it tight outside the off stump. They want to make the batters play as much as they possibly can. There's always a chance that they might get a false stroke, or there could be some kind of movement, although it looks like it's gun barrel straight at the moment. But there is always the chance that could play a false stroke, put in maybe the bouncer as the surprise delivery.
Yes.
Got the men posted out there to do that. So certainly you would expect that the attack would be keeping it going from a pace point of view from the old stables end.
Yeah.
You maybe give George Linder a chance from the Niederberg end, which is where we are on the northern end of the ground, where there is a lot more rough outside the leg stump, particularly of the right-hander. And I think that's going to be the ploy that Western Province are going to be following. That's in the air, and it's I think it was played into the ground straight away. No excitement at all from the fielders. And we don't have any Tusco here for the Funkskirt there either, so it's all right. Not going to get that coming. So it is a good fielding from Pongwana. It was ball that, in fact, Copeland would feel he probably should have got a boundary off. and wasn't able to do that. He's on 80 at the moment, by far his highest score in first-class cricket. Previous high is 55. Copeland looking perhaps at his first 100 to go with that 150 that he's got so far. And Dane Patterson, they're just looking to say, maybe I'm going to flip this one back onto the stumps, and he doesn't do so. And it seemed like the breeze maybe a little bit cooler this morning than it was. We got a bit of high cloud and maybe it's smoke over the ground. It's giving a little bit of shade. But it was a warm and brutal day yesterday. The lead now 20 for the Gbets Rocks. So Lauren, you watching? You've been watching a lot, and you follow and cover a lot of the women's cricket.
Yeah.
And real passion of yours. South
Yes.
Africa. We'll talk a bit more about the men's test match a bit later on. But
Did you enjoy? Were you watching Bangladesh? Were you watching the ODI?
I was indeed watching the ODI series against Bangladesh. And
Wasn't it that third ODI was just
just
absolutely fantastic?
just
With
incredible. Yeah.
my favorite
Yeah.
friend, Tasman Brits.
Yeah. Tasman, I was so happy for her. We'll talk a bit about her celebration just now. So, yeah, it's very nicely bowled again
Nice.
from Dane Patterson.
And
But-
you know, the ICC rankings with them coming out, I mean, really, our women are doing so well.
They
Laura Volpard at number 4 in the world,
yeah,
Marizan Cup number 10, Sinead up there in the top 20, and Tasman jumping up 21 places.
Wow.
You know,
That's incredible.
how incredible she's doing
Yeah.
as well, and just our ladies are really, really making an impact. And so I always say to everyone, if you can,
Yeah,
go down and watch them. I mean,
absolutely.
it's fantastic. I mean, obviously Chloe Tryon's obviously also in the top 20. She's always
Yeah.
going to be there.
Yeah.
But they just are in such
And
incredible cricket players. Just
I mean,
you've got to go and watch.
Absolutely. Go and watch the women's cricket. And I wanted to just chat to you a bit about, just looking at Bangladesh as well. I mean, they really have improved hugely. I mean,
yes.
they had a very good series against, I think it was New Zealand at home.
Yes.
And they've come over here, won their first ever match, I think, in an ODI in South Africa.
Yeah.
In the first ODI where their spinners completely undid South Africa at East London. We'll chat a bit more about that now. And just giving him the looping one outside the off stump, just trying to tempt him into playing that one. And I think they're going to take a drink. Indeed, they are. And we'll chat a little bit more after the break. I think Durant is going to be joining you after the break, Lauren.
How nice.
And it's going to be, and then you can have a bit of a chin wag with him about women's cricket as well. And I'd love to chat to you a bit later on just about the women's cricket and Bangladesh. So when we're back on commentary later, have some more insights about that. And we'll be back with you in a couple of minutes.
And welcome back, viewers, here to Boland Park in Paarl. After the drinks break, the score stands. It's 375 for 5 after 122 overs. And I'm here with Lauren.
Hi, Duran. So good to have you with me and for me to be with you. Us to be
Nice,
together.
nice to meet you. First had commentary here at Boland Park. And I've heard you talk to James. Beautiful stadium,
Mm.
but it's hot in the Boland.
Oof. Yeah, it is. It is. It is.
So, what's your thoughts about the match so far? It's been quite entertaining, to say the least.
It has been very entertaining, and I'm hoping that we're going to see a little bit more action over the next few overs. What do you think? The
No,
field setup is, I like this field,
Mm.
like I said to James. So
That's another great delivery from Simmons.
yeah,
No, I absolutely love this the tactics that the Western Province is doing now. This aggressive fielding placement, really attacking
mm,
in the bowling now. The battle between Simmons and the two batters is
it's
quite something to watch.
yeah.
Just goes a bit wide there at leg stump. It just
It's only been 2 wides from them from Western Province, so
Mm.
that's pretty good. This would be very very disciplined, and that is fantastic. That's what you want to see.
Yeah, they were very disciplined yesterday. Oh, that just sneaked past him. Going towards the boundary rope will be stopped. Coming back for 2. Now, to touch on that subject again, they were very disciplined in the bowling yesterday. But I think, after the tea break, and as soon as Copeland and Von Berg started building that partnership, the discipline started to lack. The frustration started to come through.
Yeah.
And you could see some cracks in the bowling attack of Western Province.
Yeah. This is very difficult though, being 2 days out in the field in this heat. I think it must take its toll on you.
And yeah, but that's definitely what the Rocks are doing here.
Yeah.
That's a game plan, make them
Yep.
tired, and that's what they did against the Dolphins earlier the month. Just pressure them to field for 2 full days, and to do it here. And if you're not accustomed to this climate, it's
Yeah.
definitely going to hurt you.
Yeah.
And there is a bit of sore bodies. Oh,
Again,
that was very close. Great delivery from Simmons. Didn't go for the run there. And I think the good thing that Copeland and Von Berg is doing now, they're not going for the miracle shots, not going for the boundaries, and definitely not taking the gamble to run 2 runs.
yeah,
The longer they're going to stay out there, the more frustrated the Western Province will get.
absolutely.
Oh, that's a big shout. Nothing from the umpire. I think that's the 3rd time this morning
Yeah, I was
where the
gonna
quiet started to warm up a bit.
And we get all excited because we're sitting at the top here, but
Yeah, no, I thought that was very close.
very close.
And well done to Michael Copeland, must be said. His previous highest score in first class cricket was 55 runs. He's currently on 80. So this is uncharted territory for the young cricketer.
You got another word from James, the young. Oh, we young. So
I can't, I can't say young because Copeland is my age, so it's a bit.
well, that means we're both young still.
Yes, young at heart. But no, he's got a very bright future ahead of him. And like I told James yesterday, this is Copeland's first match in the 4-day series this season.
Oh, wow.
After 4 matches, he's just been 12 man. So I think what he did now, he went into the middle and almost said, guys, look at me. I was here all along.
Yeah.
This is what I can do for the team. And
Yes.
he's been doing it. It's 80. I'm not out at the moment. 25 runs up from his previous best.
Absolutely. And it's quite tough. I mean, we can't underestimate this slightly challenging conditions, like you said, if you're not used to this climate. If you're not, but he's probably he's probably a bit used to this climate. Maybe he's but he's doing really, really well. And we just keep seeing that they're not putting pressure on themselves. Like you said, they're not taking those runs. They don't have to just, oh, the ball's going, we're going to run. They don't have to do that, So taking their time and, like you said, game plan, keeping Western Province out in the field for 2 whole days in this heat.
It's brutal, really.
It's like playing poker with, I don't know,
Yes.
tinted glasses or something. So no one's getting anything.
And it's, Yeah, from a Western Province point of view, it's very frustrating. They've tried everything to
Yeah.
break up this partnership. They've tried spin, they've tried pace, and the pace bowling doesn't seem to be doing anything. The pitch doesn't want to help them. There's no purchase for the
Nothing.
pace bowler. So, but Patterson is a very good bowler.
Yeah.
But he hasn't
He is.
doing anything in this. I think the previous 2 to 3 sessions. Bit of an edge on that, and that's going to the boundary rope for 4 runs. So that's 84 on the board for Michael Copeland. 381 for 5.
Patterson
It's
not impressed with himself. His hands on hips, thinking, seriously? But did you take a look at the pitch this morning when we
yes,
got in?
I did. It's very surprising to me because on day one, when I went down before the start of the match, it looked there was a bit of cracks, a bit of grass coverage. This morning, still no cracks. There's no damage to it. Well, of course, there at the crease there is a
Yes.
bit, but nothing that I can see out of the ordinary. Very hard, very flat.
Yeah.
Definitely a spin bowler's pitch. So it's quite surprising to me that they're still going with the pace from the
Mm.
opposite end of the ground, at the also stables end. Just into the ground again.
Mhm.
And something with Michael Copeland is, and you really rarely see this from young cricketers, is especially in 4-day competitions, to take their time to be patient to get the runs.
Yeah.
They're so accustomed to the T20 game and the one-day game
Yes.
where you need to hit boundaries to win. So it's very refreshing for me to see a young player really getting his head into the game, be patient, be calm
Yes.
in the middle. So I quite like this approach.
Yeah.
Good delivery there, attacking the stumps of Michael Copeland.
Like you said, pacing his innings well, and like you said as well, that patience that sometimes you do want to hit those big shots. I mean,
Yes.
when you're used to the T20 and the ODIs, you want to get into it, and that's why sometimes coming into a different format of the game, people can criticize you and go, "Can you do it? Are
Yeah.
you able to pace yourself on that kind of innings?" And he's doing a fantastic job. He really is standing on 84. I mean, at this rate, he's probably thinking of the 100.
I think I think he already had a thought of it last night in bed. I think he was like, yo, imagine I'm going to get this. It's going to be
Imagine.
a very belated Christmas present for him then.
Absolutely. Going into the new year with
Yes.
on a high.
Yeah, with a century to your name in first class, it's amazing. And Von Berg, of course, nothing to take away from his unbelievable milestone of 5,000 first class runs.
That is incredible.
And there's a lot of milestones here for the Rocks. Of course, Sian van Sail, it's his 200th first class match. Unfortunately, got out for a duck, but on his 200. But that's
Intimate
cricket.
200. Yeah, that's cricket.
That's a funny old game.
But
So
that,
at the end of the over of the 124 overs, it's 381 for 5. 124 overs.
sounds
in
a
the
lot
field.
when you say it, hey?
Yes, yeah, like how
124 overs. I mean, I think that they've been their amount of time that these two batters have stood in the middle together is almost reaching about 4 hours. I mean, it's at least 3.5 now. That is a long time to be standing in the middle together. I mean, obviously they haven't done it all today, but they have been together for a very long time and doing a really good job of it.
I think, yeah, if they gonna go all the way to lunchtime, it will be just over 4 hours of in the being in the middle, which is phenomenal.
What? Getting back to that. Oh,
But in the
yeah.
air, but nobody there to get it.
Nobody there.
Yeah.
Just
It just seems like
and
they know precisely which delivery is gonna come next, and
yeah.
they've got such good field awareness at the moment.
Maybe they've gone into the future, come back,
Yes.
travel.
Yeah, but in another universe, they both got out for a duck and said, "No, wait, wait."
Well, I saw someone being interviewed the other day. It was quite funny, but I'll tell you after this delivery.
Oh, that good shot there from Michael Copeland, and that's just another single. 383 for five.
They were doing this interview, just asking people, random people based in America, of course, like what they thought of the different time zones in other places. One girl said, "Well, why can't people in Australia tell us what's going to happen in the future?"
Yeah, I've seen, yeah.
I'm thinking maybe this is what happened here.
I remember I saw that on TikTok or something. And that's going towards the boundary rope. Won't get there. Was that a single? Yeah, no, two. 385 for five. 74 on the board there for Sean Wonberg and Michael Copeland on 85. 15 runs to go. I don't want to jinx anything.
Don't do
If
it.
I jinx it, I will never be able to come back to Boland Park and see Michael
No.
Copeland again. Of course, also want to touch on Daniel Smith. Of course, getting into the squad with Carl Ferreira on international duty.
hmm
And yeah, to be a wicketkeeper for 124 overs, it's phenomenal, and he's been
Yeah.
doing very well. There hasn't been an instance in this match where I thought, oh, that's not very good from you. No, he's
Yes.
been on it, on the money,
On the money.
for the whole
His
match.
form is definitely looking good for this.
Very
And
good.
like you keep saying, we keep talking about it, just standing there for a very long time. But I think Carl Simmons is really on it today.
Now they're really
Look at
putting
them.
oh, that's just another good stroke there from Michael Copeland.
Mm,
Now they're really putting the trust in Simmons.
they are.
41 overs bowled. Yeah, that arm is going to be sore.
That arm is definitely going to be sore.
Yeah, I just can't imagine being in the field for this long, and because you can almost say it's 3 days, because they
Yes.
did field, I think, for the last hour of day one.
Yes.
It's been
So what's going to happen tomorrow now? We're potentially looking at rain. If this is the case, I mean, it seems impossible almost, right? Because we're sitting here in this blue sky, but we know this is Cape Town.
yeah, you
And
get 4 seasons in a day
yeah.
almost, yes.
And it's probably be quite humid, it's not going to be like that cold rain. So how will this game then tie up? Are we going to be seen? What are we
Yeah,
going to be seeing here?
I really don't want this match to be a draw. It's been so good
Yeah.
from both sides, but
Oh,
yeah,
lovely.
to get no result, it's going to be heartbreaking for both teams. They've been fighting very hard, very valiantly to get a result. But yeah, I think at this moment the Gbets Rocks are looking for the draw.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
Because
let's
I
hope
can't,
it
yeah.
doesn't go down to it being rained out tomorrow. It would just be, like you said, so much effort, everything you're putting out there to, over days, and then it ends up like that. You don't want that,
And especially for the derby, it's bragging
No.
rights. That's the main thing you're playing for, yeah.
That's it.
Because then you'll have bragging rights for the next 6 months. Oh, that's an edge. Oh, that's Copeland out for 85. I really hope that wasn't me that
It
jinxed
was your
that.
fault, We're going to shout it out the window
Oh.
right now, but well done.
And that's a breakthrough. And like they say, wickets come in pairs in this format. So,
Absolutely.
oh, that's heartbreaking for Michael Copeland. But look at that figures. 86 runs, excuse me, on the board. 197 delivery space.
And look at that, over 4 hours in the field.
255 minutes he was in the middle.
Can you believe that? 12 fours, 1 6. And he did incredible though. I mean, he's going to be proud of himself. He's going to be happy. He didn't get the 100, like you said. He was dreaming about it last night, but this was a great score. And I think that if at the beginning someone would have told him he was going to get 86, he would have taken it. He
Oh,
would have said,
definitely.
I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that.
No, he's been absolutely phenomenal. It's been really a pleasure to watch him in the middle.
Yeah.
And now I would expect this will be Hannes Viljoen that's gonna come on. Yes. So Hannes and Sean Berg for a new partnership.
Hardis has been waiting for a while to take
Yeah.
the time into the field.
Waiting since tea time yesterday.
Thinking to himself, okay, but his highest score 132, so he's
He
going to be
can,
formidable.
He can definitely have a knock. He is a very good batsman, but he's not one to sit and wait and block a ball. He's a hitter. So yeah, I'm gonna expect a couple of boundaries from him today.
which is good. You want to see, you want to see a little bit of the action. I can hear the crowd down below clapping. So quite a few spectators sitting here wanting to see some action. So like we always say, come on down to Boland Park. It's lovely. It's free. There's a lot of shade under the trees and stands. Little breeze starting to blow, and the action is happening. 6 wickets down.
This changes the game for me now, I must say, with this wicket.
I can see you getting very excited here.
Yes, because now I'm going through a lot of scenarios in my head. It's a 32-run lead, and the pitch is definitely going to do something. It's going to get harder to bat on. So if the Rocks can get a lead, let's say about drinks after lunch, and
Yeah.
that lead will be about 70. It's going to be that
Ooh.
didn't carry enough towards Daniel Smith there. Great delivery from Patterson. It's almost identical. Almost identical delivery from that he bowled to Michael Copeland.
Love the way he walks back to where he's got to be. You know, he's got the swag. Got the swag going.
It does. I think he's feeling enough, but I must say, there wasn't a lot of celebration with the previous wickets.
Yes, I noticed that. That's why it was quite confusing. Was he out? Wasn't he out?
Yeah, but I think it's just like,
Okay.
thank you, finally.
Yeah.
We're closer now to get back to the dressing room and just have a break.
Yeah, celebration a little bit muted, but Patson's got his tail slightly up, and you can see it. He's ready. He's
It's definitely walking with swag.
he's got the swag. Got the swag. He just needs a Hugo Boss suit, and he'll be done. You know.
That's how this will, set to face his third delivery. Still yet to get off the mark, and it's 75 runs on the board for Sean van Berg. Oh, and he picked that gap quite brilliantly. It's a bit slower, the outfield, than yesterday, but they're coming back for two. And that's Huddersfield off the mark. 2 runs on the board. It's 389 for 6.
And like you said, he's not going to be one to sit around there and
No.
wait. He had intent with that shot.
Good, and especially the first delivery phase. He
Absolutely.
just wanted to almost whack the ball.
This is what we want to see. We like the action. The action is always good.
It's been really for people that don't like this format of the game. I don't understand why, because it's been like edge of your seat type of cricket with
Yeah.
with a battle between bat and ball, between Worcester Province bowling and the Rocks batting.
I think it's, I think that's the almost the sad thing about entertainment, isn't it? Because people want that entertainment factor of the T20 and like we have the 100 now, and we have all those exciting formats because it's entertaining. But this kind of format and test cricket is actually incredible to watch. Next week we have a wonderful test happening at Newlands.
Can't wait for that.
Yeah, I mean, we've been basically going to bed early so we can wake up so that we
Yes.
can be closer to South Africa taking on India out at Newlands. And of course, we want everybody to come and watch that as well from the 3rd to the 7th of January, the New Year's test. Let's bring in the New Year's celebrating cricket. How
Yes.
wonderful would it be? And I mean, you get to see if you come on down, you get to see Virat Kohli. I mean, you get to see Rohit Sharma. You get to see the people that
Gail.
your kids want
Yes.
pictures with.
But I must say, I think that the Proteas victory yesterday at Centurion definitely helped the format in South Africa.
Yes.
Centurion was packed up for all 3
Yes.
days, and it was the atmosphere was electric. From what I've seen and what I've heard from people that was there in Centurion, it was a very festive atmosphere. Just gets that ball away for a single, and it's
Yeah.
76 on the board.
I hope we have that festivity out at Newlands because it's such a beautiful ground. It's going to be good weather, good vibes only, and the summer is magic, as they say.
I'm definitely going to try my best to go down to Newlands to watch it, but I don't think my wife will be very happy with me that I'm away again for some cricket things.
That's always the drama, isn't it?
Yeah. No, I really love the New Year's Day. So I've never missed one. So it's
Well, that's
never. I always go for the first 3 days.
And I mean, SA20 is coming, so
And-
then she's gonna.
Just after it's yeah. So no, I rather And then SA20 is done, and then the domestic season starts up again.
Absolutely. Oh, that ball has
Oh, that's
gone,
the
and
gap.
it's definitely going to go all the way. Although, like you said,
No, it just
stop.
stopped right in front of the boundary. There's a very slow outfield, very slower than yesterday, which is quite surprising. But then again, they didn't cut the outfield this morning.
Oh wow, it's very slow. That ball was almost like, okay,
Yeah, it literally just stopped. Like I think a half a meter before the boundary rope.
Western Province Angels were on the boundary rope, just like like there was that one movie long ago where the Angels just stopped.
Trying it again, bit of a shout. Not a lot, just from Daniel Smith. Had a shout, warming up his vocal cords.
Warming it up. Yeah, lots of cricket to look forward to. Lots of cricket, and I mean, out in Cape Town, lots to. Everyone's excited about SA20 as well as always.
It's been such a phenomenal first season as well.
Yeah.
And it's very good for the game in South Africa. A lot of youngsters now starting to play cricket more.
Yes.
There's a lot of interest, which I definitely like. And again, to also with the Women's T20 World Cup that was here earlier the year, definitely helped the women's game. And I love
Were
that.
you at the final?
I wanted to go, but I couldn't get a ticket in time.
Oh yeah, and that was the drama, wasn't it?
I was watching the England semi-final.
Were you there?
No. I was at work, and yeah, about at the change of innings, I'm like, oh, okay, we maybe gonna reach the final. So I went on Ticketpro to get a ticket sold out. So everyone there at the change of innings started to buy the tickets.
It was incredible.
In the air.
In the air.
Nothing from that.
Nothing.
Bad. Is that off the? I thought I heard a bat. Let's have a look here. I thought I heard bats a ball. That's very surprising to me.
Very surprising.
It's from I think from his heel maybe. And just an update here from the under-19 Choice Series. Afghanistan under-19 currently on 108 runs with a loss of 6 wickets after 23 overs.
Yeah, that was quite a good. That semi-final against England, that Women's T20 World Cup was absolutely phenomenal. And I just want to say, obviously I was media for this, so I didn't have to buy any tickets, but I actually bought a whole bunch of tickets for friends for the final.
Yes.
So when
okay, so that's why I couldn't get it.
Yeah, that was why. I'm so sorry. Should have just called me. I would have, got you one. But right at the beginning, I didn't know. Right at the beginning, before the World Cup was even played, I just bought a whole bunch of tickets for the final. And maybe it was that belief that wasn't it, but it was an incredible final.
That's
I mean, obviously
unbelievable.
heartbreaking for the women, for the girls, but they could be proud. I mean, they wrote history. First Proteas team, men and women that have reached the final. Let's just
Before the men ever did, and yet to do. So.
Yeah, so I mean, it was incredible, and I think I know that England were really quite devastated at that semi-final. I happened to be sitting with some of their families, so they came over, and I chatted with Lauren Winfield Hill, who I love, and their hearts were really broken because they were almost convinced that they were going to the final.
But I think that was the downfall. They were so convinced they're gonna reach and play Australia.
Yeah, they were almost 100% in their minds. They were ready there.
They already thought they had a hand on one hand on the trophy, but
they didn't even have a finger. We can't let James hear us talking about England like this. Really going to say these young people.
Yeah.
That was absolutely phenomenal, and
lovely.
What the women's Proteas did for the women's game in South Africa is unbelievable. Now all of a sudden you see all these girl cricket teams in the primary school starting up.
Yes.
And in the high school as well, and it's
amazing.
So good for the game. Oof. And what an ODI series against Bangladesh.
Yes,
that last match was
unbelievable. It was something else, and I so wish that I was there. You almost wanted to climb. You want to climb into the TV. It was something else, and of course, the T20 World Cup being in Bangladesh in 2024 for the women. I think Bangladesh are going to be quite a formidable.
They're looking very good, performance-wise.
Looking good. I mean, obviously, We know Australia always doing good, but
Well,
not going to talk about them at all in any format of the game.
just another good delivery there from Pongwana. And there's 3 more deliveries to be bowled here. And just updates here from Benoni in the India A, South Africa A 4-day match. It's India A 222 for 4.
Keep on going. Keep going. Sorry.
And here's Pongwana 2, Sean van Berg. Nothing from that.
Nothing from that, and no need to. He's just chilling out there.
No, they're taking it easy, just waiting for lunch to come.
Waiting for lunch. What are they going to be eating today, Duran? Do you know?
No, I didn't have a chat with the chef, but I am quite excited to see what's up for catering later today. And second to last ball of the over, it's 394 for 6. Another dot ball there. Last ball of the over, and then we'll have a commentary change with James King to join me. Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you very much, Durant and Lauren. Enjoying listening to you there, and wicket falling in your session there. And we'll just have a look at that now. That's a good run again from Von Berg, just playing it out to the right of the man at backward point, and 395 for the loss of 6 now. This lead 40 for the Rocks, and it's been great to be with you. We have our producer Bandila here. It's going to mute us for a second. I'm sorry. Just sorry about that slight interruption. Our producer Bandila here from Pitch Vision is just giving us some information we're going to be sharing with you shortly, as Sean van Berg once again reverse paddles that ball with the spin down to Yassine Valley at deep point. And yes, so great innings there from Michael Copeland. Durant came to an end 86, and giving Dane Patterson his 556th wicket in first class cricket, but just playing at a wideish one and getting the edge to Daniel Smith.
I almost blame myself for Michael Copeland's wicket, because the 2 deliveries before, I talked to Lauren and said, I think Michael Copeland's looking at 100 here. And then
they're definitely your fault then.
So I think I need to stay away from Copeland for a good month or so.
Commentator's curse there from Durant, and another one beautifully played by Huddersfield. And that is, even with the spin, he's able to get that backward of point down to the boundary in front of the grass banks and the beautiful Drakensberg Mountains. And that is the 400 for the Rocks up on the board. 400 for the loss of 6. And those last 50 coming, we are now in the 129th over, coming in about 17 overs. So batting at then about 3 runs and over, which has been the rate they've maintained for most of this match so far. Expecting it to just go up a little bit with Huddersfield at the crease. He's not going to hang around necessarily. He's got now 4 men around the bat with this line from Kyle Simmons that is around the wicket. and it is over the wicket for the left arm orthodox spinner. Just padded away, which he can do. Huddersfield, he's not going to get an LBW decision against him unless it goes a lot straighter from Simmons. That one is a lot straighter, and he attempts the reverse sweep again, and Daniel Smith misses it, and it's going to go down to the boundary for 4 byes. Smith missing yet another one down the leg side, and he won't be happy with that. Perhaps unsighted with the reverse sweep from the rather large, very broad-shouldered Huddersfield, just trying to reverse sweep that one, as they have been doing with the spin, and getting 4. Anyway, it is a warm day here in Paarl.
Very, very warm. The aircon is on here in a commentary booth, but I can't feel it at all.
It's probably because we've got the windows open. No, it's fine. We're trying to close the window a little bit, although then you don't necessarily get the sound from the field, which we know is really good to have that. Otherwise, it sounds like we're commentating in an enclosed sort of in a box, maybe.
Sound booth almost. It's unbelievable. 404 runs.
Yeah.
And at a
goodness.
time at the start of the Rocks batting innings, it was 10 for 2.
It was indeed, yes.
So just unbelievable how they recovered from that 2 quick wickets from Janneman Milan and Sian van Zyl.
Yeah, it was a really tough those first 9 overs. It was at the start of their innings, just before the close on day 1, and Buren Hendricks bowled exceptionally well to get those 2 wickets. But since then it's been pretty much all the Rocks from a batting point of view. That's a big appeal, going down the leg side, I think, and almost a run out at the same time. Eddie Moore very alert to the fact that Sean van Berg had gone a bit of a walkabout there out of his crease. But
He quite likes to do that today. I've come to notice. But I'm wondering now. I know you've got the stats there with you, James.
Yeah.
I think this is the Rocks' highest innings total in the season so far.
I can get to that for you. Let's have a look at the. So I've got the wrong information here. Let me just have a look at.
From Ghana again, just
versus the Rocks. Sorry, I've got the
good
wrong
delivery.
information
Don't pull
here.
there.
Let me just get to that. Sorry, I'll have to try and get that information for you now. So I didn't have the correct information there. So,
but I'm about 99.9% sure this is the highest innings total of the Rocks so far. So
could well be.
No, it's been a difficult campaign for them thus far. But it seems like they really came into the stride in this match against Western Province.
It has been an outstanding performance from the Rocks, most definitely. 404 for the loss of 6 for them, and I'm going to if you just look at the performances in terms of the partnerships, I mean, one huge partnership of 194 between Ngijima and Peter Malan, and then 169 between the pair of Copeland and von Berg, and that was a massive partnership. We will have to have a look and see if we've got I think we do have the record partnerships for the Rocks, so we'll get that information for you now. But it has been just incredible batting from these 2. Those 4 batters, should I say, that got the runs in terms of Ngijima 105, Peter Malan 94, Copeland 86, and now 79 not out at the moment for Sean van Berg. And they really have made it. This match has been one where the Rocks have ensured that Western Province have been sort of ground down in the heat over these last couple of days.
And it almost seems to me like von Berg and Viljoen is starting to build a partnership of their own here. It's currently on 17. But the thing with Hannes Viljoen is what I told Lauren earlier, it's He's not one to sit and wait
Mm.
and block the ball. He's a big hitter, and especially you can see every time he's facing, he wants to hit the ball with meaning and purpose almost.
Mm. And he's been able to do that so far in his innings. He's sitting at the moment on 9, but 2 boundaries in that 9. And he's been, so just the 1 boundary, which he was that lovely reverse sweep that he played. But he hit it so sweetly. I mean, it hardly seemed to, uh, it just came off the bat so beautifully. He didn't seem to be swinging at it. It was more with the timing that he was able to get that through to the boundary.
And
So very, very good from him. And just trying to look at the season records that we're looking at here. So partnership of 169, which wasn't the highest this season, actually for the 6th wicket, won 209 between Elgar and Moonsamy for the Titans versus the Dolphins. As once again the reverse sweep is missed this time by Huddersfield. Could have been danger for the big man there, but nothing else to report. So Dean Elgar and say Rivaldo Moonsamy getting that 209 for the Titans versus the Dolphins at Centurion. So, and that in fact is the highest partnership of the entire season, that one. So just that one dead ball, I think, will be signaled. There is a no run that can be taken for that. They actually didn't take the run in the end, so nothing to report. Just padding up for that one outside the leg stump and having a look at the first class career now in terms of the rocks, and very nicely
great.
played again. That's straight to the man at deep point, and it'll only be the single for Huddersfield. That brings Sean van Berg on strike. And the big thing, I think, here for the Rocks, they've kept the Western Province players out in the field for 130 overs in what's pretty brutal heat. And that is something that I think they're not going to be particularly happy about. It's certainly been something that's tough for them, and not the easiest conditions to play in here in Paarl.
And I just had a look at the score. The Gbets Rocks are leading by 50 runs at the moment, with still 4 wickets remaining. So
Yeah,
it's
that's
absolutely
right.
phenomenal from them. And I'm trying to think of the scenario where if rain is gonna interrupt play tomorrow,
Yeah.
when will the Rocks will they declare, and
Uh,
if so, when?
they probably won't declare. I mean, the thing is that you can't, you're not going to look at this in terms of saying that there is going to be rain, we're going to declare to try and give ourselves the best chance to win the game. It's more that so so yes, they could look at that, and if they do, then they probably would have wanted to put Western Province in even, maybe halfway through the session this afternoon, just to see if they could knock them over. Maybe they want to get a quick 50 or 60 runs after the lunch break and go then with a lead of 100 and see if they can't rely on their spinners to knock over the Western Province batters quite quickly. I mean, Western Province, though, will probably not be looking at it like from a rain point of view. So we'll have to see how that is going to affect what is going to happen here on the field, and we'll.
What is very interesting is I did talk for a short while with Henry Williams, the bowling coach of the Rocks, now in my commentary break, and he said no, they don't look at the rain. They're not thinking about the rain at all.
No.
So yeah, I think they're gonna see how far they can go with this lead.
Absolutely, I don't see them declaring. I think it would probably be a mistake. You don't want to give Western Province a sniff of
Yes.
victory. So what you would be looking at is to bat them completely into the ground. So you're saying you've got them where you want them at the moment. They don't look energized in the field. They're tired. They've been out there for 130 overs in 35-degree heat. You want the batters to be wondering what you're going to be doing. You want them to stay out as long as possible. It's just again nicely tickled into the leg side of Pongwana. He just can't get his line right at the moment, Pongwana, to get that one outside the off stump. Van Berg on 81, and he is looking at his potentially his sixth first-class 100, and will always say that's the potential if he gets it.
Yes.
No, just being yeah. No, I mean he's looking
Because
very good, accumulating the runs here, Sean van Berg, and he holds the key, I think, for them to get to a much bigger lead. And unless he tires a lot or he's going to play a false stroke, just don't see him giving his wicket away necessarily. Perhaps the biggest chance for Western Province to take his wicket is for the spinner to take it. They are playing a lot more reverse sweeps. There's a chance, less chance of them playing that reverse sweep almost to get out than there is playing the sweep, funnily enough.
Yeah.
But yes, it is a shot that there is a risk involved every time you play it.
And I quite like this pace and spin combination that Western Province are doing at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think you can't. They don't really have the spinner to be able to attack from the old stables end. Not the same conditions, not the same amount of turn, not the same amount of bounce you're getting from the Nederburg end. So if there is going to be a change, I would think it would be Linder from the Nederburg end to replace Simmons, although he's been bowling really well, Carl Simmons. In 44 overs, 2 for 107. He is, in fact, and the second centurion of the innings so far. After Ngajima, you won't be happy with me for saying that. So, but he's bowled incredibly well. I mean, taking nothing away from the young man, he's been an outstanding. That's in the end.
Oh.
Can you believe it? Can you believe
That
it?
was
That is absolutely the most simple catch that he could possibly have had from Tiwakaya Nabe, and he goes and grasses it. We've all got our hands on our head. The man is just looking. He doesn't know where to hide. He doesn't know where to. He wishes the ground would swallow him up right now.
That's a big wicket he just dropped there.
That's huge. I mean, Viljoen now dropped on with his score on 11.
It was such a bad shot from Marnus Viljoen as well. He played it into his hat, and it wasn't a fast ball. It was just.
And already it's
lack of concentration.
Yeah, completely. Yeah. And that's what happens when a team's in the field for 130 overs. Yes. So that is a very tired looking attempt at a catch.
I think he couldn't believe, wow, there's something coming to me so easy.
Yeah.
Where has this been for 132 overs? Oh, wait, I just dropped it.
So you got to be on your game all the time. That was probably. Yeah, one would expect a far lesser fielder to have taken that catch. I won't go any further than that. It really is. But that's disastrous for Western Province. The score 409 for 6 in the 132nd over. It really was something they would have expected that to have been taken, and then you opened up the tail for the Rocks, and yeah, it's just disastrous for Western Province, and that is the second sort of easy catch that's gone down. Yes. Simmons off his own bowling, in fact, should never have dropped him Ngajima yesterday.
Just wanted
he was on 33
to reference that. There were so many instances in this innings that could have changed this whole game.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that Simmons, I think. That drop catch is something that really opened the floodgates for the Rocks. To almost say, okay, they are tired. Let's see how far we can stretch this. And now,
yeah.
Oh.
So that was that catch after when Kajima was on 33 after only 30 overs. Really expensive for them because they went on to get to their 194 partnership, and that was after 65 overs. So another 30 overs were batted. They batted after that. Sorry, 35 overs they batted after that drop catch. That with that partnership, and that would have been a situation for the where they were literally less than 100 when that wicket happened. So you look at moments like that in the match, and Western Province, in fact, have let themselves down, significantly in terms of some of those situations.
And it is a bit disappointing because the fielding has been very disciplined from Western Province. And those two drop catches is definitely going to be a
Yeah.
damper on what has been an exceptional fielding performance from them.
I mean, if Jeffrey Boycott was here, he would probably say that his mum could have even taken that catch. I mean, it really was it was a dolly in terms of how you would describe a catch.
And wasn't it Bob? Was it Bob Wilmer that said catches win matches?
I mean, it is a well-known fact. That's brilliant fielding by Kitimo, is it? No, that's Mpongwana at mid-wicket. That is brilliant fielding. And he's the man who's just had that catch dropped off his bowling. He goes and saves what would have been a certain four there and keeps it down to just a single. So Mpongwana will be bowling again, I think, from the old stables end, and Western Province. I think if there was a hole big enough on the outfield there for Mtiwa Nabe, as he nonchalantly can take that one-handed thrown to him from his captain, he would have hoped there was a hole that could swallow him up. So
it's very unfortunate to see catches like that being dropped. It's
very unfortunate. So he's in again to try and see if he can get the wicket of Sean van Berg, and that is so close once again to being played on Sean van Berg. Just gets the inside half of the bat. Mhlali Mpongwana is bowling exceptionally well here.
13th over. That he's bowling. It almost feels like he bowled a bit more than only 13 overs.
Yeah, it's certainly is. He hasn't bowled very much. And like you say, he hasn't bowled a lot. Same with Nabe. They haven't really bowled a lot. It's been the two main pacers, Hendricks and Patterson, that have picked up most or taken most of the attack, and got some very interesting information just through here, just around Dane Patterson, just talking about his career at Notts. And thanks very much to Tim Dale Lace for sending this through to me. So in 2021, he took 54 wickets at 17.98 average in the county championship. In 2022, 56 wickets at 22.35. And in 2023, 50 wickets at 27.8. A total of 160 wickets for Notts at 22.58, which is incredible stuff in the last 3 seasons. And that is, in fact, the wicket, is it?
Oh, no, nothing from the umpire.
He's given him now. He has given him.
Van Berg out for 83.
Van Berg out for 83. Western Province appealing to the umpire and not given, and then it's given by Mazizi Gampu. I think he was expecting Sean van Berg to walk. He seemed to hear a sound here, actually, as well, perhaps. But, I mean, he didn't look very happy, did he?
No, he's either having a chat with Huddersfield there.
So, caught behind is Sean van Berg. So, Mhlali Mpongwana gets the wicket. 83 for van Berg off 162 deliveries. And he has hit 8 fours and 1 6 in that innings. Caught behind by Smith. Just one outside the off stump, bowled by Mpongwana, and the wicket that they were looking for to try and get into the tail, though Glenton Stearman is certainly no mug with the bat. He can hang around and bat for quite a while, and that is the wicket that Mpongwana's got of Sean van Berg. 83 off 162 balls, caught Smith. Just a regulation catch off the outside edge. And the 7th wicket falls for the Rocks. 412 now for the loss of 7. That lead is up to 57 for the Rocks, and it may well prove decisive in this match, depending on how the spinners and the Western Province batting lineup does perform, and how many more runs these last 3 batters can actually put on the board for the Rocks. And we are only about 6 minutes from the luncheon interval, and we have some very exciting information for you, which we're going to be giving you at the luncheon interval and just before the luncheon interval. So while the players here are just getting some refreshments on board, just to let you know also from Tim Dowlace that the 169 between Copeland and Von Berg is still the highest for Boland cricket. So even in the previous era when they were Boland cricket, previous best for Boland cricket as it was then for the 6th wicket was 109 by Henry Davids and H. Furry in 2004-2005, before the amalgamation into the franchise era. So or playing as Boland maybe in the 2nd division or 2nd tier, it was 109. So a record wicket partnership both in the Division 1 and in the era as Boland. That's a very good delivery on the line of probably leg, doing down leg. I think it was angling down leg. The way that he played that and the way that Daniel Smith was moving, umpire Gampu, I don't think there was anything that he was going to persuade him to give that decision. Quite rightly so. And then down the leg side, it looked like that was going down the leg side. So we'll I was just having a look at it again, as you were seeing on the replay, just very much heading down the leg side. The way that Stearman played that, or looked to play that, was more leg side-ish. It's going to be Pongwana again. That's very nicely bowled. He's actually looked pretty good in this spell, in Pongwana. Made the batters play, which is exactly what you want to do. He's been not been very expensive. I mean, it's analysis up to the time he came on for this particular spell was 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 31, and he's only conceded in what is nearly 4 overs now. Only conceded yet and only another 5 runs, and he bowled 1 maiden in that time and picked up a wicket. So he has been very tight from the old stables end. Down the leg side this time. No balls. Has he overstepped? He's overstepped there.
That's
the 4th no ball now, I think it is, for Western Province.
And that's his 2nd.
And his second no ball. So not so good for Mhlali Pongwana.
It's what do you call it? It's a shipping concentration almost.
Yeah, a little bit of discipline going there, perhaps. And the scorers still not responding. The scorers need to respond to the umpire. They have done that now. And that is Pongwana's 37th run. He's conceded 13 for 7. So the heat, I think, getting to everybody here, even to the scorers. It's Pongwana towards us now. And that's just coming up nicely off a length. And Stearman just plays it very well back down to his partner. Aris Viljoen, who picks it up and tosses it through to the Western Province captain and Björn Hendricks. So Viljoen and Stearman now at bat, which tells you that the 2 overnight batters have both been dismissed, and that is both of them in the 80s. You have to feel for both the batters as they were doing incredibly well, both caught behind. It was the first person to go was Michael Copeland, caught by Smith off the bowling of Patterson for 86, and off 197 deliveries, 12 fours and 1 6, just a regulation catch, really, for him trying to play the ball shortish, a little bit wide, perhaps not wide enough for him to play the shot, just getting a top edge and going through to the keeper. And then it was just in the last over that Mhlali Pongwana bowled, it was Sean van Berg, who's brilliant 83 off 162 balls. So that came to an end. And that's a reverse swept. So there's a man there now that just one bounce to George Linder. and he's going to come up a little bit for that shot. Just not able to keep that reverse sweep down. Just wondering what they want. The captain wants him to come up closer. He doesn't want to come up closer. He's just going to stay where he is. Okay, let's see what happens with his next delivery. That one is just padded away by Fullion. He could do that all day if he wants to. There are only 2 minutes to go to the tea interval. Listen to me, lunch interval. And it does look like this will be the last over before lunch, especially because that wicket fell in the previous over. And Western Province bowled 28 overs in this session. Probably not. It will be 29. Not bad. I think we're going to be heading for a day when, if they do finish, that's just nicely acrobatically taken by Kitime. Nothing to report. It's padded away. Looks like we will get all the overs in today. Tomorrow, a high chance of rain, which could mean that this match, if it doesn't finish today, may be in jeopardy of not finishing, and that he has to play that one on the line of leg stump. This line hasn't fully worked for Western Province from a wicket taking point of view. It should have done, potentially. I mean, I think there haven't been really any chances. Some balls falling just wide of fielders, going past the bat. And the chance that was put down was the one off Haris Viljoen. In fact, that was off the bowling of Mpongwana, and he was dropped with his score on 11. Currently on 13. That catch, pretty easy one at mid-off to Tiwakaya Nabe. He's still wondering how he could have dropped that. And that one just popping up off the bat pad into the offside. They can't have fielders everywhere around the bat, I don't think. And I do expect perhaps if Stearman's batting, they might have somebody in closer on the offside. Viljoen, one ball left in Simmons's 46th over, and he just pads that one. It goes down, just kills the spin, and that kills the last ball before the luncheon interval as well. And it is lunch that we are going to now. 413 for the loss of 7. So in the morning session here, the Gbets Rocks have taken the score from 338 for the loss of 5 to 413 for the loss of 7. So that is 75 runs they've added in this morning session for the loss of those 2 wickets. And those 2 wickets to fall both the overnight batters out. Copeland for 86 and Von Berg for 83. And okay. So just to give you some information, and thank you very much for joining us here. And just to talk to you about something coming up very quickly here in the next period of time, and it is the legendary rivalry between South Africa and India continues as the Proteas lead 1-0 in the Betway Test Series. Get your tickets now from Ticket Pro for the New Year's Test Series taking place at the Newlands Cricket Stadium from the 3rd to the 7th of January 2024. You don't want to miss out. The hashtags Let's Go South Africa, hashtags Be Part of It, hashtag Wozanawe. So please make sure you go and get your tickets now. The first 2 days of that series already sold out at Newlands Cricket Stadium. We hope you've enjoyed this time with us now, but please make sure you get your tickets now for days 3 to 5 after South Africa took the 1-0 lead in the series at Centurion. And from us, for the moment, we'll be back with you after the luncheon interval. Thank you very much. With less than a month away, the future stars of cricket will be debuting on the world stage in the ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup starting on the 19th of January 2024. South Africa will be hosting this world-class tournament across 5 cities: Potchefstroom, Benoni, Bloemfontein, East London and Kimberley. Entry is free. Come and witness the future of cricket. Now, welcome back here to the beautiful Boland Park, and it is the second session of day 3, the lead for the Rocks. Now 58, 3 wickets remaining in their first innings. You're with me, James King. Joining me shortly, it will be Lauren Jacobs-Beekman, and we're bringing you this broadcast from on the CSA YouTube channel. Visuals courtesy and production courtesy of Pitch Vision, and commentary courtesy of Cape Fox Productions. And first ball from Mhlali Mpongwana is played down to mid-on by Glenton Stearman, and there is no run. So 413 for 7 at lunch on day 3 of this match. The lead is 58, as I said, for the Rocks. At the crease at the moment, Glenton Stearman, who is yet to get off the mark, and with him Haris Viljoen on 13. So it has been an interesting morning session, and Lauren will be coming in to join me shortly just to discuss that, as it's Mpongwana once again. That is played down to man at shortish mid-wicket, and there is no run. And it has been Mpongwana that, with his medium paces, that has taken one of the wickets to fall this morning, as well as Dane Patterson, who got the wicket of Michael Copeland for his highest first-class score of 86. And it was Copeland and Sean van Berg, the other man to go for 83, who were able to record the highest ever 6th wicket stand for Boland cricket, and for the Rocks of 169. It was an outstanding knocks from both of them, and what a wonderful partnership for them when the team needed them the most. They were 218 for the loss of 5 when they came together, and when they were eventually parted, 387 on the board at that stage, a lead of 32. It's swelled now to 58, 7 wickets down, with Viljoen and Stearman at the crease. For Western Province, 2 wickets apiece for Mpongwana, Simmons and Hendricks, and just 1 for Patterson. That's nicely played by Stearman to the man at deep square leg. That's John O'Bird, and he just rifles throw in, a left-handed to Daniel Smith. A very strong left arm, that of John O'Bird. There, 414 for the loss of 7. Just to give you updates while we wait, just of the other matches happening around the country, and it is in Willamore Park. The 5th wicket, I think it's just, and it doesn't just fall, it's just after lunch there in the match between South Africa A and India A, as that's fielded at a short extra cover by Bjorn Hendricks. Looks like they've had a good lunch, Western Province. They're looking like a little bit more sprightly after lunch. As welcome again to Lauren.
Hi, James. I think they had a nice chop and
They did, yeah, they did. They definitely didn't.
gravy.
They definitely didn't have the dop with the chop, though. Sorry, I'm sorry. Shouldn't be saying that on air, probably. But, it's a Afrikaans saying here when you enjoying your braai, your barbecue, as we call it at a braai here in South Africa. So Mpongwana in that is got it. He's given him, I thought he might give him. That looked incredibly adjacent to me, and umpire Mazizi Gampu agrees with Mhlali Mpongwana, and golden arm Mpongwana has picked up his 3rd wicket there. Haris Viljoen, LBW, to him for 13, and the breakthrough straight after the luncheon interval for Western Province. He faced 28 deliveries, just that one boundary, a very nice reverse sweep off the bowling of Carl Simmons, and Mhlali Mpongwana with the last delivery of his first over after lunch. Traps Huddersfield LBW, trying to play it through the offside, just held its line and would have probably gone on to hit middle and off stump, well, maybe down, sorry, towards the leg stump. It was a very good wicket for the team from Cape Town. It's down the road, and they now have got Sia Mahima coming into bat for the Rocks. What did you think there, Lauren? Easy decision for the
Oh,
umpire?
that was such an easy decision for the umpire. Just as you were saying, they're looking good. Looking good after there.
Yeah, they had. Well, that's right. I mean, they did look like they had a bit more of a spring in their step, Western Province, and now they've got even more of a spring in their step, I'm sure, as they can perhaps sense that the end might be near for the Rocks innings, and that is always that they're going to be a situation where they are going to be able to get off the field. That's a bit of something interesting there. Dame Patterson just involved in a bit of helping Carl Simmons with bowling practice. Simmons was having a look at something else when he bowled the ball at him, and it sort of landed on his foot. A bit of a laugh there for them. And it's going to be Carl Simmons to continue the attack from the Nederburg end of the ground, the northern end of the ground.
Oh, now he's looking very sprightly,
He is
James.
looking very
He's
sprightly. Look at that.
definitely
He's definitely.
had Red Bull during.
I
I'm
think
not
so.
even sure if you're allowed to have Red
We
Bull.
were saying
but
probably not, but
one
yeah, that's right.
free.
Right.
How much of it to
Some
call
of
it?
the sponsors drink, perhaps the Powerade. Good plug for Powerade. Please remember us. We are looking to expand our commentary. So if you can help, no, just joking. So yeah, really good to see a little bit more action and I say action, but perhaps a bit more spring in the step of Western Province after the luncheon break, and
There we
he's
go.
auditioning for Strictly Come Dancing there, Carl Simmons. He's away from us now. Just patted away outside the leg stump by Glenton Stearman, no danger there. That just as long as he keeps his gloves away from the ball, you just cannot take it away from these Rocks batters. Huddersfield, just not really a cameo from him. You would expect him to possibly, he has the opportunity to hit the ball hard. He did have a small partnership there with Sean von Berg, but 2 wickets in reasonably quick succession for Western Province, and that one just off the outside half of the bat down past the second slip, which is George Linder. He picks it up at sort of 35 down to third position there. And
it's like Durant said earlier on in this format, the wickets come in pairs. These ones have definitely come in a few pairs. Yeah,
they have indeed, and it's the new batter in at the crease. It's perhaps not as easy out there. And when until you get in and you've batted on the surface for a while, not that easy to be able to play it. As Mahima faces his first ball, Sia Mahima, going to be expecting him to do a lot of bowling today. Once the Western Province, once this Gbets Rocks innings is finished, at the moment his focus is on batting. Just pads that away, and George Linder would have possibly before lunch would probably just have walked after that one. That's a bit of a sprint there, so they definitely look like they
definitely there was something. There was
I don't know
something.
I think it was the pup myself. The pup, maybe the sauce. I don't know. It was very good. And that is straight through. She doesn't do anything there, Sia Mahima. He just seems to stand and let that ball go past, go and hit him. That's the end of the over from Simmons. And it was just a single off that. He's now bowled 47 overs, 2 for 110, 10 maidens. So a marathon session from him. That's what they say about 4-day cricket. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've struggled with golfer's elbow before from typing on my keyboard, and I never played golf. So I can imagine that he might be struggling with a little bit of elbow something tomorrow.
He may well be. Yeah, you never know.
Weird
You never
things
know.
happen.
That's very true.
Just typing on your keyboard is often a hazard.
Yeah, certainly these days. I mean, we do have to type quite a lot on our keyboards. I mean,
Absolutely.
had I known that, I might have chosen a school where you actually did typing, and not Latin. Yeah. Anyway,
That's really good.
it is. Yes. So Yeah, very, very interesting. So it's going to be Mpongwana that's going to be coming into bowl towards us from the old stables end. And that's in the air, and
Oh,
it's wide of the man at that short extra cover. And Bjorn Hendricks, the captain, doing the teapot there, just thinking, where must I put these fielders? I think he's saying at the moment. So it goes down to the man at mid-off, uh, Tiwakaya Nabe. He'll be happy that Haris Viljoen is off the field.
yeah.
He dropped Viljoen when he was on 11, so he only added 2 more to that score. Really was an easy catch, but
Yeah.
perhaps just that concentration just not there before the lunch interval, and that's sliced away by Stearman down to the third man boundary, and it'll be 4 now as it hits the rope, and that will be a welcome boundary for the Rocks. Often it wasn't a bad shot at all. I think he intended to play it there. Stearman, he does have a reasonably good record with the bat. I'll get you those numbers of his shortly in terms of his inning, of his particular contributions. So, just hold on. I don't know why it's not working for me. So apologies, I'm in the wrong. So if we look at Glenton Stearman, 67 matches, 93 innings, 10 not out, 1,079 runs with the best of 86 for Southwestern Districts versus Border in the 15-16 season, average of 13 with the 150. So as we said before, we came on air. We did say we say no mug with the bat, and that's it sounds like a very harsh statement, but that does mean that he can bat. It's not that he can't bat. He's able to hold up an end, and top score of 86 is certainly something he can be very proud of as a lower end or tail end batter.
Are you feeling excited for this test series happening next week, James?
Oh,
South Africa taking on India, Newlands. We were talking about it earlier. It's exciting.
it is. It's incredibly exciting as Pongwana's in again, and that's very nicely played by Stearman through the offside. I think they'll cut it off. Nabe's long legs there running after that one, and he's managed to cut that off from Tiwakaya Nabe, and they go through for 3. That's good running there from this pair.
Just saw his orange-soled shoes running there. Almost thought it was Lamboutins, but it's definitely not red. Not plug-in Lamboutins, but if they'd like to sponsor as well.
There we go.
So nice shoes.
Yeah, very nice shoes. These players all having their desired footwear. They're not designer footwear, but really good. The different companies that manufacture the cricket boots, and built very much for comfort and to help with any injuries these days. Oh, it seems Sia Mahima has a go at that one outside the off stump, kept a bit low, and just plays outside the line of that. I'm exceptionally excited for next week at Newlands. I think with the match in Centurion ending in 3 days, and the South African attack really taking it to the Indian batters and coming out on top, as well as, of course, Dean Elgar's final test appearance at ground that he loves. Yeah,
wasn't a dry eye in the house, I'm going to say.
No,
I mean,
no.
it was like the swan song, it just ended really good for him.
Just incredible, wasn't it? So well bowled and well played there by Mahima as he keeps that out. But he hadn't got a double 100 in Test cricket. 199 his highest score in Test cricket. So he got to 185. I think even the commentator, when he was out to that strangle down the leg side, was like, "Oh no, Dean, come on, you had this chance to get to 200 on his home ground." But what an innings from Dean Elgar, and backed up by his bowlers, Kagiso Rabada, Nandre Berger, Gerald Coetzee, just incredible. Marco Jansen. I mean, what more can you say about Marco Jansen? I mean, he's bowling incredibly well, batting amazing.
So well. At the beginning of his career, there was so much talk that he can bat, he can, and he's showing us what he can do. He is just the most incredible tall man I've ever seen. Well, not probably ever, but he's incredibly tall. I mean, I'm 5'3", so anyone that's over 5'5" is tall to me, So, but he is so tall. And he's just a force, and it was really fantastic if you were a South African supporter.
Yeah, wonderful to see, as that's nicely played again by Stearman. He has very good technique, and he played that one exceptionally well. The line has changed here from Simmons, so he's done away with the leg stump line, and I think that's the right call. Now with Huddersfield out, he's now decided to attack more, bowling over the wicket. And there's that man at sort of very silly mid-off, right under the batter's nose. So we were talking about this yesterday, myself and Vincent Barnes. I mean, that is that position that Valentine Kitime is in there. He is able to then, if it's prodded back and it just pops up off the bat, even down the center of the pitch, he's able to even sometimes launch himself down, potentially to take the catch. So that's just,
It must be I mean, looking at it from where we're sitting, it's very intimidating for the batter to have someone that's so close to you. But it must be intimidating if you've got to be quite brave to be in that position. You don't know how fast this ball is coming, or
you have no clue until it actually gets and then hits the bat. And that's very well played, but equally well half stopped there by Nabe. He's going to prevented a certain 2 runs there, diving to his right, and he's made an excellent stop. Looks like he might have just, I don't know if he hurt himself there diving. He's feeling his side of it, but he seems to be fine. He saved that brilliantly, did Nabe, and they go through for 2. There, as you saw, Valentine Kitime he's now back at his normal position of short leg, just took some evasive action there. Last ball of the Kyle Simmons over. Just played very comfortably out into the offside. So it'll be Siamahima to face the next delivery. It'll be from Mpongwana, who's had some success today. He's actually picked up 3 wickets now, with 2 wickets today. Those of Von Berg, and now the one of Huddersfield in the last over. And the young man who was picked for the South African ODI squad didn't get a game in that. A lot of us were thinking perhaps he would play in the Paarl ODI. Was unfortunately didn't get that game. Björn Mulder preferred by the coach for that particular game, and he was just explaining afterwards. Was Rob Walter, who's asked the question about Mhlali Mpongwana and Björn Mulder in terms of playing in that game, and he was just saying that he certainly felt Björn Mulder bowled particularly well in that match. That's just sliced down to the man in bad backward point. That's very good fielding from Kitime again. He does save a lot of runs in the field for Western Province. A young man who has had a bit of a difficult time with the bat, hoping that today, when he does perhaps get out to bat, I know that they will be able to. He will be able to then do well with the bat. He scored 19 in the first innings, and he has been struggling quite a bit with the bat this season. Just in his first season with Western Province, that's also sliced away or played nicely into the offside. Simmons chasing, and he'll get to it now and prevent them from coming back for the second. That's very good fielding.
Very good fielding, especially when he's been bowling.
Yeah,
so many overs.
48 overs he's bowled, and quite a lot today as well. He's bowled unchanged from the Niederberg end of the ground. He's bowled 13 overs unchanged this morning. And
Mahima finally got a run there after being in for quite some time.
That's right. So he's faced, so that was 14 minutes he's faced now. That was his 7th ball. And he'll be looking just to keep his end up, because the lead is now 70. Lead growing, but every run is incredibly precious for the Rocks here. Good ball from Mpongwana. Been impressed with Mhlali Mpongwana. I mean, he's been playing for a few seasons now for Western Province. He's born and bred Western Province player.
Yes, proudly.
Came through, and he's a product of he actually went to the sports school in the Western Cape. So somebody identified and coming through. I think he's the first graduate from that, or say graduate matriculant from the I can't remember the exact name of the school, but he was. It's been really a fantastic performer and
He's
a
another.
man to look up to. Yeah.
And I was just about to say we were crossing over there.
Yeah.
Look up to him.
Yeah,
He certainly
absolutely.
is definitely tall,
He
but he's
is.
also he's very good.
Just such a wonderful ambassador for the sport, and such a kind and gentle man. I mean, he really is. He's such a respectful and humble character. I mean, just talking to him about his selection, and we'll get back to that now. Oh, that was
Oh.
a slightly false stroke from Stearman. And he was just saying, that always so grateful for, positive comments. Asked him how it was, and he just said it was so amazing to be there with the squad and just the experience of being with the team. And he never takes anything for granted, which is such
Amazing,
a
yeah.
great thing for a young sportsman who's been now thrust into the limelight, but he's worked really hard.
Yeah.
That's very good bowling from Mpongwana, just keeping Stearman quiet, nothing for him to hit. And the Rocks just accumulating runs. They're now 70 ahead. That's 8 wickets down, so 2 wickets Western Province are looking for, and Mahima and Stearman will be looking to keep batting as long as possible here. So, Lauren, I know you probably were having a bit of a chat when I wasn't with you before the luncheon interval
Yes.
with Durant. And just in terms of, I know we were going to get back to the South African women's team and their performances
yes.
against Bangladesh more recently. And just you were chatting earlier on. I know we were talking a bit about the test matches and from the men's point of view, but Shabnim Ismail, you were saying earlier on as well, just sort of steaming in, and you look at the men's bowlers as well, and the animation. That's good delivery there. They changed the line again here, Carl Simmons. It's just that passion for the game is something you were talking about, and in women's cricket, you certainly see that with our team, with
Yes.
Proteas women. And now that there's sort of been a bit of a change in the team, with losing, Shabnim's retired. You have Chloe has been injured, as you said, for some time. We expect her to be back for the Australia tour.
And that's going to be
huge thing coming up.
Huge tour, isn't it? And the test as well.
Yeah.
And we don't play, the Proteas women don't play that many test matches, so it's going to be a good challenge though.
Just pads that away once again, which I think he can do all day if he wants to with this line. Perhaps to Mahime should be looking at going back around the wicket just to get him to play. Unless he can pitch this on middle and leg, he's not going to be able to get any kind of LBW decision. He's a lot closer to the wicket that time. So maybe you heard me talking.
I think so.
And that's a series against Australia starting the end of January, I think it is. They go over to Australia.
Yes, I can't remember the exact date, but definitely they're going to be there for, I think, about a month. I mean, ODIs, T20s, a test, and I think what people also don't realize is that, traveling plays a huge role in your form as well.
Yeah.
I mean, Australia is not, going to play there, you're going 8-9 hours ahead. And I know for you, James, you've probably been there. I've been there.
Yeah, I haven't been to Australia.
You haven't been to Australia?
No, that's one place I haven't
Maybe
been to.
that you have
Yeah,
since
unfortunately.
you traveled.
I have traveled a lot, but that's one place I haven't been to.
I've been to Australia, and I found the time difference catches up to you, when you're going so far ahead. So obviously they're going to be there for a while just to acclimatize, and of course the climate being very, very similar to ours. So I think that wouldn't be much of a problem at this stage, but it's going to also be hot. It is January, February.
Yeah.
So it's going to be nice. It's going to be a challenge for Laura Wolfhard, who's now, fully inducted, so to say, as our captain. And Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Change of bowling from the old stables end. Mtiwakai Nabe is into the attack. Mhlali Mpongwana being taken off after he bowled, I think, 5 over spell there for Mhlali Mpongwana. And now Nabe, he's bowled so far in the match, has bowled 13 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 37. And he's back into the attack now. Second spell of day 3, and he's bowling to Siamahima. That's into the legs again. That's not really where he wants to be bowling. More in terms of tail end batter, you want to be giving him maybe the chance to just have it in that corridor of uncertainty outside the off stump. We call it the corridor of uncertainty.
Corridor of uncertainty.
Yes.
It's poetic.
Yes, it is, isn't it? We're very poetic, from a cricket commentary point of view. We're very poetic a lot of the time. We even have certain scores that we like 123 for 5, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mathematically
Yes, of
speaking,
course.
that's a really nice number for us. So, but yes, we can be very poetic.
Very poetic bunch.
You look at the great commentators of the past and some in the present as well. Tend to have people that we remember in South Africa, like Charles Fortune and
Robin Bolton.
Robin Jackman, was it? Robin Jackman, yes, and people like Tony Cozier from the.
I remember umpire as well because of my mom.
Right. Okay. Interesting.
I was just a fan of. There was one, I think it was a British man. Shepherd.
Yes.
He was lovely.
He was.
I was very young, so
I think his Christian name. He used to stand on one leg
with Nelson.
With Nelson, yes, David Shepherd.
Isle of Wight or something. He was from one of those.
Okay. Probably it could have been the Isle of Wight. I'm not sure.
Could have been.
He was a first-class cricketer as well, David Shepherd, and it stood in many test matches. That's given wide over the head of the batter. So Nabe trying for the surprise ball to Glenton Stearman. That's the 3rd wide of the innings. 428 for the loss of 8. And by David Shepherd. Was also.
Do you remember him?
Yes, I do very well. He actually umpired in a game that I probably shouldn't mention.
The
1999 World Cup semi-final against Australia.
Oh yes.
And
that's
another good delivery from Nabe, angling into the right-hander, and does get bat on it. Otherwise, I think there would have been a very loud appeal. 428 for 8 in the 142nd over. So batting still at 3 and over. Western Province looking for 2 wickets. And the Rocks looking to extend this lead as much as possible. Already 73, the lead could be quite defining in this match. Yeah, David Shepherd, a really outstanding umpire, and many games that he stood in. And but yeah, just remember him just with that long. He used to wear a long white coat.
Yes.
And his hat, and that he has got an edge on that, but it's going to come down here, and it will be. Mo Valley is so quick over the ground. Is Valley, they go through just for the single there, perhaps expecting it perhaps to go down to the boundary for 4, but Mo Valley is like a terrier in the field. He's just so quick over the ground.
He is so fast.
So well to get to that one, and he's also not such a young man. We had this discussion today. Yeah, Mo's been around for quite a while, so he's probably in his 30s. Okay. Yeah, no, he is in his 30s, but I'm saying not such a young man will be in his 30s. The oldest young man, 35 plus. No, I'm just joking. So
I suppose for the sport, that's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of experience in the sport, I mean, Mo's been around for quite some time, and we can give you details of his debut and that now, but in the early probably early 2010s that he made his debut. I'm going to get that information for you now.
But also, James, when we think about the Western Province, you're talking about him making his debut.
Yeah.
And I was thinking.
So well played into the leg side by Glenton Stearman. He looks very comfortable out there, Stearman. He's on to 14 now. He's above his batting average of 13, a man that does have 1 half century to his name. So he most certainly can bat, and we've seen that before. A man who's been capped by South Africa and still has a potential for future in the international scene. Sorry, you're
Yes,
saying, you talk about the careers, yeah.
women as well.
Yes, absolutely.
They are a formidable force.
Oh, that's into the body. He manages to just play that down short of the man at the under the helmet there at short leg. Yes, they are indeed. I mean, they have been for a number of years. I don't think a year really goes by that they don't win. MD doesn't quite manage to get down to stop that one. Nabe, he's going to prevent it from going for a boundary. Gets enough on it to just allow them to go through for two.
Again, that ball just slowing down towards that boundary line.
Is.
It did on the other side of the field earlier on.
He just managed to get something behind it, I think, Lawrence, that went past him to prevent the boundary. So fortunately preventing another 2 runs with the stop there, or the half stop. See just the 2 balls left in this over, and that is going to be another run to the man at cover. That's Mo Valley just trotting after it because he sees no need to go after it quickly. They just literally walked through for the run in that particular instance. Western Province just not making anything really happen at the moment here. It doesn't look like, which I think they were doing that. They did come out firing, didn't they? And they got the wicket they were looking for after the lunch break. Haven't had anything since then. Stearman and Mahima have been able to blunt their attack. 19, the partnership now. It's a very good one for them, low down the order, and that can be very frustrating for the bowling team when your number 9 and 10 are able to just keep their ends up and manage to keep the batting going for a significant amount of time. Already now had literally half an hour after the luncheon interval.
And I think Mahima just playing the role there of just getting Stearman on strike all the time, because he's only, he's faced quite a number of balls but only scoring 5, and so just playing that perfect role of just that rotation.
Which is exactly right. I mean, it's what he needs to do, and he's not taking any risks at all. He doesn't have to take any risks.
Yeah.
And he's played the ones that have been there to hit. He's been able to play a couple of aggressive shots. He tries to play an aggressive shot now. Of course, after we complimented him for playing defensively, he goes and flashes at one outside the off stump.
But the truth is, when you see Nabe coming towards you with those orange sole shoes, and I love his energy.
Yeah.
He's got that aggression. He's got that, come on, give me something when he throws the ball at you. So he's going to be coming back, and it's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah. And he is towards us now. He plays that one beautifully through the covers, and that's going to be racing away for 4. Carl Simmons not going to stop that one. His first boundary, Sia Mahima, it was there to be hit. It was wide-ish outside the off stump, and he played it almost on the up, but there was no danger in the shot, and that takes the lead now.
He let us down there. We were just talking about that aggression.
And
but going to correct it now. Watch.
9, he's got off 19 deliveries. Ball will be tossed to him now by Dame Patterson. Maybe a word of advice from his experienced teammate there. He got his captain is at shortish extra cover. We got a man at slip. Just brought it back to the man at mid-off, and bit of an inhalation of breath there from the Boland Cricket Union's Durant Gerson behind us. But this has been a fantastic effort from the Rocks. And now 437 for the loss of 8. The lead now 82 on the first innings. That is a sizable lead, and that is up in the air, but it's bounced 2 or 3 times before it reaches John O'Bird. I do think that position at deep square is a bit wasted for perhaps for Sia Mahima. Maybe he was in at a conventional square leg position. But I think it's difficult to know. When you're on the field, I think it's a lot more difficult than when you're sitting up here.
Yeah,
You're perhaps trying to
definitely.
read the game a bit. When you're up here, it's all happening on the field as Nabe's in again. Nicely played by Stearman. Looks in no trouble at all, Glenton Stearman. Pungwana picks up at mid-wicket. Yeah, so really exciting. We're looking at that tour to Australia by the South African women, and it starts on the 27th of January. It starts with the first T20 international against Australia in Canberra, and there are three T20 internationals, two of those in Canberra, and he plays that one to the left of the man at shortish mid-wicket. It was in the air for a while, but bounced ahead of Mpongwana, and it was to his left. It was not, certainly wasn't a catch, but once again, a stroke that wasn't quite executed how the batter would have wanted, and Mahima will be on strike for the first ball of the next over. And
I see some spectators putting in under those trees you said were
Yeah,
available.
beautiful.
So I think
Yeah.
they were listening and decided coming on down. Some got cooler boxes. That's the way to go.
Absolutely.
Camping chairs, good conversation, good friends, good cricket, scintillating, stunning, warm, and what else could you want on a beautiful Friday afternoon during the festive season, easing into the weekend?
Ah, could not have set the scene better there. Thank you so much, Lauren. It's wonderful to be with you all here, and lovely to have Lauren Jacobs-Beekman here with us in the commentary box, talking about cricket, the sport we all love
Yes.
so much, and we're glad that you're all able to join us. And those of you that are watching at the moment, all 188 of you, and hopefully you are enjoying the broadcast that we are bringing to you. If you do want to have something that is cricket related that you want to share with us, or questions you want to ask us, please feel free to come through and ask us those questions. It's Simmons away from us again, and that's just played straight back to him by Mahima. And Simmons.
I love the way you said if you have something to ask cricket related on the chat.
Yes.
Because we're not going to be sharing recipes, mouth tapped, and anything else
Well,
that you want
I mean,
the pup and the sauce that we have every time. Keep it cricket.
a reverse sweep from Sia Mahima. My goodness, they pulled that one out of the bag. I think that was a nominated shot.
Didn't really work, I think, the way he
No.
envisioned it last night.
No, certainly not.
But
Oh, dear.
it's good to try something new.
It's exciting to see. You know, he's
Yes.
been there a little while now. He's got his eye. He's got 10.
Yeah.
And his numbers certainly in first class cricket at this stage in his career, not long into his career. Sia Mahima only his 7th first class game according to this, and he's only scored 70 runs so far. 32 is his highest score.
Okay.
So he's making a comeback and really into his he isn't he's been around cricket for quite a while, but from a first class point of view, not played as many games. So really good to see him in the team. He's got a lot to offer with his slow left arm orthodox spin, and we're hoping to see him bowling later on today. And if you're a Rock supporter, you're hoping to see him batting a lot longer in this innings. And so perhaps his career figures belie the fact that he is quite competent with the bat as a number 10, and he's done well so far. And he's on to 11. And he played that one sumptuous drive through the offside in the previous over from Mpongwana. From Nabe, and it's going to be Nabe to continue. So just running through more of that Australia-South Africa women's tour. First ODI will be on Saturday, the 3rd of February. That is in Adelaide. The second ODI in Sydney, North Sydney, and the third ODI also in North Sydney. And then they move from there to the Test match, which is going to be held at the Wacker in Perth from the 15th of February, 15th to 18th of February 2024, and that is when the tour will end. Those are the international matches.
And then
on
Sri
the tour.
Lanka is coming to South Africa to play the
Yes.
Proteas women in March, and that
Which
you'll
is-
be able to see on home soil.
Which is going to be absolutely
Let's
incredible.
hope they're including Newlands this
I
time.
hope so. We'll have a look at that and see if that tour has been announced in terms of the venues as yet. I don't know. I don't have that information
I'm not sure if
necessarily
it
at hand
has
yet.
been announced yet, but so we can completely spam Cricket South Africa and demand that they bring them to Newlands. Boland Park.
Maybe, yeah, even Boland Park. We'd be happy to have them here at Boland Park. It's wonderful to be here. So your commentary team here, myself, James King, Lauren Jacobs Bierkman, and Durant Huersen, happy to bring you the match from here. We also do cover matches in Cape Town, and once the break is over for the Betway SA20, of course, don't forget the test match that is taking place at Newlands next week, the 3rd to the 7th of January. Second test in that Betway test series between India and South Africa. South Africa 1-0 up in that series. And a change of line here now from Nabi. He's going to come around the wicket to Mahima. They've got a fly, not really a fly slip. They've got a man at third here, just to the right of us. And he is Valentine Kitime was, I think, expecting the ramp shot perhaps from Sia Mahima. Now into him, and that is short, and he has a wave at it. And Daniel Smith's waving at the umpire as well, asking, please, can you give that out? But he didn't get anywhere near that one, I don't think. And so he doesn't give that one out. So just looking at the other matches taking place. And India under 19 have finished their innings in the match against Afghanistan. That's the Youth Tri-Series, the 50-over match, and Afghanistan bowled out there for 199. Another one that he just wasn't able to get bat on.
No.
And the line of attack here is clear from Mtua Kayanabe. The field positions are talking to it as well. Lauren, we've got this. Just look at here, we've got this fly slip, or the man at a short third, I would say short third, at very fine third, just off the boundary. Got a leg slip, you've got a man at slip, and you've got a man at third, at fine leg, and he tries again to get hold of that. And none of these are being, that's one is being signaled now, is just above the first one above the shoulder, I think. So tactic is clear, and Sia Mahima is having a go at them as well. There's no reason why he shouldn't. If he gets hold of anything here, it's going to fly away to the boundary. So just to give you that score again, Afghanistan batting against the India under 19 scored 199 in 49 overs in their match at the Old Edwardians Club. And he plays that very nicely down the ground. There is no mid-off, so it was a good shot to play, and he doesn't get it past the bowler on his follow through. He was a bit upset with himself there. He didn't take full toll of that Fuller ball. And the field is a very interesting one.
Yes, changed a lot here.
So let's just see the fields. We've got a slip. We've got a man at this third position, just off the boundary. Fine. He's back in with this attack, and it's played into the covers. There's no run there. Simmons around quickly from point. There was a point and then a mid-off. So they've really got that was a very interesting field to Mahima. Just let's have a look here at the scorecard 199. Zurmatai getting 71 and Esakil getting 54. India need 200 to win from 300 balls, so 50 overs, and that match at its mid break at the moment, at the lunch break at the moment, and the 4-day match between South Africa A and India A. India A batting there at Willamore Park. Washington Sundar has just recently come to the crease, 297 for the loss of 6. Bayer Swanepoel, the Warriors bowler, is bowling at the moment there. So just some interesting live scores.
Lots of cricket. You could be literally just looking through each of them, changing what you want to watch every 10, 15 minutes. But I think it's so exciting to watch the under-19s and the youth players, because if we consider the fact that in 2028 cricket is coming to the Olympics, we are watching future Olympians right before us. These are the stars of now and the future. So we really need to be just engaging with them.
Absolutely right, Lauren. It's wonderful to see. We've got the Cricket World Cup in South Africa in 2027.
Oh, I'm so
What an
excited
amazing
about
thing
that.
to look forward to. We got the Under-19 World Cup, as we were telling you about a bit earlier, coming to this country very soon. And it really is wonderful to have these events happening here.
And the women's under-19 cricket that happened this year, it feels
Yeah, it
long.
was amazing.
It was
Under-19
really
World Cup at the
amazing.
beginning of this year. Hendricks, who's replaced Simmons, and that does he just pulls his bat out of the way. I think Stearman there will give him the benefit of the doubt, and so it's a ring field on the offside, 5-4 offside leg side field. We've got a man at gully, backward point, short extra cover, man at cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, backward square, and a long leg, and it's 27. This partnership between these two. This must be very irritating for Western Province and very gratifying for the Rocks, taking the lead even closer to 100, sitting at 86 at the moment, 441 for the loss of 8. It's in the air and it's just wide over the man at short extra cover, bounces to the right of the man at cover, and they go through for the single. So just not falling for Western Province.
Just not.
It's been like that. They'll feel it's been like that for the last couple of days, and no doubt.
Rocket is running out of slight little bit of rocket fuel.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
maybe that's what they would have needed from the fielder to catch that one. But the Rocks was saying it was intended to be played into the gap there, definitely from Glenn to Stearman, just over the man's head. Just got to keep them thinking.
Yeah.
If you're a batter.
Yeah.
Hendricks away from us again. He has a good go at that one. Mahima puts his foot down the wicket and tries to play it through the gaps which are there on the offside. And no fielders on the boundary on the offside at the moment. This is a 4-day game. Lead 87 for the Rocks at the moment. And I'm going to vacate my position at the end of this over, which is a couple of balls away, and ask that Durant's going to come in and join you for a little bit until the drinks break, and then we'll and I'll let you have a bit more time. I know you have to leave us a bit earlier on this afternoon, so we'll definitely take you through to the, if you can then the two of you take us through to the drinks break. I'm going to just vacate the seat so Durant can come in here now, and we'll be chatting to you a bit later on this afternoon. Thank you so much, Lawrence.
Thank you so much, James. Always nice to hang out with you at Boland Park.
It's a wonderful place to hang out, definitely. A beautiful summer's day.
On a beautiful summer's day, but equally cool to hang out with you, Durant.
Good save there, Lawrence.
Yeah. Oh, what a shot. 1, 2, 3 bounces. Nothing from that, only single. And yeah. Hi, Lauren.
Hey, Durant, how are you feeling about the game?
Positive.
On what side?
On the cricket side. No, it's been a very good game, and with Stearman and Mahima now building a partnership of 29 at the moment. It's yeah, with especially 443 on the board, with still 2 wickets remaining for the Rocks.
Yeah.
It's looking very positive for them. And I just had a look at the weather.
Again?
Yes,
Keeping
yeah,
up to
I'm
date.
keeping an eye on it constantly throughout the day. They expect 10 millimeters of rain tomorrow.
10 millimeters of rain.
So it's going to be a lot. And the at one stage, I think yeah, about 2 o'clock, it's going to be 4 millimeters that's going to fall here at Boland Park tomorrow.
At Boland Park. Wow.
So it's going to be
a rainy, wet one. This is Cape Town. It's December. Often it rains on Christmas in Cape Town, which they didn't this year, so maybe it's a little bit later.
Another good delivery there from Nabe. Almost getting Siamima there.
Almost.
It does look like he's got his number at the moment.
He's got his phone number. He's got it on speed dial.
But he's been doing good. Siamima, 12 runs on the board for him. And Glenn Simon, of course, 17 runs.
Yeah, and he hit that amazing 4, which was really great just now. So here we go.
Oh, that's
Just
good
gets
shot.
it down the ground. Going all the way to the boundary rope. Very slow. It's gonna reach it. Finally there at the end. That's another boundary for him.
Another boundary. I
Just
just said that he had got that 4.
So that's 447 runs on the board for the Gbets Rocks after losing 8 wickets. And like I said to James earlier today, I think at the lunch break, I couldn't when the Gbets Rocks were 10 for 2 at the end of the first day, I would never have guessed that they would score
That
a
total.
total of this. Looking at a 450 now. Another great shot there from Siamima. One bounce over the boundary rope. That's 4 runs on the board. Another 4 runs on the board for him.
I think he was watching Marco Jansen yesterday and thinking, I'm gonna pull one out.
If
No,
he can do
not
it, why
just
can't I?
bowling. Yeah,
Yes.
not just bowling, but I'm an all-rounder. Watch me go. And yeah, I agree with you what you said. You know, when you're looking at a score of 10 for 2 at the end of you're thinking to yourself, how are they going to pick this up? But that's keeping your nerve and working as a team. And I
And
think they've done amazing.
no, absolutely. And it's they currently have a 96 run lead over Western Province. So it's 450 up for them.
Yeah.
So brilliant. Just having
Durant's
just
very excited about what's happening with the
like good
Rocks right
cricket.
now.
It's very hard to be unbiased at this stage of the match.
At least he's admitting.
Ooh. So
But
good delivery.
the truth is, you're supposed to be unbiased, but you do have a lean towards something, and especially,
Yes.
you know, as someone that has been part of the game itself,
Mm.
you're going to feel those warm feelings
Uh,
inside yourself.
I think it's very difficult, especially for commentators to be unbiased. I'm
Absolutely.
very much sure if Sean Pollock is in commentary and India hits a 6, he's not too happy about it, but he needs to sound he needs to try to sound happy.
Absolutely.
So yeah.
What did you think of Berger? How he was bowling
Yeah, it's
in this test, hey?
on a debut, 7 wickets. It's
Absolutely.
oh, that's a big shot. There's a man getting underneath it, and it does have it, but there's no celebration or anything.
Did he catch it?
Yeah, I think he did get. Yeah, I can see us walking. I would have. Okay,
Okay.
they're probably not happy with 100.
Yeah.
The trailing by 100 runs,
Yeah.
so nothing to be excited about. But yeah, Siama, he was out. He does look very angry with himself.
He did score. I think he was getting warmed up. I think, you know, with those 4s coming quick. He scored 20. So
Yeah, 20 runs of 41 deliveries, so that's almost a 50 strike rate.
yeah.
No, he should be very proud of himself. He's definitely over his average, which is very good.
Yeah.
And it's almost an hour in, 48 minutes he was in the middle.
That went
Seeing
really
outline.
quickly. It felt like he just
did.
came in.
Well, these past 3 days have been going by at a lightning pace, I must say. It's almost, yeah, I don't want it to stop. So normally when you have fun, it's So it's Aishal Kluter that's coming in now to bat for the Gbets Rocks, and of course his highest score was 13 when they played the Tuskers, and that was the previous match in Pietermaritzburg. I think that was about a week and a half ago that he scored that 13. And of course, great bowling from him, getting 5 wickets. Excuse me, 4 wickets, almost 5. He was on a hat trick at one stage.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and if he got the hat trick, that would have been his 5 as well. So. No, he did absolutely phenomenal. Did his job with the ball. Let's see if he can do his job with the bats. They only need 4 more runs for 100 lead, and I'm pretty sure they want that 100 lead.
And I'm pretty sure that they're going to get it at this rate. I mean, it's 4 runs. But we never know. When we commentate and we say
Yeah,
things tend to happen.
the curse is real, and I've grown accustomed to that. So,
Yeah.
and it happened with Michael Copeland's wicket. So I still need to go up to him and say sorry for that, for him not making his. So no, so Nava now bowling his last ball of the over towards Aishal Kluter, the new man in the middle. 4 more runs to go. So I think the best bet now for Aishal Kluter is just to block the ball and keep Glenton Seaman on strike there at the old stables end.
Yeah.
And here's Nabe for the last ball of the over. And Aishal Kluter gets it away into a gap. They're gonna come back for 2. And that's a 98-run lead now.
Really well played there.
Mm.
And really well played by the fielder as well, cutting that off because that ball was going pretty fast.
No, it's been an absolutely phenomenal fielding performance from Western Province. If you take in consideration, they've been fielding for 2 days, 3 days actually almost. So the discipline was there. Any other team would have started lacking halfway through the second day. So they're still spirits are high. I would imagine. I would hope so from Western Province.
What do you do in the evening after you've been standing out in this heat for so long? I mean, do you just lie in that ice bath and hope that one of your family members is just tossing the ice in from that ice maker? You know, you just keep on hydrating
Yes,
yourself.
I would imagine there's 2 ice baths, one to cool off and one to recover.
Absolutely.
Just getting that away. Brilliant shot from Glenton Seaman. Racing towards the boundary rope. And that's a 102-run lead. That's 4 runs on the board.
That's exactly what he wanted to do. That was so well executed. Now, Durant, speaking of that ice bath, have you ever done the
No.
ice bath?
No, they've tried to get me into one in the previous match here at Boland Park, but no, I refused to. I did my hand in there. I said, no, there's no.
Good for you, though.
I've heard, but no. I did my hand in it. And no, it's colder than the Atlantic, so I'm fine. Thank you.
Oh.
Almost got that away. See, again, great fielding, great commitment to stop that ball. And then, he did have backup.
So you wouldn't do the Antarctic plunge. You're not gonna.
No,
You're
no,
not gonna do it.
no, not a chance. No, I could never handle
Really cool.
cold water. No, when I was in primary school, I did swim galas, and I could never. I hated it. No, it was too cold.
I also love the swim gala.
It was too cold, and there's always bees around, and no. Oh, almost got bat to ball there.
Yeah.
No, it's been absolute. Yeah, the batters of the Gbets Rocks did a phenomenal job. Getting a 102-run lead after that taste of a T20 match we saw early in day 1 when the Western Province batters just went absolutely ballistic with the bat.
Do you think they can do it again in the second innings?
You see,
Well,
they're very tired. I
They've been
think.
long time here.
And maybe, it all depends on the adrenaline. What a shot there from Seaman. Not going the distance, but they're coming back for 2. And that's 459 on the board after losing 9 wickets.
The fielders were all over that one. Did you see emerging all in one space, but just no one getting underneath it?
Just a bit out of reach for all 3 of them.
Yep.
I'm just thinking like Janneman Milan that got out at the end of day 1. Like he must be bored to death in the dressing room at the moment.
Absolutely.
He probably finished 2 books.
Yeah, and probably watched 1,000 TikTok videos already. You know, catch up on some podcasts.
Yeah, I wonder what you must do. I remember, I think it was an Ashes series in 2013 in I think it was at the MCG, and Kevin Peterson padded up, and I can't remember it was in the middle at that stage, but I think it was 7 hours. Kevin Peterson waited to get onto in the middle.
And for
It's
KP, that must have just killed him because
yes,
he always just wanted to go out there and
it's
just
yeah. I remember it's
just do
so
it.
good. Yeah, you in an interview like years later, he said, yeah, he started a book that match and he finished it halfway
He
through.
could absolutely do that in 7 hours.
I think, and then he came on and I think he scored like 150 or
I was
something
going to
like
ask
that.
you, what did he
I
score?
think it was, yeah, it was definitely over a century. But I'm not sure if it was the MCG or was or the SCG, the Sydney Cricket Ground. But I remember it was the Ashes series.
The Ashes is also really, really great to watch.
Oh,
It's such a great series.
it's one of my favorites. It's on my bucket list. Definitely to go watch a Boxing Day Ashes match at the
In
MCG.
Okay,
Definitely on my bucket list.
on your bucket list.
Yes.
That's a real cricket lover. That's commitment.
And of course, a Lord's Test.
I was going to
Yeah, I
say,
need to. Yeah, you need to go to
that,
Lord's once in your life.
yeah, totally.
It's like making the pilgrimage, the home of cricket, like they
It's the
say.
home of cricket. And I have been there, but friends of mine have seats often in the presidential suite. So now they said you got to come back so you can sit here. So I'm now thinking that is on my bucket list. But I want to be in the presidential suite with Lords, just so I can say I've been there. They can put on my tombstone, sat in the presidential suite with
But
Lords.
is it in the pavilion building or is it more adjacent?
I have no idea. All I know is it sounds very nice. Whatever it is. But Lords is such a beautiful ground. My brother lived like 5 minutes away
Oh wow.
from the ground, so when we would go visit, we could go.
I,
But
re-
it is fantastic.
I remember this. I met this old English guy the other day, and he was like a restaurateur in
Was his
London.
name James? Was it older
No,
English
I don't
man?
know, but they call him Shaky. But he used to tell me the story all the time of back in the 70s when he lived in London. They had these upper class apartment buildings around Lord's, and it was
Mhm.
before they built the big stand, so you can still from one of the balconies see into Lord's. And he told the story where he was in Judy Garland's apartment that overlooked Lord's, and he watched a test match from a apartment balcony. And
Wow,
I just thought
that's next level.
yeah. No,
How did he get that right? Did he tell you how shaky he got?
I can't remember. I mean, it was something they met. She came to his restaurant one night, and it just
Interesting.
yeah became friends from there on out.
Now,
But
there are some
imagine.
places you really do want to
Mm,
go to if you love sports. Like people want to go to Old Trafford,
mm.
where
No,
you
not at the moment.
no,
No,
not at
no,
the moment. Well, I know
no,
someone that went recently and they said they didn't care, they just wanted to be at the stadium,
no.
It's just it's almost like you said, like a pilgrimage.
Yes.
It's
If you're a big sport lover or of a certain sport, there is a mecca of
yes,
a site that we need to be at once in your lifetime.
absolutely.
And it is between Lords and the MCG, but I think Lords is the main one.
And I've heard people say that live overseas that one of the places they've wanted to watch cricket is it's at Newlands because
Yes.
whenever commentators commentate, they always go the iconic Newlands Stadium, and
It
they have to
is.
add this word in. So I think it makes people salivate a bit, and go,
Yes.
oh, it is iconic. And then you see the mountain at the background, which is, I mean, one of the wonders of the world. So it's like I want to go there and watch it. People make that trip or to come ride the
Mm.
Cape Argus, and we think, why would you do that?
Yeah, but we live
But you
here, so it's
do.
it's normal for us, but for them it's something totally different. Oh,
Oh,
another good delivery there from Nabe. And Glenn Seaman still steadfast at his crease with 24 runs on the board after facing 47 deliveries. But what I quite like about Newlands is Boxing Day Test. That's MCG. You associate the Boxing Day Test matches with the
yeah,
MCG. New Year's Test matches, everyone in the world associate that with Newlands.
yes,
And I like it that in South Africa we've got something like that, association to a certain type of
yes,
um,
I
test
agree.
match.
I agree. And I'm really glad that this year they decided to have the SA20 final at
I,
Newlands, which is, I believe it will be sold out.
I think, yeah, the tickets already went on sale. I think the first phase of the
Yeah,
tickets already went.
yes.
And it's I think 2 hours was sold out the first phase. So it's
Really, for all the games,
no for the
for the
final.
final.
Yeah, I think the final ticket's already on sale,
Uh,
and the first phase is sold out. So well, we talked about it earlier. The SA20 is absolutely a great thing for cricket in South Africa.
it
Getting
is.
a lot of interest into the game, a lot of eyes, and a lot of money.
Yeah. And recently I was at a meeting with Cricket South Africa, and they said we're making this happen for the women's game as well, as early
Yes.
as 2025, you know. So we're going to see this as well for the women's game, and we know that we have amazing young talented
Mm.
players, you know, in different levels. I think of Gemma Botha now. I mean, I mean, she's 16 and doing what she's doing.
Oh, great shot there from Aishel Klute. Just picked the gap there. 4 runs for
Just
him.
picked it so well.
That was unbelievable. And that seems like it's a drink break. But before we go off the air for the drinks break, it's 465 with a loss of 9 wickets. And it's
150 overs.
yeah, that's 1.5 one-day games that they've been bowling now.
Yeah,
And they've got a current lead of 110 runs. So it
it
looks like a
shows
South Africa versus India scenario here on day three. It really does. It just,
you are very
I don't think you can write the script much better than
no,
this.
absolutely. And
But
yeah, Western Province, they have been so dedicated in the field. We must
mm.
give them that.
Yes, just a word from James King before we go off the air.
The legendary rivalry between South Africa and India continues as the Proteas lead 1-0 in the Betway Test Series after a stunning victory at Centurion. Get your tickets now from Ticket Pro for the New Year's Test Series taking place at Newlands Cricket Stadium from the 3rd to the 7th of January 2024. Day 1 and Day 2 already sold out. Get your ticket now at Ticket Pro. You don't want to miss out. Hashtag, let's go to the hashtags. Let's go South Africa. Hashtag be part of it. Hashtag Wazanawe as we bring you this cricketing action from Cricket South Africa. Back to the action here at Boland Park. It's a beautiful sunny day if you're out on the beach, and it's a lovely day here at the cricket. A bit hot for the players, perhaps out in the field, but it's really a warm and stunning summer's day. As first ball from Jono Bird in his third spell into his fourth over, the wrist spinner, left arm wrist spinner, and big appeal, which umpire Kluma says not out. He's bowling to Glenton Stearman. Stearman on 25, with him Aishul Kluter on 6, 465 for the loss of 9. It is after 150 overs and 1 ball. Yes, 150 overs. The lead now 110 for the Gbets Rocks on a surface which is maybe offering a little bit for the spinners, but really not much from a pace bowler's point of view. And it's in again, good delivery from Bird this time, just giving him an opportunity to have some time in the middle, bowling his left arm wrist spin, and good part-time option to have Jono Bird. He hasn't bowled very much at all. Oh, that one's edged down by Stearman into the vacant sort of gully area. Bird has got a 4-5 offside leg side field. He is predominantly going to turn that into the right-hander. Gives him the width and gives him the length as well. And Valentine Katima, probably the fastest man on the field for Western Province, can't cut that off. As another boundary stretches the lead now to 114, and that's 29 to Glenton Stearman, a man who has got one first-class 50 to his name. And if he could get another one today, that would be absolutely brilliant for the Rocks, who've just extended their lead more and more during the day. They've added 131 to their overnight score of 338 for 5. It's nicely tickled into the leg side. Pongwana does the fielding at mid-wicket. So we've got a slip, a backward point on the boundary, and mid-wicket, a man at mid-off, mid-on, wide-ish, extra cover, deep mid-wicket, and a man at long leg. And that one he doesn't get hold of. He could quite easily have been bowled there. That one just not perhaps able to work on the dip that Jono Bird got on that one. And at the end of the 151st over, he's bowled 4 overs, 0 for 20. I'm not sure if it will be Nabe to continue from the old stables end. But with the threat of rain tomorrow, does mean that this lead, very important, is going to be Patterson to take up the attack after the drinks break from the old stables end. We have just under an hour to go before the tea break at 3 p.m. and it may well be in between then a change of innings, give the bowlers from the Rocks a chance to have a full go at the Western Province top order in the time before tea. Making an assumption here around the ability of Aishul Kluter and Glenton Stearman to see off this attack. Dame Patterson, 21 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 57, very economical as always.
And this is going to be very interesting to see how Aishul Kluter will fend off this bowling attack from Patterson.
Yeah.
But he's been doing very good at the moment, Aishul Kluter. 6 shots on the board for you. And like I told Lauren, this almost feels like the same scenario. What happened yesterday at Centurion? It's day 3. You almost got a 150-run lead.
Yeah.
It's the same time about as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, this is exciting, and definitely we said last night when we went off the air,
Yeah.
that day 3 is going to be a very exciting day.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
It didn't disappoint at all.
No, it hasn't disappointed. It's doesn't want the run. Is he going to be out? If it had been a direct hit, that would have been very, very close. They're trying to run themselves out again here with the overthrow, but it's very quick.
That was very, very close, and there was a big shout from Glenton Stearman. It's almost like Aishul Kluter was a bit too Actually,
Yeah, he
to
wanted
get
to
out.
go through for the run. I think it probably was his call, but Stearman probably would not have made it again there. I mean, if had that ball hit, I think Ashok Clitter might have been in trouble as well. Didn't hit though. They just a bit of a conversation there between the two of them, and it's going to be Patterson in towards us now from the old stables end. Yeah, nicely played by Clitter. This wicket is as flat as a pancake, it looks like.
No, it is definitely, especially when I was there, down there earlier today.
I
Flat as a
reckon.
pancake. I
Yeah.
couldn't have said it better myself.
Yeah, it's really one expects also the heavy roller to come out for Western Province at the change of innings, and whether that is happens with the loss of the final wicket or a declaration. I think a declaration unlikely, but with the loss of the final wicket, definitely the heavy roller out just to try and make sure. Oh, that bounces just in front of Mpongwana at mid wicket, and another one that could so easily have gone to hand. And he's moved. Yeah, he couldn't. He's just saying he couldn't dive forward, and
Yeah, he's having some
just
words there
a
with his teammates.
little bit deep. He is a little bit deep. Actually, he's much deeper than the man at short extra cover. He sense perhaps he's a little bit too deep at that shortish mid wicket position.
And it's but he's still standing there at that.
He is. He is still a little bit. Anyway, it's Patterson in now, and that's
In the
played
air.
in the air again, but over the top and to the left of the man at mid on, and it's just not coming to hand for Western Province. And when it does, they don't hang on to it. Unfortunately, that catch earlier on, Pardus Viljoen dropped by Tiwakai Nabe, and probably the most important drop of the match, Carl Simmons dropping Aviva Mgijima when he was on 33 in the 30th over of the innings. Mgijima going on to score 105, and together with Peter Malan putting on 194 for the third wicket, a record for the Rocks. Ow, that's a nasty one on his bowling hand. That is really nasty for Glenton Stearman. That hit him on his on the lower hand on the bat. That's his bowling hand. He's swinging it around a bit now, getting some life back into that hand. That you could see that was immediately was sore.
He immediately sprang up. Oh no, yeah, he's taking everything off now. No, I think that really hurts.
Yeah, that must have been really horrible for him. He's taking quite a bit of time. Is Glenton Stearman
that the physio is going to come on. She
yeah,
did ask, but
coming on.
he said no, he's fine. So I think it's just a bit of a shock. Like you said, get life back into that to the land.
Yeah,
but that definitely rocked him. I think.
Yeah, was not the most pleasant delivery to get, and I'm surprised they're not bringing somebody on actually to just give him the magic spray or put some ice on it. But perhaps they are mindful of time as well. I'm not sure. Ashok Clitter just took his gloves off to give them a chance perhaps to air a bit in this heat and get sweaty in those gloves.
Yes.
And most definitely on the bat handle, you got the kind of heat out here today, really, really oppressive. Nicely played again by Stearman. They won't take a run there either. Eddie Moore in quickly from his position at slip. And John O'Bird going to be coming on to bowl his fifth over of the innings. Dane Patterson's bowled 22 overs, and he's taken 1 for 58 with 7 maidens. And just some scores from around the matches that are taking place in South Africa. SAA, it is scored 263. India A now 319 for the loss of 6. And that match is certainly going to be a draw. It's the last day today in that 4-day match there in Benoni. Now, the whole of the first day lost through rain and a wet outfield. And then in the Afghanistan under-19 versus India under-19 match taking place at the Old Edwardians Club in Johannesburg, Afghanistan 197 and India under-19 a 16 without loss at the moment, chasing that 197. So they need 1-8 to win, and that's
Just ran off
taken
the pad.
one-hander, but it looked like it was off the
Mm.
pad any day. Aishel Kluter trying to play that one forcefully out to square leg.
It was a very bad mistiming there from Aishel Kluter.
Yeah, he's trying to get that one that is turning into him from the left arm wrist spinner. Jono Bird away from us now. And that's tossed up beautifully. It's played very well straight to Kitime at a deepish mid-off. I'm surprised they didn't perhaps go through for a run there. These two are not that slow between the wickets. Aishel Kluter very quick across the outfield, quick between the stumps. That's too short. It's played very nicely down to the deep, long on area, and he gets 4 for that. It beat Patterson. It's beaten Simmons. And that takes the total to 474 for 9, and he moves to 11, approaching his highest ever score in first-class cricket. Aishel Kluter,
Yes,
which is 13.
Yes, and that was in the previous match against the Tuskers.
Oh, there we go. So certainly putting on a very good performance here for his team. 474 for 9, the lead now 119, and these two came together. The lead was not yet 100, now is over that particular total, and that's a much better delivery from Jono Bird. It's played nicely back to the bowler.
2 more balls remaining in this over from Bird.
And that one is much better again outside the line. The off stump just turning into the right-hander. But nothing much on offer here, it looks like, for the wrist spinner. Can't see any appreciable turn. And we'll see now. Yes, Jono Bird, a part timer really. That's a full toss, but it's played straight to Kitime. And Jono Bird not happy with the fact they didn't make that one pitch at all. Didn't cost anything. And Western Province, Daniel Smith, they're still jogging between the wickets. It's going to be Dane Patterson, I think, to continue from the old stables end. He's going to be bowling past umpire Mazizi Gampu. And Western Province then looking to end this innings now, the Rocks innings, which has frustrated them for a long time here. In the middle of day 3, they've been out there for 153 overs. It's 474, and just showing you some very lovely visuals of the Drakensberg Mountains. There, our cameraman Scott, with the beauty of this ground that you can see. It really is one of the most beautiful places to watch cricket. So we see Patterson now coming in towards us. We hope you're enjoying this broadcast here that's being brought to you with courtesy of Cricket South Africa on their YouTube channel. The visuals coming from Pitch Vision, and the commentary being brought to you by Cape Fox Productions. We hope you're enjoying it. Please go to the YouTube pages of those respective organizations. I know you're already on YouTube at Cricket South Africa. Please go to Pitch Vision's YouTube channel, have a look at their website, and have a look at Cape Fox Productions YouTube, as that's another nasty delivery into the body of Glenton Stearman. Hit him on the hand in the last over.
It just looks like Aishel Kluter is very eager to get a run there, and they're having some words between those two. Like Glenton Stearman said, "No, are you?"
Glenton Stearman,
he's very angry at that.
Maybe he's angry, or he's just like, come on, a chat with him. I think he wants to bat for longer. Glenton Stearman, he's making the most of this quite docile wicket, and 474 for the loss of 9. Conditions are hot out there. Western Province have been out there for a long time. They just keep going though. Keeps pushing for that, and that's going to be an easy single. Aishel Kluter gets his wish to get down to the batting end. He wants to make the most of this opportunity to bat. Looking at his highest first-class score at the moment, and his partner there, Glenton Stearman, on 30, and off. How many balls is that? He's 59 balls, so strike rate at about 50 at the moment. And Western Province will be coming out to bat at the loss of this last wicket. We have rain forecast for tomorrow. Otherwise, I think this game could well, if it is no rain tomorrow, this game could well give us a result. May even be a result today. 51 overs left in the day. Oh, he has a go at it outside the off stump. He's upset with himself. They do have a sort of half appeal, the bowler, appealing, but really, I'm not sure who he's appealing to. It looked quite appealing what he was doing, but not quite appealing enough for the umpire to decide that there might have been anything, even the slightest scratch on that. And maybe this Eddie Moore routine, maybe it's just he has 10 on his back because he does 10 press-ups whenever there's an unsuccessful appeal. I'm not sure.
It does seem like it. But yeah, as you could again, just mistiming his shot there. He's very eager to get runs.
And why not? He might not have a better opportunity in his career, short career to date, but he may not have a better opportunity to increase that score in this season. Not often the number 11 has a chance to bat on a reasonably flat pitch with a very tired attack, giving him a chance to do that. And I remember some years ago, in fact it was last year, it was the match where Western Province were dominating the match, similarly to what, from a batting point of view, had kept their team out there in the field for about 150 overs. And that's in the air. Oh, it's to the left of the man at that short extra cover position. You just feel, though, at the moment that the Western Province field is a little bit flat-footed.
Yeah.
And if that had been maybe in the second or third over of the day, you think that Bjorn Hendricks would have been diving to his left to take that catch. And certainly not in this type of situation. So because he gets the single, he's going to be on strike to, I think, is it going to be John O'Bird again? It is indeed going to be John O'Bird. And he'll be bowling to Aishel Kluter in his start of his 6th over. Patterson perhaps a little bit unlucky not to get the wicket there of Aishel Kluter at the end of that over. But still, lead is now 121 for the Rocks. Western Province 355 in their first innings, which ended towards the end of the first day. There were 9 overs left to bowl to the Gbets Rocks team. At the end of that first day, Western Province took 2 wickets, and they would have felt they were on top of the game. A day and a half later, and they are certainly well behind in this game. 120 the lead for the Rocks. Bird in again, tosses up beautifully. That's played straight down to Kitime at mid-off. So we've got a slip, a deep backward point, extra cover, conventional extra cover, mid-off, wideish mid-on, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, a man at a deep backward square, and a man at leg slip. And he's going to be bowling around the wicket now. That is John O'Bird around the wicket with his left arm wrist spin. And that's pitched up nicely, but they will take a run. He got an inside edge, or inside half of the bat on that, not where he wanted it to go at all. Aishel Kluter managed to get through for the single. Will be Stearman on strike. So from Rock's point of view, in what is Stearman van Zyl's 200th match, I mean, no, he didn't make any contribution with the bat as yet, but just looking at the position as it is at the moment, they must feel very, very confident that they could push on here to get a victory. Wicket is looking quite flat, but you just never know.
And anything can happen. I'm just, I've been sitting here wondering how the bowling attack of the Rocks will.
It's a good delivery. Yeah, it was straight through, and Stearman trying to steer it into the offside.
It is, because Western Province, they look very, very tired and they're very frustrated at the moment. And so very uncharacteristic from this team this season. Trying to get a
oh my goodness, and he did.
This is going to be very close. Oh, did he hit
Well,
him?
yeah, I think the question there, that's given as buys, but the question there must be asked. I mean, Aishel Kluter running straight down the middle of the wicket. Or was it Stearman that was running? Who was running straight down the wicket? It was Stearman running straight down the wicket, actually in the line of the stumps from which Daniel Smith was bowling. I know he didn't change the trajectory which he was running, which is then regarded as obstructing the field. But that really is a no-no in cricket.
You can't
You don't run straight down the pitch. and umpires not saying anything about that, which I do find quite strange,
Mm.
to be honest. Anyway, it's John O'Bird in again,
Yeah, it
and
was.
that really was a
It was straight
bit
in the
unusual.
middle,
He was in the
almost.
middle of the pitch, so
Mm.
any attempt by Daniel Smith to run him out was not going to be successful because he couldn't see the wickets, and that is not that is a complete no-no from a cricketing point of view. Anyway, I'll leave it at that.
But yeah, it does seem very strange that the umpire isn't saying anything. However, he is standing there. Looks like he's on his walkie-talkie. Maybe. I'm not too sure. No.
No, I don't know.
I don't think the match referee
Is
will intervene in
No, I
this.
don't think so. I don't think there will be any intervention. Um, it was a real misunderstanding between the two. Aisha Kluter called him through for the run. It was Kluter's call. Stearman was ball watching at the striker's end. When he did take off, because the throw came through to the wrong end, in fact, it came through to the wicketkeeper's end. When he did come through, it was Daniel Smith, the wicketkeeper, trying to effect the run out and threw the ball down the center of the pitch, which is in fact exactly where Stearman was running. And so whilst he didn't change the direction of his running to intercept the ball, where he was running meant that there was no opportunity to have him run out. So that is an interesting one. Maybe if you have got a comment on that, and he just again Patterson there
Just get into the body again.
into the body, trying to play that one into the leg side and perhaps pick up another boundary. 478, they're eyeing that 500. Would be close to a 50 run partnership if they did get there. Stearman has been really taking a beating, hasn't he?
Mm.
He's got one on the gloves. He's taken a few on the body.
And
It's
and I
yeah.
think that side into the crease also didn't help.
I don't think that helped at all. No, no, it didn't help.
Because like I said, it's very hard. That pitch very flat, and there the crease is very cut up. So
It is.
a lot of rubble, debris. Oof,
Oh, he
no.
plays that one into his pad, and Western Province now wondering what must they do to get a wicket here?
There's
can't-
been so many instances in this, not even today, but yesterday as well,
Yeah,
where wickets could have fallen. And I'm not talking about drop catches or possible run-outs.
yeah.
I'm talking about stuff like that, like played on or LBWs, and it just never works for them.
No, it's been one of those matches, hasn't it? It's just been that sort of innings for them, but you know, they still have to get out there and they have the chance at bat to make something happen and to get back into this game. And first, they've got to get the wicket, and again, not going to hand that one in the air again as it went past the man at short extra cover, but to the right this time of the man there. And I think maybe they're just like, all you can do, I think, in these situations is just laugh. Maybe smile,
Yes.
laugh, say, okay, it's just not happening for us. And, hope that it's going to be happening for you when you go out to bat. It's not going to be all those inside edges that then go onto the stumps, or the ones that went up into the air that were falling into gaps that you don't have that situation. As it's Patterson towards us again. Nicely defensively forward from Aisha Kluter. He no doubt will be bowling as well in the second innings of Western Province. We keep having. We're going to be introducing a new slot here in the afternoon session. It's going to be called the Weather Watch with Durant Goosen.
I quite like that.
We're keeping an eye on that weather forecast for tomorrow. Perhaps some unseasonal rain in the Cape as Dane Patterson plots that one in short to Aisha Kluter. There's no run. We are going to get a bit of weather there information as
Yes, so weather watch. I should have been a meteorologist. It's still, very much raining tomorrow. The highest temperature will be 28, of course. So it's also very cool.
It's a bit cooler, yeah. Still warm at 20. As Patterson towards us now, and Kluter just tickles it to the man at.
So they're expecting rain at 10:30 on the dot.
Right.
We'll definitely have 30 minutes of playtime if this forecast is correct, and then heavy rain here at about this time of the day, just before tea. at 2:30. And they predicted the rain to stop at 5:30 tomorrow, with 10 millimeters falling
Sure.
in that time span. So it's a lot of rain.
Yeah, a lot of rain expected. And here, just with half an hour or so to go before the tea break, men are coming on with a drink for the batters. Umpire Gampu just presiding over those proceedings there. And we'll be making a commentary change at the end of this Jono Bird over. It will be Lauren Jacobs Bierkman joining me in the commentary box for her last stint of the day. Lauren has to leave us at the tea interval, and so it'll be good to have her thoughts on the match, and we'll be sharing some more information with you. I have got that information about the Sri Lankan tour. That one is also a catch of his own bowling that he's been able to get his left hand to, but he just can't hold on. And Stearman is furious with himself for giving the chance. Jono Bird, that would have been a brilliant catch from Jono Bird. He's feeling that hand now, I'm sure he is. Didn't
Thumping.
yeah, it really was hit very hard to him. Would not have been a run, actually, funnily enough, because it would have gone straight down to Katima, but the catch was the important thing.
Bit of a shout. No, nothing from there.
Nothing, not even anything from the bowler. That
Quite a rehearsal.
biggest appeal there was from Eddie Moore at slip. Umpire Puma not interested at all in the histrionics from behind the wicket.
Big shout.
Oh my
Bit of an
goodness, got an
edge.
outside edge, did Stearman. That's gone down to Moore, and they again wanted to take two there, but so this time they wanted to take two. There was no two there. Stearman would have sold Aishul Kluter, I think, down the river on that one again. So the both from a batting and running point of view, this has been quite an entertaining partnership so far.
It's been really, entertaining. A lot has happened here.
It has nothing, not boring at all.
No,
Seeing
and
what's
it's-
happening out in the middle. It's lovely,
And you always
fun
like,
to watch these number 10 and number, sorry.
edge of your seat, almost like, because this is also the last wicket. That's big.
Oh,
That's
that
in
was
the
it,
air.
yeah, and it's taken. Kyle Simmons takes it at that deep mid-wicket position. Jono Bird picks up a wicket, and I think that might be his first ever wicket in first-class cricket. Let me see. It is indeed. So
Wow.
Jono Bird has just taken his first ever wicket in first-class cricket, and he takes the wicket of Aishul Kluter, and for this match, he actually only ever bowled 5 overs and 5 balls in first-class cricket, and now he's almost doubled that. He now has his first wicket in first-class cricket, so congratulations to him. And
And
Western
Aishul
Province finally get the wicket. Yeah.
and Aishul Kluter just matches his highest.
It does. He gets 13, did he? Yes, so equals his highest score. So we've had a match of records here at Boland Park. And there is going to be 10 minutes. In fact, they may take an early tea, although we're not quite half an hour before. I think we need to try and see if they are going to take an early tea. Does mean an extended afternoon session, but that would certainly suit us quite nicely. The heavy roller is coming out, and that is going to be at
It
this
looks like,
break of innings.
The match referee is coming on to talk to the umpires. I don't think they're going to take an early tea.
I'm not sure. I think that's the fourth umpire there that's come out onto the field, and just see he's got to go out to supervise the rolling of the pitch there for them. And so just in terms of the match here, just to give you the final analysis here, it is Aishul Kluter who has been caught by Kyle Simmons out on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and he was off the bowling of Jono Bird. Jono Bird's first wicket in first-class cricket. Aishul Kluter's equals his highest score, 13, with 2 fours, and the innings ends on 480, a lead of exactly 125 over the Western Province team, and they will come out, we believe, shortly in about 7 or 8 minutes for their innings. And in the meantime, we are going to be chatting to you, myself and Lauren Jacobs Bierkman, And just to remind you of some upcoming events that we are having. And with less than a month away, the future stars of cricket will be debuting on the world stage in the ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup starting on the 19th of January 2024. South Africa will be hosting this world-class tournament across 5 cities: Potchefstroom, Benoni, Bloemfontein, East London, and Kimberley. Entry is free to the ground. Come and witness the future of cricket. And with me, let's say, Lauren Beekman-Jacobs, and we are going to be chatting a little bit in the break about what is upcoming. I have got those Sri Lanka women.
Let's not talk about this, James,
South
because it's
African women.
not happening in Netherlands.
Sorry.
Okay, so
It's
just
happening in Netherlands.
Yeah, I can
And it starts at the end of March, March
Yeah.
27th, which is your first T20, and it's in Benoni. We're gonna have some games in Potch, East
Yeah.
London, Kimberley. So same little
Yeah.
tour again as
Yeah.
we saw them play in Bangladesh, as we saw them play in New Zealand. So pretty much up there. I think they're feeling that we got a little bit spoiled with the T20 World Cup down here this year.
maybe. I mean, it's a pity because
Because
yeah,
Cape Town fans get so behind the women's game. I mean,
absolutely.
the record was broken at Newlands.
It was
this year.
indeed. It was an incredible.
2,000 people or more.
It was. I mean, the overall numbers for that tournament were absolutely incredible. I mean, we had, I think, the crowd in total for the final and the semi-finals close to 16,000 in the ground. So never played in front of that type of crowd before. I think
Never.
one of the things that the ladies said was how amazing it was to have such support. I mean, you've been to women's one-day internationals. I know I certainly have been to them in South Africa, where we in fact have got a bigger crowd here today than we have at a women's one-day international.
It's sad, that reality, isn't it?
Yeah, it has been very sad, but it's changing,
It's
hopefully.
changing. And think about it, the opening match of that T20 World Cup, we played Sri Lanka.
That's right, we did.
And like I said, we broke the record. I remember it was over 22,000. No one could even get into that stadium.
It was completely packed out, and
It was
incredible situation that we had there. And the ladies, we probably won't talk about that game, but it was a.
Yes.
I've never, if you see the, I think if you look at for me, if I look at the T20 Women's World Cup, and just in retrospect, my experience of it, being at Newlands for all the games that were played there, and being able to go down onto the field as the venue media manager for Newlands there for the ICC, it was incredible, because that first game, when South Africa lost to Sri Lanka, a game that they were expected to win, I've never seen such. I call it desolation was perhaps the right word. Just how the ladies team, and they're such a group that hangs together and just works together so well, that I've never seen a team that looked so dejected. Went down. They didn't want to. Nobody wanted to come up for the post-match press conference, which was completely understandable.
Yes.
You had Chamari Atapatu, who was almost sprinting to get up there. I think it was an incredible performance from Sri Lanka, and you can understand that. Unfortunately, from that point of view, I didn't have to escort Sine Luce up to the press conference. I took Chamari up to the press conference.
How was the response, sir? Because I was part of media, but I was busy with. I didn't come to the press conference because I was chatting to some of the Proteas, the ladies.
Yeah.
And so and as you said, they didn't want to come up there. But how was the response to Chamari when she got up there? How did the press respond to her?
Incredibly positive. I think that was the thing. When there's a team that is successful, it was such a shock win. No, nobody really was expecting Sri Lanka to win against South Africa. South Africa themselves, perhaps, I mean, they clearly wanted to make sure that they started the tournament on a winning note, and that unfortunately they were not able to do. And you could see it. The weight of that defeat was just on their shoulders. And I mean, if you were there with the players as well, interviewing a few of them after the game, they felt it so incredibly that they'd let the nation down. That's almost what you looked at, were thinking. I looked across the dugout, and Laura Wolfart was in the dugout, and she was just staring into space. It was never seen. As I said, utter desperation and the concern that they had that they'd let everybody down, and they turned it around,
I
didn't
think
they?
that's what you just said. I think it became a catalyst of change.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this is the thing that people I think don't realize that professional athletes, high level professional athletes have the mental coaching and the mental ability to overcome. They have to be resilient, they have to be strong. Whenever I've spoken to the girls and maybe they went out for a duck
Yeah,
or
yeah.
they didn't get what they wanted to, the response is never, oh, I went out for a duck, like I'm so sad. It's always, I'm gonna nail the next one.
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
gonna be there, Potch. I'm gonna get 100, I'm gonna get 100 in Potch.
Absolutely right.
And we saw that now, you mentioned it earlier on. We saw that with Brits.
Yeah.
She had the 100 handwritten on a paper in her pocket,
Yeah.
anticipating what would happen the next day. That is, I know a number of mental coaches that coach. I know one that works in the WNBA, or the Women's
Right. Yeah,
NBA in
yeah,
the States.
yeah.
And she does coaching with the athletes, but she takes those skills and coaches normal everyday people who are not into sport with those same things, and she says how your life can change if you put into place things that professional high level athletes learn and what they have to put in place. You don't get held back by your loss today.
Yeah.
You're already anticipating being better and doing better. And I think that was a catalyst of belief. There was a lot of self-belief in our team, definitely with that World Cup. And I'm hoping that when they go to Bangladesh next year, there's going to be self-belief. But come on, there's always a certain kind of magic
Yes.
when you're playing in your home ground.
I think so. And I mean, that was certainly what I believe helped spur them on. Whilst they had that defeat, they knew
Yes.
that everybody was behind them.
Yes.
The nation got behind them, and they just performed incredibly. I mean, they had been in a number of tournament semi-finals before,
Yeah.
not as many as the men, I don't
Yeah.
think, but they are still amongst the top teams in the world. I would
Yes.
say certainly in the top four. In that tournament, they challenged a number of them and beat some of the top teams. England, they beat New Zealand comprehensively, and that defeat
Yes.
of New Zealand, which was so comprehensive, was certainly something that led to their net run rate being so positive, and the fact that they were then into that semi-final
Yeah.
lineup.
Was
And it really was amazing to see them, in fact, how they bounced back and how they performed from then onwards.
James, I don't know if this is a question you'll be able to answer, right? But how, we've seen almost like I want to call it a circuit
Yeah.
of where the Proteas women are now playing
Yeah.
all their matches,
Yeah.
Benoni, Potch, Kimberley, East London. We've seen almost like this.
Yeah.
How are these games being chosen where to play?
It's
a question that you can't really answer.
I can't answer that for you. I think one also has to understand at the time that they are playing against Sri Lanka, that there's still
Yes.
the domestic T20
Yes.
competition is happening. So a lot of cricket happening over that period of time at the key venues where the men will be playing.
Yeah.
If you look at scheduling, and this is really something that would be considered, they would look at future tours, they'd look at the domestic cricket,
Yeah.
they'd try and understand that and fit it so that you could make sure that you have the best opportunity for support, both from your domestic T20 competition and for your women's team, because you want to give them both the support.
Yeah.
I mean, those are venues that have hosted before. They have hosted test matches, they have hosted ODIs and T20 internationals before, both for the men and the women, and the women play there more often than the men do, in fact, in those competitions. So a lot of it may be about bringing the national teams to the venues that are perhaps less traveled or less played on by the by the perhaps the men's national team, the other national, they don't have that many fixtures that they're playing in those venues. So that could be part of it. I don't know. I mean, it's very difficult to say
I
that.
ask you
So
this question is because just from the perspective of I see it on social media a lot. You
yes,
know, people
yeah,
complain a lot and go, "You're not bringing
yeah,
the teams out to us. Why is Cape Town always been left out? Or
yeah.
why is Joburg always been?" You know, you can never make everybody happy.
No,
We
you
know,
can't. Yeah,
but the big thing is why is Durban being left out so
yeah,
much? You know,
yeah.
so people are eager to watch the cricket, and there's a whole thing as well at the moment of going, well, unless we have access to paid for channels, we also
Yes,
don't get to see
exactly.
the cricket. And not talking, I mean, we're sitting here and this is wonderful,
Yeah,
with Cricket South Africa, Pitch Vision doing this, bringing
yeah.
cricket to people, which completely free on YouTube.
Yes,
But then
absolutely.
when the Proteas men play, for example, people can't watch those games. And I see people feeling that upsetness going, it's paid for only,
Yes.
to watch it. And I see this back and forward, being a journalist,
Mm,
there's
mm.
you hear it a lot. And it's a very interesting discussion because in places like the UK, I have some friends that are bragging that they get free to air coverage of everything. I'm like, that's great, that's just wonderful. But we live in South Africa. Let's be real about our unemployment rate, about where people are standing with what they can afford. And we want to make cricket accessible
We
to
do
people.
indeed. I mean, I have a bit of a mantra, which is that we want to take cricket back. We want to take cricket to the nation so we
Mm,
can bring the nation back to cricket. And so that's something that we really are looking, we really want to make sure is there. I think Cricket South Africa have done a fantastic job in terms of making this available on YouTube
yes.
and through Pitch Vision and through now the commentary opportunities that
Mm,
exist, and we're hoping to expand into the next season. Certainly looking at doing it more comprehensively. This season, the ODI, the ODI, listen to me, the One Day Cup matches that were not televised by SuperSport, every single one of those was on YouTube and had
mm,
commentary on every single one of those. And that really was a success. I mean, on a number of those broadcasts, we had significant amount of views, and a
yeah,
lot of those were domestic views because the people are interested in their teams.
absolutely.
And with the Betway SA20, which is also an incredible initiative and opportunity for people to get to know the young rising stars of the game
Hmm.
that are selected. I certainly believe, and I know Cricket South Africa with some of the initiatives that they have around the Colts program, and that they're very keen to get the development aspect of the game and for people to understand what's happening
Yeah.
at domestic level. And so this provides the opportunity for that and for people to be able to tune in, understand who the players are that are perhaps bubbling
Yeah.
under. And the ones that are then maybe next in line for that. And you talk a bit about
Gemma Botha.
Gemma
And there,
Botha, you talk about Gemma Botha, you talk about the Kayla Reineckers in the Western, we're talking about Western Province players now.
Faye
You talk about
Tunnicliffe.
Faye Tunnicliffe, who's been in amazing form this season. You look at somebody like Caitlin Weingard, who's also an under
Yes.
19 that was selected for the Phillies team, and even the young wicket keeper. I mean, you took people like Karabo Meso from Gauteng. We've got one wonderful young Jay Lee Philander here in the Western Cape,
And
who's also
Kobita
selected.
Lafrange from
And yeah, Tabitha
Badgers.
from the Badgers, who's been in brilliant form in the domestic women's season. If you just look at her performances there, her and
Yes.
Tasman Britt sharing a record 207 undefeated partnership in the game against, I think it was against Free State, Tactical Recon Free State,
Yes.
that scored that 207 without loss in 20 overs in the T20 match.
Yeah.
And so Tabitha's contribution there, 80 odd, and Tasman got 100. So I think people also, when you look at Tasman and you see her performing on the international stage, and as she did in that one-day international against Bangladesh, getting in the previous game her first 50 ever in one-day
Yes.
internationals. In the previous game, which was the second in the series, and the third in the series, getting her first 100 in one-day internationals, and just what that meant to her. I mean,
Yeah.
I think people don't realize that whilst maybe her while other players in the Proteas set up, the more senior players and maybe some more experienced or better known players, for example, like Laura Volfart
or Marizan
or
Cup.
Marizan Cup, have been plying their trade in the WBBL and Women's Big Bash League, that players like Tasman and others that are in the team, Delmy Tucker, Nadine de Klerk, they have been playing domestic cricket. Playing on Saturday in the 50 over, playing on Sunday in the 20 over women's game. And Tasman has scored 2 incredible hundreds in the 50 over game, and she got 100 in the 20 over game. And they, that is the fundamental. She has been guiding the Badgers team in terms of their performances in the season. When she's not there are other players that I think what people also don't realize, that the emerging tour to Zimbabwe took a number of players out of the domestic game.
Like Andrew Steyn wasn't there, Leah Jones, captain, vice captain of Western Province, not there, all rounders. They were, of course, like you said, but it's good for them, and that's where they want to be. They love that, and not even just the players, taking the coaches. Claire Blanche was missing, and the team did so well, even in their absence. But still, there's a lot happening.
There is.
And it's like you said as well, and I love the fact that you mentioned it, the commitment of players like Tasman Brits, Nadine de Klerk, to their teams, to Western Province, to the Badgers. Their commitment is so high that, when I saw Tasman after the game against Western Province, one of her friends had driven down and she was going to catch a lift and drive back home. This is a long drive.
It is.
It's a long drive to George. It's a long drive back. But the commitment to the team at this domestic level, and obviously, at one stage she had a strike rate of like 200.
Yes.
Obviously leading the charge, but she's not only the only Protea that's so committed. Nadine de Klerk, Delmy Tucker, to name a few. Sinead Leafs also plays.
Yes.
We have our Protea women committed at this domestic level.
Correct.
And we can come out, we can see them, we can meet them. And a lot of people love doing that. And I must just add, because we say it a lot, young girls love coming to the fields and meeting. I am seeing, and actually I had this conversation with Tasman last week, young boys wanting to meet the Proteas woman. Sign my bat, because they're not seeing that differentiation, because we're now sharing more. And I think it's just, you're just a player, you're able to hit the sixes, you're able to do your thing,
It's fantastic to get that feedback. I know just in terms of the opportunity to come out to watch your heroes when they are playing domestic cricket, it would be really lovely to see that more people come out and actually watch them playing.
So that's probably what we're trying to say. Hey,
Exactly.
Because the games are free.
They are. Well. You come out and watch your players playing. They will engage with you after the game.
Yes.
You can meet your heroes. You can chat to them. They're very approachable people. And one person that I must mention, from a men's point of view, that I think was incredible with that, was last season is Divock Brevis. He was at the Titans were playing against Western Province in the One Day Cup, and as we see, Sia Mahima is going to open the bowling. Not surprised by this actually at all. And he was playing in the One Day Cup match. Titans were. The game didn't last as long as it perhaps should have. Titans were defeated quite easily in the game, and there was an hour or two still to go before what the close of play would have been normally. He spent an hour or more after that game signing autographs. He was on the field playing with the coaching staff's children from Western Province, playing cricket with that. And while he finished playing, maybe with one little game, he'd go to the crowd. There were queues of young boys waiting to get his autograph, and he would chat to them. He has a selfie taken with them. That's what is amazing to see.
Exactly.
You're not above anybody else,
because you're not.
You're not.
You're actually just a normal person. They always say people forget that we people.
Yeah, we are exactly.
People forget that we people.
Yeah. You
So
know,
that's why being nasty on social media, it's unnecessary.
yeah, completely.
Criticizing. You always say with the cycling, you're the couch peloton, like when you watch the Tour de France, you know everything, but you don't even cycle a bicycle, You're the couch
Yeah.
people. So let's be nice on the socials,
Sia Mahima to open the bowling from the Niederberg end in the second innings, and the man taking first strike this time for Western Province is Jonathan Bird, or Jono Bird as we call him in the Western Province. Jono facing up to the left arm conventional spin of Sia Mahima as the first run on the board for Western Province. Just to remind you, that deficit is 125, 355 to Western Province in the first innings, and 480 the score from the Rocks in their first innings. It's been an incredible performance from the Rocks at bat after they slumped to 10 for 2 on the first evening, and through two incredible partnerships. To the first 194 for the third wicket between Peter Malan and Aviva Ngajima, and then the second was the sixth wicket partnership of 169 between Michael Copeland and Sean von Berg, has put the Rocks into a commanding position in this match. And with rain expected tomorrow, we see some clouds already building over to the left here on top of the Groot Drakensberg Mountains. It is going to be a very, very important final session. Just a reminder, we've had tea here, but it will be an extended session, and it is going to be a play right through until probably 6 o'clock this evening. So there will be probably 4 drinks breaks, 3 or 4 drinks breaks in this session. That's short and wide from Mahima, and Eddie Moore's not going to miss out there. He's just doing some stretching there, and that goes through to the boundary for the first boundary of the second innings for Western Province. Eddie Moore, who was in scintillating fast batting very quickly in the first innings, 44 off 32 deliveries, Lauren.
Wow.
He scored the opening partnership. In fact, the first 50 came up in next to no time off about 6 overs. They were batting at 8 and over at one stage.
And
at
I
the
do want
beginning.
to say what Vincent Barnes would say, that got the full treatment, that ball.
It did indeed get the full treatment.
Got the full treatment.
Yeah, it did get the full treatment indeed. All these lovely cricketing terms that we enjoy.
And speaking of full treatment, there's children running on the banks there at Boland Park, and the sprinklers are on, and that is looking joyful. So we're going to take a moment to go and join them. And no, we're just kidding. We're going to stay right here. But if you come down to Boland Park, there are sprinklers on, and you can certainly probably run underneath them. But please.
That is
Children.
on that. I think it was the downward side of the bank there, where they can go, and that water will run off, not down into the gully behind the field, but rather down where they can enjoy that. It is a hot day here, so yes, running through the sprinklers is a definite option.
Definite option.
Here they go again. Let's see, maybe.
When last did you run through a sprinkler, James?
Oh, no, it's a while ago. Probably when my children were very small, actually. My children are about that size, so that's about 100 years ago. I'm not sure. No, it's
amazing how lovely it is to be a child.
Yeah, absolutely no issue there with them doing that at all, and those clothes will dry quite quickly.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
That's wonderful. Wonderful to see. So 5 without loss after 1 over. Harris Viljoen coming into bowl now, and his
taken
analysis
482
there. That's
wickets.
right, 482 wickets in first-class cricket, 132 matches, an average of 28.1, 3,800 overs, Lauren.
Yeah, so it's incredible.
A lot of bowling, isn't it? So one of the, as I say, seasoned campaigners in this particular lineup, Harris Viljoen, and as we know, Harris GC Viljoen, 8 for 90, his best analysis. Derby versus Sussex at Hove in 2017, and that's just on the pads of John O'Bird. He'll get no run. So the field already a little bit defensive, it must be said, not wanting to give away too many runs. There's only a single slip, and that's Sean von Berg at sort of second slip. There's a man here on the third man boundary, so the third boundary, that's Peter Malan, the captain, who's directing operations here. And the Huddersfield in again. That's tucked into the leg side again, this time off the pad. So the offside, we've got a slip, a man at third. We've got a extra cover and a mid-off. Extra cover, Stian van Sale. And at mid-off, we have got Aishel Klutter. Sia Mahima is at mid-on. And in the covers, it looks like that's Michael Copeland. And it's not, it's actually Yanaman Malan at mid-wicket, square leg, deep backward square, and a long leg. So the attack is going to be predominantly from around the wicket into the body of the left-hander, looking for something popping up on the leg side. So Yanaman Malan, as I said, at mid-wicket, at square leg next to the umpire. They're swapped around now, so umpire Mazizi Gampu is at square leg. And that is Glenton Steerman next to him. And then down here on the boundary at fine leg, it is Michael Copeland. And at deep backward square, Abiwe Mgajima. It's played up to Mahima at mid-on. So that is your 4-5 offside leg side field. So
in the field, they're looking sprightly, the Rocks. They're looking very sprightly in the field.
I'm sure they are. I mean,
because they haven't been here for a few days.
Been sitting up with their feet up for a couple of days. Some of them, not all of them, obviously.
Reading books.
Reading books, maybe.
TikTok.
Yeah.
Making videos.
No doubt, unlikely that it's the complete cricketing almanac, but they will be reading. But maybe the latest novel that might be out there,
yeah,
or something they've got on their Kindle, or maybe they're catching up on Netflix. Who knows?
You never know. Christmas movies on Netflix.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. And they could be here until next Christmas if they were looking at those.
Yeah,
there's so many.
Absolutely, and all the same storyline, but still very enjoyable.
Yeah. Beautiful young girl meets a person who she doesn't think is anybody, but turns out to be a handsome prince. Some unknown Eastern European principality, and that goes down off the bat through the hands of the hand. An incredible diving attempt, it must be said, from Clyde Fontaine. And you were looking at that, and we'll hopefully, in terms of you looking at the replay, you can see it was going incredibly quickly. And Clyde Fontaine, if he had taken that, would have been the catch of the decade so far. It was a brilliant attempt, just got his fingertips to it, but it's very unlikely if it does stick there to be able to hold on to that when you fall to the ground. Very difficult.
And the wind has just come up.
It has significantly. It has a lot.
And so I'm beginning to believe, like you said, that this rain is on its way.
It is on its way.
And you can see those clouds, and it's definitely going to be. It's gathering here at the toll gate. It is. So I think it is waiting to be paid before entering the city, and covering us all in much welcome showers, because it has been quite.
It has been very, very hot. Tomorrow will be warm, and it will be warm and a little bit wet from what we gather, which is unseasonal here in the Cape. And it will be a pity if that does happen, because this game at the moment delicately poised. I mean, the deficit's still 116 for Western Province now.
As you would say, it's sitting in the corridor of uncertainty right now.
Definitely, this match is doing that as well.
It's pivoting here and there, back and forth.
Yeah, no. Whenever anybody uses the word pivot now, it reminds me of Friends. You know, that episode in Friends.
I love that with the sun.
So it's Mahima in, and the reverse sweep comes out here from Eddie Moore, that I think is going to go all the way. It's going to stop. It's attempting on, and it just hits the boundary now, and that's 4 to Eddie Moore. He's brought the reverse sweep out early to Sia Mahima. That is a dangerous shot to play against Mahima. That ball is actually angling into him from the left arm orthodox spinner.
Perhaps he was trying to demonstrate how it's done. We know Mahima tried this earlier on.
Perhaps that's it. One was a bit closer to the ground, the ball, than the one that Sia Mahima played earlier. And the result was slightly different for Eddie Moore. He did get it down to the boundary, but Eddie Moore not going to die wondering here. He's been playing very aggressively in every match so far this season. Just defending into the leg side. and he scored 2 centuries so far in the competition,
It's incredible.
and two 30s in the last match against the Dragons, and a 44 in next to no time in the first innings here. And it's more again just nicely back to the ball. It's good flight from Mahima. It's going to be using this breeze that's coming across the ground from the east.
That's what I wanted to say, James, about this breeze is coming and how this is going to be affecting play now. Just like that.
And he's not going to be given out here, I don't think, off the pad. And the umpire not giving him out. He's coming off the pad. He's saying off the pad, Eddie Moore not walking. Umpire is standing dead still. And that is not going to be given. I don't think the only thing he could have done in hitting it was it could have come off the glove. He didn't look anywhere near the bat, and that's another contentious decision here from umpire Mazizi Gampu. We're going to leave it at that. I can't really comment anymore, but the Rocks players are, as the Western Province players were yesterday in that decision against Peter Milan, very unhappy with that decision. That down to Long on for a single, and I'm sure based on what happened yesterday, Eddie Moore was not going to walk if he had touched that. Couple of decisions that Western Province felt quite aggrieved about yesterday, and but the Rocks players all absolutely convinced that he got something on that.
So this wind feels like it's coming straight almost towards us.
It is indeed. It's coming so from the southeast. It's from the east, which is an unusual wind to bring us rain in Cape Town. It's coming over the mountains, so on the other side of these mountains. So ahead of us here, we're looking from the north to the south here at Paarl, and ahead of us here we have the Franschhoek Mountains. Just ahead of us, beyond that, Stellenbosch, and then so we're seeing that Stellenbosch range, and then the Helderberg beyond that. On the left, to the left of us, the Kruger Drakenstein, which over the hill here we have the Boland proper almost, which is Worcester, and down into the sort of going up towards the Karoo. So it is unusual to see the clouds coming in from this direction. Normally builds to the northwest and then comes across from that side.
This always reminds me of weather that brings a bit of humidity when it's going to come.
Exactly right.
Perhaps a bit of like that warm thunderstorm, which we've been getting a lot in Cape Town, which is very unusual. Weather is changing. The climate change is real.
Definitely. So Greta Thunberg, if you are tuned in, we have climate issues here.
We're having climate. Help us change the world. But it is so true.
Oh, what a beauty. What a beauty from Huddersfield. As beat John O'Bird, all ends up there on that one. My goodness. It's 15 for no loss after 3.1 overs. And Western Province perhaps still lucky to be only without any loss at the moment, with that decision in the previous over that went against Boland. So Bird and Moore for Western Province, looking at wiping out this deficit. It's now 110. Moore plays that nicely back to the bowler, well fielded, and it's followed through by Huddersfield. So just to let you know, it's going to be an extended final session. We do have to say goodbye soon to Lauren Jacobs Bjerkman, unfortunately.
Just got to take down the sign at the end there.
We do have to take the Jacobs Jam sign, and it will still be up there tomorrow when you come. Next time it might not be there. So just well bowled by Fullion, perhaps a surprise delivery. John O'Bird just ducking underneath that one. And yeah, it's been quite a fascinating day's play. And as we see, just looking at the what is that there on there, just trying to get an idea of what's happening elsewhere. I think the match between possibly the match between the South Africa A and India A has now come to its close, and it has indeed come to its close, and they've called that game off at Willamore Park. South Africa A 263, India A 327 for the loss of 6. That match is now come to its close, and that means the series between South Africa A and India A does end as a drawn series yet again. The series last time 2 years ago three matches also ended as a drawn series, three draws in that match, in that series in Bloemfontein. And once again, the two protagonists here ending all apiece. And it's India under 19. It's just no run there into the covers. Van Sale does the fielding. And Afghanistan under 19 versus India under 19. India under 19, 68 for 2, chasing 198 to win. They need 130 from 37 overs, and if they don't lose wickets there, that should be a reasonably easy chase for them. Having said that, it may not be. But those are scores from elsewhere in the country here in South Africa. That's very nicely played, but there's a third man in position. So no free runs on offer down to third man in this particular innings. A single to John O'Bird. He moves to, is that 7? Eddie Moore is on 9. Bird will keep the strike. He'll be facing Siam Mahima at the beginning of this next over.
James, it was really great to see you.
Wonderful to have you here, Lauren.
It was lovely to be in Boland Park with you and Durant. I know he's going to be up joining you now, so a bit of a change, but he's very excited.
He is. I know he's excited.
He almost fell off the chair when that I just heard bang and thought the guy was out, but it was actually Durant that fell over because he thought he was out.
There we go.
But the young man will be joining you, and I will see you all tomorrow. It's been so great to be with you all. Thank you for being on the chat. And on the YouTube.
Oh, it's a lovely shot from John O'Bird through the covers and down to the wideish mid-off boundary for 4, his first boundary. And that takes the score to 20. Thank you so much, Lauren, for being with us. It's been a privilege having you here today. A safe trip home and back tomorrow morning. And we will see you bright and early, which we hope the rain will stay away.
Absolutely.
And we can have a good full day's play tomorrow. And it's been very good having Lauren with us today here. Durant, good to have you back with me here in commentary as well.
Afternoon.
Long afternoon session ahead of us. So we hope you're going to enjoy the commentary here this afternoon and the action. So 3 hours of play almost left in the day's play. 43 overs left. I think that should be quite easy for this team to get through, even perhaps by the scheduled close if they're bowling all a spin, which I think they are going to be.
No, definitely.
And that's, again, there's a really attacking field here.
I really like it. They're pressuring Bird here, making a bit claustrophobic. So, but Siam Mahima has been bowling very well. Of course, that contentious decision there from the umpire earlier in the previous over. That's just racing towards the boundary, but it was picked up there by Stian van Zyl for only a single. It's 21 without loss after 4 overs. The deficit now is 104 runs. There's been absolutely phenomenal batting from the Gbets Rocks in day 2 and of course today. 2 partnerships that went over the century mark, that being Viwa Ngujima and Peter Boland, and of course today Sean Thornburg and Michael Copeland.
And both of those record partnerships for the Rocks by the respective pairs, and it's put them into a position of strength in this match. Again, they will potentially have to bat last. They may not want to do that on this particular surface, but it seems to have held up exceptionally well. The heavy roller again at between the innings. Durant, what do you make of that choice from the batting side?
It's interesting. So to have the heavy roller on again. The pitch looks very flat, like you said, and I would assume after that roll. It's a bit
flatter.
Yeah, a bit flatter. I think you can put those, what do you call those rulers with the bubble?
Yes.
It's got to be perfect.
Yeah,
perfect.
Spirit level, yeah, as we would call it. Yeah, spirit level would probably give you the pitch as being exceptionally flat. The grass and sort of unevenness that we perhaps did see early on day one, and when we looked at the pitch to begin with, that those areas have been really rolled into the surface now. There are patches. The boulders follow through that are going to give purchase, but they perhaps wide enough outside the off stump and leg stump not to give too much difficulty to either left or right-handed batters. This Western Province team, though, very heavily left-handed dominated, and that's got on top of that bounce really nicely. Eddie Moore plays it out to the man in the covers. That's Stiaan van Zyl, and there's a single on offer, 23 for no loss, and it is Moore on 11, Bird on 12, partnership 23, and they are approaching the deficit now 102.
Yeah, I heard you and Lauren talk about it earlier in this session about the clouds and looming dark clouds coming over the Drakensberg Mountain.
Yeah, they are indeed. Good shot, well fielded in the covers by Stiaan van Zyl in his 200th first-class match. What an achievement! A man who has been in and around this Boland area for his entire career. I mean, he has gone over and played in the county championship, was part of a Kolpak deal, has played for South Africa, Stiaan van Zyl. It's a prolific batter at first-class level, average over 40, close to 12,500 first-class runs. Once again, Moore on top of the bounce and plays it out into the covers. They take the single. They're just rotating the strike nicely, these two at the moment. Deficit now 100, and they're in the 6th over, so they're batting at about 4.5 and over. Courtesy probably those first two, the two boundaries that Moore hit off Mahima, and he has got 2 boundaries so far. Bird also the 2 boundaries, the one very fortunate down the leg side of this bowler now, Viljoen. That's another very well-directed bouncer, and Viljoen putting everything into that. Broad-shouldered, strong man, Hardest Viljoen, and that's what we know him for. He bowls a very heavy ball.
Yeah, he does.
And I mean, I suppose we should tell people what we mean by heavy ball. I mean, it sounds like the ball then maybe the one that he bowls with is heavier than what somebody else bowls with. That's not necessarily the case. It just means that he tends to bowl a lot of his deliveries really short of a length because of his height and his strength. That one probably a bit too high and signalled wide indeed by umpire Mazizi Gampu at point. He's fielding at point to the left. He's fielding, sorry, he isn't fielding. He's officiating at point to the left-handed fielder because the sun is, in fact, I'm surprised he's actually at point because the sun is actually in his eyes. I would have thought he would have been at square leg for the left-handed, considering there are 2 left-handed batters batting. Okay, so I'm a bit confused by that, but maybe the wind is blowing dust or something into his eyes. I'm not sure.
I can only speculate.
It's his prerogative to do that. That's nicely played by John O'Bird past Stiaan van Zyl. That is a short boundary, but they'll get back for 2, and they'll almost trot through for 2. There were never 3 there with van Zyl fielding. Played that very nicely, didn't he? Rode the bounce beautifully on that one.
It looks like Peter Boland is just coming in the bits, with the Bird facing.
Yeah,
Just changing up his
not as deep maybe. He's coming. I think he's chatting to his team.
Okay,
there we go. He's backtracking onto the boundary, that same boundary in which and where he took that brilliant catch. In fact, to end the innings, Western Province. That's an absolute snorter. That one is that is brilliant. Had that been in line of the batter, that would have been impossible to play virtually.
Yeah, no, that's precisely what you want from your best bowler.
That's exactly what we mean by a heavy ball.
Yes.
That one was not, wasn't as short as the one that he bowled earlier in the over that was called wide. It was really in the zone that makes it difficult for a batter to know. If it had been slightly closer to the off stump, John O'Bird could have been in a lot of trouble. And Sia Mahima is going to continue what has become a very, very strong wind blowing across the ground from the east.
It's a very strong gust. Well, not in the gust, excuse me. It's very strong.
Incredibly strong. I mean, we would probably call this I mean, in normal terms in Cape Town, this could be like a light breeze, but it's actually it's a howling gale to anybody else. It is a very strong wind coming through from the east, and you can see there in your picture the players that are their clothes just flapping about madly in the breeze, and that gives the opportunity for some beautiful drift for Sia Mahima. So how it affects or helps the spinner here is that it's able to, if you can master what the wind is and just the trajectory of the ball, if you get it and give it a bit of air, give it the opportunity for the wind to affect its trajectory, may in fact affect the dip depending on the revolutions there are on the ball. So it's sounds quite scientific, and that is a very good delivery from Sia Mahima. He's targeting sort of middle and leg stump, and maybe a slightly outside leg. The ball, yeah, sort of targeting probably more middle and off and trying to get to spin in towards the left-hander, which is his standard delivery. And that's done exactly that. Bird just playing it out to the one of those two close infielders. We've got a man at a short leg gully position, man at short leg and a slip, and a man at the shortish mid-on position. And he's there for that. And that, I don't know if that was in the air. I think it might have been.
I think
that might have been a catch. Actually, it was played very hard by the batter, Jono Bird. We're going to try and see if we can get a view on that. If we're looking at the replay, I'll have a look at the replay while this one, while the next delivery is described to you. Yeah, that definitely was in the air and put down.
Oh, it's another one
by the man at that shortish mid-on.
There was another chance for a catch. It was just a bit too right from him, from Michael Copeland.
It was just bobbed up, didn't it? And very lucky to survive Jono Bird there.
Very good delivery from
Moore. Sorry, that's Moore this time. Of course, they took a single for that drop catch from Sean von Berg. A very, very hard chance to von Berg in the middle of that over. And that was Jono Bird that was dropped. He was on 15 and just put down by the man at shortish mid-on. Great bowling though from Sia Mahima, and the Rocks will feel that there is a big opportunity to get one of these two reasonably early on here. 7 overs gone, 30 on the board, batting at 4.3 and over. Moore on 13, Bird on 16 and 30. The partnership deficit now 95 to ensure that the Rocks will bat again. And score then it was on 29 without loss. That catch to von Berg, but I'd say very, very difficult catch that he had to take there. So it's going to be Harris Viljoen to continue from the southern end of the ground. Going to be bowling towards us from the old stables end. That's played nicely into the covers, but won't go past Ashul Kluter at extra cover. So there is no mid-off now. There are two, there's a single slip on the offside. There's a man at third man, point and extra cover, no mid-off. He's tempting him to drive. The slip waiting for that catch, Sean von Berg. And on the leg side, the leg slip, fine leg, deep square, mid-wicket, and a mid-on. And considering the ball's only into its 8th over, quite a defensive-looking field, trying to restrict the runs and get the wickets. That one is quite short from Viljoen. It's 1 for the over, I think, signalled.
Yeah, it's definitely trying to restrict the runs here, because Peter Malan will look up to the scoreboard here in the stadium and see 30 runs off 7 overs, and that run rate being 4. I think that's too close for comfort for him at the moment. That run rate is a bit too high.
I mean, if you look at this from both the Western Province and the Rocks perspective, we'll have a look at that after this ball. Nicely played by Bird and well bowled by Viljoen there. So from a Rocks perspective, Durant, what are they hoping to achieve now in this session? It's a long session. We should get a full afternoon's play. Got still another 2 hours and 40 minutes to
Mm.
play, probably.
Yeah, the main thing that the Rocks would want now is to get the wickets. Yeah, it might sound like obvious to say that, but they need to get Bird out, I think. Bird is a main big wicket that they're looking after. And then to get 2 more wickets with about 40 minutes to go, restrict them, make them uncomfortable is is what they need to be looking at. And of course to get the run rate below 3.
Yeah,
That's very, very, very important to get that run rate low.
and from a Western Province point of view, they'll be looking at knocking off these runs if they can as quickly as possible without risk, trying not to have it, not to take any risks in getting them close as possible to this 125 deficit that they need to wipe out. They've already got 31 runs, and that's nicely bowled into the body, and they're going to go through quickly for the single. Moore, I think, maybe took that. He did take it on the body, it looks like there, Eddie Moore, and just goes through for the single. And it might have been that runs signals. I think it was runs. No, leg by. Sorry, it did hit him then in the body. So one leg by. First, the leg by of this innings, and there's one wide as well. The one went over John O'Bird's head in the previous over from Huddersfield. Moore on 13, Bird on 17, 32 without loss. And once again, just riding the bounce. John O'Bird, very tall man, as is Huddersfield. So Western Province just looking to get these runs at a good rate. Sort of 4 and over they'd be quite happy with, I think.
4 and over is about what they achieved in their
That's right.
first innings.
Exactly. And, that means that with 39 overs left in the day, batting 4 and over from where they are now, they're looking at another 25 overs or so to until they've been able to wipe out that deficit. At the moment, 93 runs needed to wipe off the deficit. So let's say slightly under 4 and over, 20 overs, and still giving them another 20 overs in the day, potentially to, say 20, 25 overs, giving them another between 15 and 20 overs in the day to then try and push on to give them something that if rain does intervene tomorrow, they have a little bit to bowl at. So, but the most important thing for them at the moment, keep the scoreboard ticking, keep the run rate in a reasonable lick. They don't want to get bogged down, which is exactly what the Rocks want them to do.
Yes,
Get bogged down, lose wickets at regular intervals. It's going to be a fascinating contest. And who says 4-day cricket is boring?
It's definitely not boring. In fact, it's very exciting. I am on the edge of my seat here, especially with Sia bowling. It's it's brilliant delivery from him. And we were speculating on this earlier about whether or not they're going to put Michael Copeland in to bowl rather than Sia Mahima. But it looks like Peter Malan is trusting him to get the runner down.
Absolutely, it doesn't surprise me. I think he's certainly shown this season. He has got some good return, with his spinners. I mean, he's got the control. That's the thing with us, often with the slow left arm, and particularly because he's a specialized bowler. I mean, Michael Copeland, not a specialized bowler. I think he will give Copeland a chance from this end at some stage, because the wind is. That's a good shot. That's it's going to be Milan that's going to pick that up, and they'll come back for 2.
That's a bit of a miscommunication.
Yeah, that was good. That was actually a good decision in the end.
Yeah.
I think more turning and seeing that Milan had already picked the ball up, virtually, you decided this is not going to be a second here. It was a very good throw. In fact, very well collected by Mahima. They would have been in a lot of trouble had they decided to go for that second run. 34 without loss as the wind continues to blow strongly from the east across the ground.
I'm very surprised that the 2 batters on the Western Province are so willing to run 2.
Yeah.
Because I mean, those legs must be absolutely knackered at this stage after spending 3 days in the field.
I think batters love to bat, though, don't they? So the thing is that they And these men are really fit. You look at John O'Byrd and Eddie Moore, the senior partner here on the field. A lot of cricket these played. It's really well bowled. Gave it a lot of air, allowed it to drift, allowed it to dip, and Moore played it well, just smothering the spin. So Bird and Moore, John O'Byrd, just at the start of his career. Eddie Moore, very well established as a excellent opener. He played for the Warriors for many years. Hails out of Obeja, and he is somebody in good form at the moment. He's been in good form in this 4-day series. So yeah, I think he'll want to make sure that he sets his that the two of them work well as a partnership and back together. It's Hardest Viljoen is going to try and break that partnership now. He's into his fifth over. Just a reminder, they opened the bowling with Sia Mahima from the Nederburg end, the northern end, which is where we're situated here at this beautiful Boland Park. And just to say thank you once again to the Boland Cricket Union for their hospitality here. And really has been wonderful. Thank you to all the people assisting here with the catering, provision of drinks. It's been very, very hot. And just make sure we're hydrated, as well as the players also have had their hydration. That is also a big factor here in making sure in conditioning that you are taking on the fluids. It's a good ball from Viljoen. He wants to make sure though he almost has to play that.
Yes, I just wanted to say that it almost seems like he's tempting a bird to have a go at that.
And but the more, so just not quite close enough to him. John O'Byrd could leave those all day. He knows there's no threat to him personally, from a bodily damage point of view. And that's what you want. You want it just angling into him a bit more so he can't escape. That man at short leg waiting, Michael Copeland waiting for that catch. Again, it's going to be going down the leg side. Difficult to get an LBW from that angle.
No, it is. I just, for a split second, I thought it kept under his bat, under the toe of the bat. I just had this vision of the furniture being disturbed. And
that's a very good vision if you're a Gbets Rock supporter. And Western Province supporters are definitely not having that vision at the moment. They're having the vision of the ball sailing towards the scoreboard for 6.
Yes.
Down the leg side, and he managed to pull the bat and the gloves out of the way. Once again, they're good technique as it's coming into the body. It's exactly what Viljoen's looking for. He's looking for that one that's going to hit the gloves, maybe, or just ricochet up and into the body and to the man at short leg.
I definitely want to see a bit more from Hardest Viljoen. His economy at the moment is very good. 12 runs only conceded after 4.5 overs. But there hasn't been a big shout yet from him.
Just a strong man, my goodness.
Like that.
That is exactly what he wants to do. And we called that one. That's exactly the line, exactly the angle that he wants to be bowling at, into the body. And John O'Byrd can do nothing but glove that one down the leg side to the keeper Fortuin. And so the plans worked for the Rocks. And that's exactly how we called it here. Not getting his radar quite right, and then when he did, John O'Byrd not able to evade that one. So it's Bird who is out with his score on 18, and the score 34 now for 1, still 91 shy of making the Rocks a bat again. Just looking at that delivery and dismissal again, nothing he could do, could not get himself out of the way of that. Hit his glove on the top hand of his bat, and a big wicket for the Gbets Rocks. 18 runs, 36 balls in 38 minutes at the crease he was. He hit 2 fours. And a good delivery there, caught by Fortuin and bowled by Viljoen.
No, it's it feels like I called that almost I just said I wanted to see something there from Hardest Viljoen. There hasn't been a big shout yet. Not even 3 seconds later.
No, it was a good delivery. That's what he's been trying to do. Been trying to get that ball into the body of the batter and was able to do that. They're taking a bit of a drink on board as Muhammad Yassin Valley in the Western Province, that circle's known as Mo Valley, coming to the wicket and to join Eddie Moore. Both of these men very experienced, and after that very good piece of bowling there from Huddersfield. That's exactly what he's been looking for. I had the glasses on there for that dismissal, and very good delivery. He's a strong man, bowls open-chested, but he gets a lot of bounce off the wicket. And Mo Valley coming in now. Mo Valley's debut 2009-2010 season, 2 seasons ahead of Eddie Moore. 135 matches, 215 innings, 17 not out, 7,523 runs, excluding the ones he scored in the first innings, and 167 his highest score. The Cobras versus the Lions in 2011-2012. He has got 1,600s and 41 50s, average of 37.99. So he is a man who does know how to bat and is a batter that in this type of situation would be wanting to make sure that he protects his wicket as much as possible. Eddie Moore with him, so 116 matches, 203 innings, 16 not out, 7,638 runs, with the best of 228 for the Warriors against the Dolphins, an average of 40.84, 1,700s and 41 50. So these two very similar in terms of both their number of runs and their number of hundreds and 50s. In fact, exactly the same number of 50s, and just Eddie Moore with one more century than Mo Valley. So 2 experienced campaigners at the crease. Yeah, just
Another
right
good delivery.
bounce. Another good, yeah, very good delivery over the wicket now to the right-hander. And thank you to those of you that are watching. Really good to have you all with us. And 300 of you are watching this broadcast now. Thank you so much. And those of you that are interested, perhaps in just dropping us a note that is cricket-related questions, perhaps that you have around domestic cricket or cricket in South Africa, we'd be really interested in hearing your comments. Not sure we'll be able to answer all of them, but it would be good to have your comments, and we'll be really appreciate those. This broadcast being brought to you by Cricket South Africa on their YouTube channel, and the visuals and production being done by the excellent team here from Pitch Vision, producer Bandile. We have scorer Labiba, and standing above us on the roof in the heat and the wind, our very, very hardy cameraman Scott. And as we say that, with the right-hander coming in to bat, we now have the leg spin of Sean van Berg.
Interesting. I didn't think they're going to use him this early in the second innings, but it makes sense for them to use him now.
It does indeed make sense. I think it was always going to be, I guess that was going to be the ploy that they were going to be looking at, was to have Van Berg. They've got a whole number of spinners they can use, but Van Berg and Mahima are definitely the 2 frontline spinners for this team. And it will be Sean van Berg to open his bowling in the second innings from the Nederburg end of the ground, north end of the ground. 135 matches, 4,365 overs. There you are. 474 wickets. And he did go to 5,000 first-class runs. And that is a very, very good delivery. First up from the leg break bowler.
A lot of that. A lot of spin on that.
Huge amount of turn. Wow. Outside the off stump to the left-hander. And that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to bowl that one. His stock delivery from the right arm leg break bowler is into the batter. And that's edged off the outside half of the bat through the first slip. Yeah. I don't think it carried.
I think it just landed.
Janeman Malan, I think it is there. It is indeed. Janeman Malan, they're 3 for 2. I think this is going to be a test for Eddie Moore. Maybe you want to have a look at it. The amount of turn there through the binoculars here. So you can't really see it that clearly, even on the television screen. Quite a large amount of turn that we're getting there. Sean van Berg, he's in again, and that's very wide, and he plays that reverse sweep, but it's missed, I think, everything, or I don't think you got anything on that. They're going to go through for two. Looks like it might be biased. Very difficult for the wicket keeper to pick that up. Nothing signaled from umpire Gampu, so
Did come off the
runs.
bat a bit,
Okay.
but it gets a lot of turn.
Yeah, and that's
Like,
going to be a challenge for any batter here.
And he almost he pitches a ball in that
A lot
in
of
that
rough
dark
there, isn't it?
spot
Yeah, that's
where there's a
right.
lot of cut on the pitch. So
Yeah. Oh my word, that thing spun almost
that-
square, it looked like. Yeah.
I think that was almost 45 degrees that turned in.
Yeah, we probably over exaggerating it slightly, but
Yeah.
a significant amount of turn. The ball is coming in with the arm from around the wicket, but he's also getting a lot of turn. So Eddie Moore is going to have to really be careful about how he approaches that. That one was fully pitched, and that's exactly what he wants him to do, drive against the spin. Oh, there's a massive gap on the offside. I mean, he's got a 6-3 leg side offside field. The ball is spinning into the left-hander. So there's a gap between backward point, deep backward point, and mid-off. The entire cover field is open, and just covering up Eddie Moore to that one. And I'll have a look in the next over and see if I can give you the exact degree of turn. Probably about
Yeah, it's probably not 45.
5.7 or something. No, we can't give you that, I'm afraid. So just, but significant turn from Sean van Berg. First up, gets a pat on the hand from Clyde Fortuin, just saying, well done, teammate. Now we've got this. And so very, very, very important session this for the team here at Boland Park, the home team. The Gbets Rocks have got a lead took a lead of 125 into their bowling stint in the second innings against Western Province. Western Province at the moment 38 for the loss of one. John O'Bird, the wicket down. Caught Fortuin, bowled for Lyon, and it's the same for Lyon in now to Mo Valley. And they have an attacking field. And this is good from the Rocks. I mean, they have to attack. They've got a slip point and an extra cover on the offside. He's going in and attacking the body. And they've got a leg slip, fine leg. Got a man catching at a shortish square leg. Got a man catching at short mid wicket. They've got a man forward of square, just saving the single, and then a man at mid on. That's played into the covers, backward a point, and they're through for the single. Moore just getting there quite easily, and that one angled to the left of Glenton Stearman, and there is a single taken there.
Bit of a fielding change happening here. Looks like is this a Viwe? That's right hand side.
Mgajima coming down here. Haven't said much about him. He's got the pads on. He may not be as quick in the field as he would have liked, but he's got his legs look like they're a lot bigger than normal from the knee down to the shin.
It does look like he's got something there.
It does. So he got his pads on because he is in close-in fielder, one of those close-in fielders for when Mahima is or Van Berg is bowling. So for the left-handed Moore, we have a 5-4 leg side offside field. On the offside, third man slip, backward point, extra cover. And on the leg side, we've got a mid wicket, short, square leg slip, deep forward of square, and a long leg. That's way down the leg side and well taken by Clyde Fortuin down the leg side. That had 4 byes written all over it.
No, it did. No, there was great commitment from him. Very much the same like Daniel Smith.
Yeah,
in the innings.
There's a few that went down that leg slide, and this one also swinging away appreciably. He's got the wind bowl coming across the pitch. So perhaps assisting with a bit of in swing into the left-hander. As Fullion in again. And that's very well played by Moore. It's just a little bit fuller pitch than I think Fullion wanted. And Aviwa Mgajima, man who dislocated his middle finger on his left hand in the first innings and then came out to bat and scored 105 with that damaged hand.
That felt like years
incredibly
ago.
well. Yeah.
Excuse me. No, that just that I think that was one of the first talking points of the
It
of the
was,
match,
yeah.
and it felt like years ago that there was so much development that happened in this match.
Absolutely, that's what's so great about four-day cricket is you have those moments in the match, and you can look back on them. You can look back on the time that he did spend a bit of time off the field. We were very thankful that he hadn't split the webbing on his hand, so the field goes back to what it was for Valley, and he's on top of that one, just playing it down to Mgajima again, and he does the fielding, but this time he's sitting at a shortish mid-wicket position. So he had a bit of a run across the field, still looking very sprightly. Is Aviwa Mgajima, despite that 105. He did have some time to sit in the change room, though, didn't he? Just losing his wicket just after tea yesterday. So had the time till tea time today. So a full day recovery for the Centurion.
And this morning he had a bit of a bowling practice on the square. Oh, good.
Very
Right.
well guided by Valley. That he's going to come all the way down to the boundary here for 4. In front of us, nothing Stearman can do to stop that one. That's his first boundary. He moves up to 5, total 44 for the loss of 1. Deficit now 81 for Western Province, and batting at 3.7 runs to the over. And it's going to be Eddie Moore once again who's going to be facing this trial by spin from Sean von Berg.
This is going to be interesting.
Okay. And what wasn't going to be interesting in me dropping my bottle of water.
Yeah, well.
Fortunately, the lid was on. That's all right.
No, this is very interesting. What the Rocks are doing there, but that boundary will set them back a bit. They're getting the run rate down to 3.7, so it's down from 4.1. But it's I would think Peter Malan will still think it's a bit too close for comfort at this stage.
We've got a question from Enes Erdskin who says, who's going to win?
I think there's still 3 results possible.
Yeah, there are definitely 3 results possible. So in other words, we can't tell you
No.
because we don't know. I mean, anything can happen, and this is cricket. It's not a foregone conclusion. In fact, a lot of sport, you cannot say, you can't count your, as we would say in English, don't count your chickens before they hatch.
If I knew it was going to win,
then that's down to backward point. There is only a single, there's a deep backward point.
if I knew it was going to win, I wouldn't have worked. It's like I've heard this one thing. I think a friend of my dad's said it one time. If I get the Sunday paper on the Saturday, I would have been a rich man. So
There we go.
So no, unfortunately, no, we can't
Yeah.
give up predictions because it's still all 3 match results is very much possible.
They are indeed, and but now clearly the change in the field for the right-hander facing von Berg v Valley for the first time, I think it is, that he'll be facing von Berg, and this ball will be spinning away from the right-hander. Just chatting to Mahima there, his fellow spin bowler. Not quite sure what they're talking about. Just trying to get his field set. They're taking quite a long time to do it, it must be said. Umpires probably just asking, what's taking so long. So we have got a slip, a short, a silly point, almost a silly mid-off. We've got a man catching at short leg, short extra cover as well in position. That's played out to the man at point, or cover really. It's forward of point there in the covers. That's Peter Malan. And there's a man deep on the backward point boundary. They've taken the man, or they're just swapping the men around here. And Gajima's coming in at that silly point position. Michael Copeland at short leg. Oh my word, that just came onto him very quickly. Valley and he was able to just get his bat down in time. Really close situation for him. Yeah, that was too full this time, and Villion's going to chase it. It'll be back for 2 easy runs. They only get the 2. Does the classic sliding stop, which every single laundry owner doesn't like, or mom doesn't like.
I think a laundry owner would like
Maybe
it.
the laundry owner likes it. Sorry, yes.
Yeah.
I would say the mom doesn't like if you're giving it to mom to clean. The green stains don't come out that easily.
No, not at all. I've heard them complaining about it in the dressing room quite a few times.
It's nicely played by Valley this time, but be careful going back too much to Sean van Berg. And he gets 2 in that over. 47 for loss of 1, 3 short of their 50, batting at 3.6 runs to the over. More importantly, deficit now down to 78 for Western Province, and they are looking to get 125 or 100. Yes, it will be 125, which will mean that the Rocks will have to bat again, even if it is just to score 1 run. But they will have to bat again to get 125. 47 for loss of 1 after 13. Moore 20, Valley 7, the partnership now 13 of 20 deliveries. And I think there's going to be a bowling change from the old stables end. Is that Glenton Stearman coming on?
Yes, it's Glenton. Okay, so this taking Others out.
Yeah, he's bowled a good number of overs there, Hardest Villian. I'll give you, they've just taken his analysis off the board, but I'll try and get his analysis for you. Just just a reminder here that the legendary rivalry between South Africa and India continues as the Proteas are leading the Betway Test Series 1-0 with 1 to play. That test match is taking place in Newlands on the 3rd to the 7th of January. Get your tickets now from Ticket Pro for the New Year's Test. Day 1 and Day 2 are sold out already, but you don't want to miss out. So please go down to Ticket Pros on your online and order your tickets now and come and support the Proteas. It's hashtag Let's Go South Africa, hashtag be part of it, and hashtag Wazanawe. And please make your way to Newlands if you are in the Cape. And if you are here, even down here on holiday, it is going to be an epic occasion. As it's Glenton Stearman coming towards us. Well, it's well bowled into the body of Moore. He just gets on top of it. He's thinking of playing the offensive stroke. Wisely decides not to.
That was a very good delivery there from Glenton Stearman.
That was a good delivery. I think he's aiming to do a similar thing to perhaps Hardest Villian. He doesn't have the leg slip in place, but what he does have is a leg gully catching. You've got a 4-5 offside leg side field. There's a slip, a wide third man. That's now Stean van Sail. You've got a man at extra cover, mid wicket, deep square, leg gully, and a man at fine leg. That's Aviwe Mgijima still in his pads. And he'll be no doubt fielding in a short position for the next over from Sean van Berg. But Ashel Klutter just warming up. Maybe he's just saying to his captain, look, I think from this end, the wind's very good for me, and I think you should give me a bowl. Just going through the motions.
I actually wonder when Ashel Klutter will make a just
dead ball. He just lost his run up there, I think, going to Stearman.
When Ashel Klutter will have a cameo. Would it be today or only tomorrow?
I think you're probably going to see similar situation of what happened in the Western Province innings, where you're going to have the quick bowlers coming in from the old stables end, and you're going to have the Nederburg end being the chosen end for the spinners. A lot of rough outside the off stump of that left-hander. Again, Moore just having to adjust now to the bowling of Stearman compared to that of Hardest Villian. Villian certainly hits the deck hard. Stearman probably skids it on a little bit more.
Yeah.
But that one short of a length can rise up into you quite nastily. Stearman also very capable of bowling the heavy ball that's going to sort of angle in towards your head. And that is something Eddie Moore is going to want to make sure that he certainly will protect, as he's again, and that's a very good fuller pitched delivery.
That was a better delivery.
Was indeed a better delivery, and 2 balls left in the over, signals umpire Lubabalo Kluma. And Eddie Moore just having a look at his Gray Nichols bat, just seeing that it's okay and isn't cracked, perhaps. I think it looks like he's a bit concerned about it. He's certainly that Missouri helmet that he's got on there, protecting that precious head of his, and very important, the protective gear that batters wear these days. Down the leg side, a little bit slower, and he missed everything. I think Clyde Fortuyn takes on the bounce down the leg side. Good take by Fortuyn. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to go back to the year 19 dot when I started getting interested in cricket, but it's not that long ago, actually. But no helmets in those days. Batters didn't have helmets. Batters that used to come out to bat tried a few different helmet techniques, so it was very interesting.
If you go on YouTube, and I've done it now, especially this past month, that World Series of Cricket.
Yes,
that started in the 70s.
1978, yeah.
I remember,
yeah.
And I've been watching it, and there's no helmets, and you see all these West Indies fast bowlers. That was brutal.
Yeah, they were brutal.
And the batsman the batter is just standing there without a helmet on. That's it. Now they were built different back in those days.
So the players are going to take a drink right now, and we just want to remind you of something else, another event that's happening at the moment, and then we will take a drink. So it's less than a month away, and with it being less than a month away, the future stars of cricket will be debuting on the world stage in the ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup, which is starting on the 19th of January 2024. South Africa will be hosting this world-class tournament across 5 cities, namely Potchefstroom, Benoni, Bloemfontein, East London, and Kimberley. It'll be wonderful to have you there. Entry is free, and come witness the future of cricket. This tournament brought to you by Cricket South Africa in association with the ICC. It is an ICC tournament, and really will be amazing to have you there supporting both the South African under-19 team and the other teams that have made their way from across the world. And just to give you some indication, there's warm-up matches happening at the moment, and one of those warm-up matches taking place at the Old Edwardians Club is part of a tri-series between Afghanistan, India, and South Africa under-19. And it looks like a very interesting match taking place there after 23 overs with a target of 198. It is India under-19 that are 103 for 4. We've got Singh on 55 and Khan on 8. And it is certainly looks like there, from that point of view, that there is a chance that Afghanistan under-19 could perhaps take that game very evenly balanced at the moment, and it's good to see over 3,000 people watching the feed there. We do have commentators on site at the Old Edwardians Club as well, and really great to be bringing that match to you on the Cricket South Africa YouTube channel. As this match is also being brought to you on the Cricket South Africa YouTube channel. Visuals courtesy of Pitch Vision, and commentary being brought to you by Cape Fox Productions. We'd love to have you just have a look at our particular YouTube pages, and if you're interested, please subscribe. We didn't get a chance to take a break because I was talking way too much again, but that's fine. We don't need to take on as much fluid as the guys on the field. Just to give you the score, 48 for 1, so the deficit is still sitting at 77 for Western Province, and 14 overs gone. 1 wicket down, that of John O'Bird, who was caught behind down the leg side by Clyde Fontaine. Very good delivery from Huddersfield. He'd been targeting the body of John O'Bird, had not quite got it right, and he got one to angle in very well into the body of Bird and just took the gloves down the leg side, and an easy enough catch for Clyde Fontaine. But you still have to take them, which he did, and that was a big moment in the game there. 78 he scored in the first inning. John O'Bird, the top scorer for Western Province.
And a very good thing, a positive now for Peter Milan and the Gbets Rocks is the run rate they've reduced to 3.4.
Yeah,
which is good. So they're putting the pressure on the batters out there.
Certainly it has gone down. I mean, they started off batting at over 4 and over, and they're now in a situation where they are no longer in at that rate.
It just looked like they getting ready for Moore.
So it's 33 overs still to be bowled in the day. Today we're expecting rain. Clouds have started gathering over the Groot Drakensberg Mountain. That is my word. That thing spun almost square. We are masters of exaggeration, of course, here in the commentary box. A lot of spin on that from outside that off stump. That's why there is a short leg gully and a man at forward short leg. Von Berg in again, and that's well played. Reverse paddle by Moore, and they'll come back for the second easily as it just drifts or rolls down to the man at coming around from deep backward point, and that is the 50 for Western Province, and that 50 coming up off in 65 minutes of 87 balls with 5 fours. I'm just going to make a note of that so that you can have that for future reference. 50 for 1 after 14.2 overs. It's Von Berg in again to Moore, and he's forward just playing it out into the vacant offside, and they go through for a relatively, well, a very easy single. They could have walked through for that. The 20 meters between the two creases, and nothing much to report now on that other than that single. Moore goes to 24, the partnership 17 between these two, opening partnership of 34 between Moore and Bird. It's getting a bit warm in here. We're just closing the windows for a second. You might have a little bit of might sort of hear a little bit of reverberation perhaps, as that one is very well played by the Mo Valley there, just trying to keep an eye on that spin.
2 more balls to go in this over for Sean Van Berg. And yeah, he's getting a lot of spin on the ball. But every time there's a bit of an edge or something, it's always just too far, just too out of reach of the fielders. But I like this, what they're doing now with Valley, really constricting him.
Very good attack from them. Yeah. Yeah, it's wide and full, and he's able to play that one with the spin out to the man at backward point. So another single, 4 off the over, 52 for the loss of 1 there, 50 coming up in that, the 15th over, run rate 3.5 now for Western Province, Moore 24, Valley 8, and it is a deficit now of 73. In other words, so 73 to make the Rocks bat again. And as we see, it's at the old stables end, the wind playing a bit of havoc there. One of the ground staff coming across to secure the black netting that is used when there is a one-day international, or at least a day-night game here, as it is going to be Valley to take strike to Glenter Steerman.
The wind is really
strong. So expecting here that we may well have a situation where tomorrow these clouds blowing in over the mountains that separate the Cape Flats or Peninsula from the Boland.
And by the looks of it, the weather did change a bit. Only in terms of when it's going to start raining. So it's going to start a bit later at about lunchtime tomorrow. And then it's going to go all day long till about 8 o'clock in the evening.
So hopefully we'll get at least the morning session in tomorrow, and we'll be here to bring that to you. Just a reminder, this broadcast brought to you by Cricket South Africa on their YouTube channel. Visuals courtesy and production courtesy of Pitch Vision, and this broadcast commentary being brought to you today and for the entire duration of this match by Cape Fox Productions. Please visit us on our YouTube page, and please drop some comments there. If there's content you'd like to see, please let us know. Thank you. It's way down the leg side, and it's a no ball. So it wouldn't have counted anyway, even if Moore had got something onto that, which he didn't. It's a no ball from Glenton Stearman. I think he had a couple in the first innings, and now another one that he's bowled here to Eddie Moore.
So like what Vinny said on day one, Glenton Stearman is a bit famous for no balls.
Yeah.
Which I'm trying to understand, because you did mark out your run-up area, and you're so accustomed to it, and you're still overstepping. It's
one played on the up. Maybe a slightly risky shot from Moore, but he does connect well, just not as well as he would have hoped. It's fielded by Mahima as he moves just to his right at mid-off. Mahima just practicing Eddie Moore's shot there. Did you see that? Love cricketers, watching them in the field. Always involved in the game. I think that's what's really good to see. And, you're out there. It's really is great to be out on the cricketing field. And that's a similar sort of shot this time, just getting on top of the bounce, but they do not run to a misfield. Aishul Kluter just having a bit of fun there with Mahima, and he just let it go on purpose so he could see if Sia was awake.
Yes. Okay, he was assessing him.
He was just assessing him, yeah. With nothing more than that. Just it was, I think, Coach Justin Ontong has said to him, just we want to make sure Sia's awake in the field. Just let a few go through to him. That's beautifully played by Eddie Moore. He gets on top of that and plays it to the deep point boundary for 4. It's a glorious shot from him. He read the bounce very well, and he got on top of it, and he was trusting the bounce there, played it out, and he's still worried about his bat. Keeps looking at it, thinking, well, is this thing cracked or what's wrong with it? I should have hit 3 fours and over already.
He's constantly looking at his willow.
Yes, indeed. So that seemed fine to me. That one, the sound off the bat was lovely, and it went racing to the boundary in front of the grass banks to the left of us here, as it's Stearman in once again. This one outside the line of the off stump, and he's sort of half forward and just plays defensively into the offside. It's a lovely shot, as you saw there. Beautiful shot by Eddie Moore. And thank you to those 200 of you virtually that are watching right now. We really appreciate you being with us. Hope you're enjoying this broadcast coming to you from Cricket South Africa. And just reminders of next week, the second test between India and South Africa. Oh, that's a full delivery, and that is a sort of surprise delivery. Gets his bat down to defend that one. Probably just was a bit of a surprise to us as well. We haven't seen him bowl anything full like that. 58 for loss of 1. Deficit now is down to 67, if my maths doesn't disappoint me on this one. So cricket is also a wonderful game for anybody who likes a mental arithmetic. Because
it is. Yes.
You can sit with a notepad, but it really does help you to be able to work out your numbers. So if I were to to do any recommendation if you were thinking of doing commentary. I'm just joking about this one anyway, but I mean, normally you would have somebody telling you, unfortunately, the deficit on the board, we can't see it properly. There's a sort of dark spot across that. That's well played by Yassine Valley, just coming in, turning away again from the for a right-hander, and that means change again as they change for the left-hand, right-hand combination, and von Berg bowling around the wicket this time. So there's still those 2 men in shortish. There's the man at almost a short leg gully position, forward short leg, man catching at short mid wicket, and there's a slip and the offside, just the man at backward point, a very deep backward point, and the man at mid off. And Moore does that once again. He just plays it softly into the offside, and Stearman comes in and fields, and then rubs a bit of sweat onto the ball from the side of his face, and then shines it to make sure that when he bowls from the other end, that he's got the opportunity potentially to get a little bit of swing, which hasn't really been on offer. 59 for loss of 1. Moore goes to 29.
Not a lot in that from Sean van Berg.
No. No, the real turn is happening outside the left-handers off stump. And I think to try and get the ball to really turn for the right-hander, and that's very nicely played into the ground to Mahima at short extra cover. I mean, not a significantly different field for the left, say the right-hander. Just that man who is he sort of stayed where he is. He was at forward short leg. He's now at a sort of silly mid-off position, and just forward. So from here, there's really a very, and they can have a look at it. I mean, 1 ball left in the over, but just looking at it from here, where he's pitching this, which is pretty much on the line of middle and off, or say middle and leg, middle and off. That one's more middle and off, which gives Valley a chance to rock back and play it straight down to mid off. There's nothing on offer for him.
No.
So
not a lot.
For the right-hander, not as effective. The left-hander has a much better opportunity of getting a lot of turn because of those dark patches outside the line of the left-handers off stump. And so it's interesting just to see how he's going to deal with that.
It's still going to see what to bowl his third over.
Yeah, I think it's good. It's the right thing to do. I mean, von Berg's been economical, 4 overs, 0 for 13. Sia Mahima, who had the opening spell, I'll get those numbers for you shortly. And so see what he's done there. So the Western Province second innings. Okay, we don't have that at the moment, so I'm just trying to get that for you. 60 for 1 is correct, 17 overs, so just keep so 65 the deficit, and then Moore will pick up another single. In fact, he might get 2. No, they're just going to take the 1, which makes complete sense. Don't want to risk anything. Run out now for Western Province would be absolutely disastrous. So Sia Mahima, 5 overs, no maidens, 0 for 21 in his analysis so far. And it was Haris Viljoen, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 18. So it has been good bowling from these opening attack from the Rocks. Stearman continuing as he is from the old stables end. He replaced Haris Viljoen there.
The game is very slowed down. Got quiet here.
It has got very quiet, hasn't it? I think it was the opening salvo, and the wind is very, very strong now. Unless you put super glue inside your floppy hat, that's going to be a challenge.
It seems like Valley almost just slept off the crease.
Yeah.
with that gust, I think it surprised him a bit there.
Yeah, I mean, he isn't He's quite thin and doesn't he's incredibly fit young man. Yes, and not really of a very how should I say? I mean, Glenton Stearman looks very sturdy out there. Valley has certainly got a batter's build, and no question about that. And very good fielder is Mo Valley.
So Moore is definitely the next wicket that the Rocks would want to target, yeah.
Definitely. I mean, any wicket they would take at the moment. Another no ball from Glenton Stearman.
What's going on there?
And they've between Mahima and Kluter there, they've made quite a mess of that one, haven't they?
No, yeah, it was big mess there. Just Sia just tripped there over his own feet, and
Oh dear.
actual Kluter couldn't get out to the ball. So
So not only was there a no ball, they also conceded the run. 62 it'll be now. I think the scoreboard missed that one. Actually, just adjusting, I think, now to get it 63. So yeah,
second no ball. I don't.
Yeah.
Where's Vinny now?
Vinny will be very upset. Vinny,
Yes.
if you're listening, we're as upset as you would be as that's played in the gap between the wicket keeper and to the left of the leg gully down to Ngajima at fine leg. And they take a single, more just guiding it down there. But it was in the air for a while. Certainly Copeland at leg gully looked interested, but nowhere near him in the end. No chance of a catch to the young Gbets Rocks batter, who got to his highest ever first-class score today. 86 he scored, and it really was a great innings from the young man. 86, his previous high is 55, second 50 of his first-class career, and that's also played down past a diving leg gully. And Copeland again missing out on that one, straight down to Stiaan van Zyl in front of us here in his 200th first-class game, Stiaan van Zyl. And he is did the fielding there. So the runs coming in this over from Glenton Stearman. It's 5 runs so far off the over, still 2 balls to be bowled. And you won't be happy with that. The no ball conceding and conceding the run, which was unnecessary. No chance with the rotation, the strike to get a chance to really work the batter over. That's nicely played by Moore, and that's bounced a couple of times before it gets to Aishul Kluter. So 6 off the over. 1 ball left to Mo Valley.
I think it's. Yeah, I would like to see what the deficit is at the moment.
So deficit now down to 59.
59.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Rocks would have hoped to get 2 wickets before the Western Province reached the deficit and equaled it.
Down the leg side, and it is a line of attack. They have been following the Rocks here, but no chance of any catch down the leg side, though. I thought Clyde Fortuin took that particularly well. Fortuin, a man who is certainly in the on the radar for a call-up to the South African Test squad that's going to be touring New Zealand, and don't think we'll have any more information around that squad until probably early in January, certainly after the final test of the series against India, which is taking place next week at Newlands from the 3rd to the 7th of January, the traditional New Year's test at Newlands. And word is that the first 2 days of that test match on the 3rd and the 4th of January are sold out.
Unbelievable for Test cricket. That it was very nice to hear.
It's absolutely brilliant for Test cricket in South Africa. We're going to have a full crowd in at Newlands on the 3rd and the 4th, and that broadcast in South Africa will be on SuperSport. Channel 212 is the cricket channel for SuperSport, and will no doubt be on their grandstand channel as well. Another reverse sweep from Moy, just gets down nicely and covers the ball.
Wasn't the best of deliveries from
No, not really. I think he'd nominated the shot already, hadn't he? So he couldn't get through and down to play that one through the offside, which is maybe what he would have wanted to do, because he did have the ability to do that. He picked the flight quite early. 33 Moore, 12 to Valley on strike on that. He's bowled him. He's bowled him.
He's got him.
He bowled him. He has indeed. That's the off stump has been knocked back. Came forward and just went straight through his defences. Has knocked the off stump back. The top of off stump knocked back by Sean van Berg. And Mo Valley is out, bowled by van Berg for 12. And that 12, as he just went forward to that, he wasn't covering the line 100%. And he didn't realize, in fact, that he had been bowled. Maybe the wind very strong, not hearing the death rattle behind him of 24 balls with 1-4, batted for 46 minutes. And really was a very good delivery by Sean van Berg, just getting enough purchase on the wicket, get that turn to knock back the leg, the off stump. And Mo Valley probably just playing down the wrong line there, as he was enticed into playing down that line, which was more a leg stump line, and went through and took the off stump, as you would have seen. And very, very good leg spin bowling by Sean van Berg. 67 for 2 now are Western Province. That partnership 35 between Moore and Valley, after an opening partnership of 34 between him and Bird. 2 men back in the hut. Exactly what Durant was saying next to me here. They want to have 2 down before they knock off the deficit. Deficit now is still 58, and Western Province are in a little bit of bother here as Valentine Kitime comes to the wicket, and this is not going to be easy for him.
No, not at all. And of course, the old the old Gbets Rocks player.
Yes.
So he is quite accustomed to this pitch in this venue. But yeah, it's not going to be easy for him.
He might have a couple of words in his ear. I don't know.
I would expect. Yeah, it already looks like Peter Boland is having a word with him. There's 5 players around him.
I love that comment just come through from Vincent Barnes, who is watching our broadcast. Thanks, Vinny, for watching us, and just saying that's a Shane Warne delivery there from Sean van Berg to get Mo Valley with a smiley face. Indeed, it was just playing down completely the wrong line and just going away from the batter, as is the leg spinners want, and it just takes the beautiful sight of taking the off bail off the stumps. And van Berg now in to Kitime, and that one could so easily have got through his defences straight away. And they're absolutely packing him now with the fielders around the bat. There's 2 slips, forward short leg, 2 slips, a silly mid-off and a man at short leg, and the catching man catching at short extra cover, Sia Mahima. Just a little bit too short on that occasion, but we want him to be prodding forward, and if he does go back, he's in serious danger of getting caught on the crease, caught in front, and LBW or bowled, and it's going to be a challenge for him. And that is well played. That's going to be going to the boundary. He picked the length early. It was on the pads, and he's that one is going to be something that he'd be very happy about. It's a bit of a release ball for him, and that takes us over to 71 for 2 in the 19th over. Deficit now is 54 for Western Province, and just to make the Rocks bat again, and just looking at what is to come from a batting point of view for the Western Province team. Daniel Smith in next, then it's into the all-rounders with George Linder, and left-handers to come, the 2 left-handers next, and Kitime well forward there, just trying to cover the line. A successful over for the Rocks and for Sean van Berg, and the experienced campaigner gets his 475th wicket in first-class cricket.
And it seems like Ashel Klutter is
Right.
coming into the bowling. Now, that was a very good over from Schondenberg. Definitely helping the Rocks in the efforts to keep that run rate low and keep that deficit for as long as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. 54 runs still to be knocked off to make the Rocks bat again. 2 wickets down for Western Province. And both partnerships getting a start. 34 between Bird and Moore. 35 between Moore and Valley. And Eddie Moore will be facing up to Ashel Klutter. Klutter, who took 4 wickets in that first innings, if my memory serves me correctly. And
That is correct.
Want to get back to those that analysis.
And he was also on a hat-trick ball.
He was at one stage on a hat trick.
That could have got him in his fiver, excuse me.
Yeah, it would have been a fantastic effort from him to get to that fifer and or a Michelle, as we call it in cricketing terms. So it was Ashel Klutter 4 for 67 of 12 overs. He was expensive. Certainly in his first spell, which he bowled, he did take 2 for 31, but was going at 5 and over. And his second spell, 2 for 36, was going at 6 and over. But it doesn't matter if you're taking the wickets. It's nicely into the body of Eddie Moore. So yeah, he bowled 12 overs. And he took, let's say, 4 for 67, and just by itself, those wickets, just keeping the Western Province down to that total of 355. And they would have been disappointed, I think, probably with that total, having elected to bat first after winning the toss. No doubt it was the right decision. And had they taken a couple of their chances that were available to them, could have been that they would have restricted the Rocks to even closer to that target. Now they're chasing the game here, Western Province, 54 behind, and to make the Rocks bat again, more facing up to Ashel Klutter.
Another good delivery from Ashel.
There into the body, which is exactly what he wants. Wants to unsettle the batter. He's still got the man in at short leg. I love this approach from the Rocks. They're keeping the pressure on. Nothing there for them. You can't hit it in the air. You've got to get on top of the bounce. You can't just glance it down the leg side. There's a leg slip in position, sorry, leg gully almost in position. So you can't just glance it down the leg side. You've got to take on the hook. You've got a man at deep square leg. You've got a man at long leg. And he's played that one neatly out into the offside, just getting on top of the bounce. Say neatly, it wasn't a particularly good-looking shot. But Peter Boland does the fielding, and captain of the Rocks. And Eddie Moore gets off strike. Valentine Kitima will be facing up to Ashel Klutter for his for the first time. Got a beautiful 4 in the last over, but looked at any time like he could have been out to Sean von Berg, to be honest. Von Berg bowling very well to him.
Yeah, that previous delivery from Ashel Klutter wasn't one of the better deliveries in his arsenal, but yeah,
No,
it's a very difficult now with this win as well. It is a factor.
It is making it exceptionally difficult, and I just needed to remind you there, Durant, you can't mention Arsenal today because we've got Arsenal.
That's yes.
It is a very good word, but we just been banned by our producer Bandile from we're mentioning the word Arsenal today.
I'm so sorry. But it looks like they're going to put the hammer down here later in the inning.
It certainly does look like that. Very quick there. I don't know if I'm going to be the one who's been blowing bubbles later on, definitely, as Kitima just defends that into the offside.
I think Bandila's going to cut a mic if we carry on.
I think so, definitely.
But yeah, like with the Rocks, fortune is always hiding in the ceilings.
He takes that one on to that side into the. It's well fielded.
Wow.
What a great piece of fielding by Alphonse on the boundary. That had 4 written all over it. It was in the air for some time, but it came incredibly fast. And Stean van Zyl doing a bow there to his teammates. He may be in his 200th game, but that doesn't mean that he's slow in the outfit.
No.
Very, very good fielding.
He's still a young man.
He is still a young man, definitely a young man. No question about that.
No, that was, a great bit of fielding there from Stean van Zyl, really committing to stop that boundary.
The wind continues to gust here at Boland Park. That's a very good delivery. Nice into the body from Aishel Kluter, but Eddie Moore deals with it quite well. And there is no danger there from that point of view. Kitima will have the strike at the beginning of the next over from Sean von Berg. And I'm sure Sean von Berg will be the one bowling. He's already in position. Cannot wait to get at the young batter. And he's got 5 as Kitima from 6 deliveries. Moore 34 from 56. Eddie Moore, experienced batter, joined Western Province last season, coming from the Warriors, where he played for many years, and already really making an impact. Very good team man, Eddie Moore. I had the privilege of chatting to him in the commentary box in the last match between the Dragons. In fact, it wasn't that match. It was the previous match between the Titans and Western Province. And really lovely to chat to him about his career. And that's, oh my goodness, that spits up off a length like a cobra. And he does the full Jacques Callis impersonation. I mean, that Jacques Callis was classic when the ball used to spit up at him. He used to like have this exaggerated response, almost as if like,
yes, I know what you're talking.
Exaggerated response. So those of you that wouldn't be watching, we were trying to give Durant a view of what that exaggerated response would be, but it was a sort of a Jacques Callis type response. But that's a beauty, the absolute beauty.
Great
That's
delivery.
the one that comes in. It's the wrong one, and you could see it just trajectory different in the air. I thought Katima actually dealt with that quite well. Good delivery from Sean von Berg. And let me have the glasses on him here. That's the standard standard leg break, and he deals with that well. I think he sees it early, Kitima. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I wouldn't know which way the ball's going to turn at all if I was out there. It's fascinating, the technical aspects of that from a batting point of view, and he does well to keep that out, actually.
Another great delivery.
Not a surprise that all the close-in fielders are clapping. They're not actually clapping Valentine Kitima because he said, "Look, I use Old Spice," and they're all saying, "Yes, well, so do we. Well done." I mean, they can smell the cologne from where they're standing. Oh, another good delivery from Sean von Berg. 1 left in the over.
It's times like this I wish we had a stump for our own private use in our commentary
really
box.
Good, wouldn't it? Yeah.
I think there's some good jabs going on in the middle to the old teammate Kitima.
Yeah, I think so. He plays that one down into the ground past the man at short. Or silly mid off. That's Michael Copeland. Sia Mahima does the fielding. So haven't really been giving you much of the outside field positions. You can see 6 of the players that are involved in the Rocks fielding attempt in your screen as you watch the ball being bowled. That's the bowler, the 2 slips, the short or silly mid off, and the man at short leg. And there's also that man close catching at short extra cover, which you can't see. And it's like Clyde Fontaine is maybe taking off the floppy hat. No, he's gluing it back onto his head now. There we go. Hopefully it'll stay on there for him. And it's going to be Aishel Kluter to continue around the wicket to Eddie Moore. 73 for 2. 52 the deficit still. Another
That's
one.
a good delivery there from Aishel.
Aimed at the head of Eddie Moore.
And that's 1 for the over.
Yeah.
Signals the umpire.
Certainly looked like 1 to me. And
it took his time, though, the umpire, to signal that.
Yeah. Umpire Gampu on this side, as you would know if you follow cricket, after the second innings. That's played a little bit in the air, but it's straight down to Stiaan van Zyl along the ground, most of it at third, and he will just toss it in to Clyde Fontaine. 74 for the loss of 2, deficit 51 at the moment, taking it in tens. That's probably what Western Province will be doing. They'll be ticking it off 10 runs at a time. They want to make sure as a partnership that this grows. Currently only 7. Moore is on 35. Kitime on strike on 5. He hasn't had much sighting yet of Aishel Klutter. I do still expect a few rib ticklers here from him.
No, definitely. And I wonder if this delivery will be one of those. Almost.
Yeah, he
Almost.
just nicely short of a length, angling into the right-hander, and dealt with quite well by Kitime. And umpire Gampu decides that he hasn't had enough exercise for the day, so just trotting there to his position at point now to the right-hander. That'd be square leg to the left-hander. Got a comment here from Vincent Barnes for you, and that one over the head of Valentine Kitime. That's 2 for the over. Still half the over to be bowled. I think you might have that on the group, and which. So Vincent Barnes commentating have yeah, asking for a bit more excitement there is Ken Boland just saying, yeah, have a bit of excitement. He thought, and it was a fantastic delivery, Ken. I do apologize that I wasn't screaming, but it was an absolute beauty. And by the time we figured out it actually bowled him, it was probably a little bit too late. But it was a beauty. It's pitched and turned, took the off stump, knocked it back, and the batter didn't even realize he'd been bowled. He probably could not believe that it had actually taken that off stump. Mo Valley there having to go. But wind in the ears probably just distracted him slightly there. Kitime on strike to Klutter.
That's bit of an edge on that.
Yeah, inside half of the bat past the man at forward, short leg, and there is a single to Kitime. He keeps the strike. 22 overs gone, 75 for 2 Western Province. Deficit now 50 to make the Rocks bat again. 2 men out so far in the innings. Bird, who was caught by Fontaine down the leg side of Viljoen. Very good delivery. Angling into the body, took the glove down the leg side. And Valley, who was brilliantly bowled by Sean von Berg. Ball that pitched on the line of leg stump. Valley came forward, tried to cover the line, could not do so, spun away and bowled him Mike Gatting-esque. It was with Shane Warne. Took that off stump back. Classic leg break bowler's dismissal. Well done, Sean von Berg. And his 475th wicket in first class cricket. That goes with he scored his 5,000th run this morning in first class cricket.
It's unbelievable milestone for Sean von Berg. 5,000. And it's been such a big part of the cricket fraternity in South Africa.
And that one's played very well. Short and wide, and Kitime is not going to miss out. He could get a good one any time, and he makes sure that he plays that one through the covers for 4 into the netting that is there. And that is a glorious shot from the young man. Takes him into double figures. He's on 10. And just his partner going down to congratulate him. 79 for the loss to Western Province.
It was a very good strike there from Kitime.
That's a full time. That's
going again.
It's going to go to the boundary. Can't bowl there. To any self-respecting batter is going to be able to put that one away, and he does, down to the deep, wideish long on boundary. Excuse me. And goes down there for 4. Valentine Kitime moves to 14.
This is starting to become a very expensive over from Sean van Berg.
Just 2 balls in it so far and 2 boundaries. And he just need to tighten up a little bit. He was looking outstanding. Previous over, he really bothered Kitime.
It's a bit better from him.
Well bowled, but he knows he can probably pad up quite safely to that. Not sure if he is picking it out of the hand. The one that I did see that curved in the sort of the googly was Sydney seemed like it moved in the air. That looks like the googly, and he's played that well. It was the googly. It moves differently in the air, different hand position. You can see the trajectory on that ball as it goes through the air, turning towards the right-hander. Kept that out well. Could just as easily have been a dismissal. That's another one. He keeps that one out as well. And so he's employing the googly as well as the standard leg break. Certainly don't necessarily see the difference in his action. It's difficult to tell from here because we are quite far away from the action. Durant's got his the glasses on him, and that is another one drifting in to the right-hander. And
that's just a lack of concentration.
Just thrown that one down, trying to hit the stumps, and he's thrown that down to the that side. They're going to go through for 3. Didn't even make it to the boundary. He held up quite far short, so a good chase down there. Wouldn't have actually got to the boundary. They probably could have run 4 had nobody chased it. So they ran 3, and that means Kitime keeps the strike at the end of that over. And Schoenfelberg picking it up and seeing that Kitime was maybe slightly out of his crease, but it wasn't really necessary.
No.
And they don't want to
really
give away
wasn't.
cheap runs. The deficit now is only 39 with the 11 runs off that over. A big over for
That's very expensive.
for Western Province.
Yeah, it's very good for Western Province. And I'm just trying to understand what Sean van Berg thought in that moment, because when I was looking through the glasses, Kitime wasn't
that far out of his crease, actually. He just moved away to the right, to his left, to our right, and then he, put that in. So
it's very strange what happened there. Just I think a lack of judgment or just concentration. Not being there for Sean.
Yeah, they want things to happen. They are making things happen. Aishel Klutter is trying to make things happen, but they don't want to give away unnecessary runs at the moment. They've set the field up. They've set their stall in terms of how they want to restrict Western Province and how they want to attack them at the same time. I think they've done an outstanding job up until now.
I mean, things have been happening. The deficit is still 33. So I don't understand why they're getting, or Sean van Berg getting frustrated. Almost impatient.
I think he got frustrated more with himself, perhaps, that he wasn't able to do that. So, and that's
a good shot in the air.
Oh no, he's taken it.
Oh, so close.
And that really was very unlucky for Kitime in some ways, but he hit it well. But they'd set the trap for him, and he fell to the trap. He absolutely set the trap. Yaneman Milan takes in the end was a very, very good catch, and that is. Yeah, they had the trap there. They had the man fine, and they had the man at more a long leg position, and they had the man forward a square on the leg side. And he bowled it in short, and he bounced off the chest up in the air.
And that was so.
Clung it to his chest. And Valentine Kitime flatters to deceive once again. 17, scored 19 in the first innings. He didn't need to necessarily go for that shot against the wind, it must be said. Wind is pumping from the southeast. That one directly into the wind. And he has to go. And it is going to be Daniel Smith to join Eddie Moore. And they're still 39 short of the Rocks, making the Rocks bat again on Western Province. They could ill afford to lose their number 4 there. Great camera work from our cameraman Scott, picking up that catch from Yaneman Milan. He won't mind that bruise, will he?
No, I don't think so. And I had to look through the glasses. He had the biggest smile on his face.
Oh my goodness gracious me! That is so. It's Daniel Smith And I don't know what they're putting in there. That's not his first class career. So I'm not quite sure. So we'll get his first class numbers up for you because the ones on the scoreboard are not indicating the correct information. Daniel Smith in his 11th first class match, and he's had now 16 innings. He's scored 658 first class runs, 153 is top score, and he has scored 104 50s, average just over 40 now for Daniel Smith, and some special mooty, I think, for him on that bruise. But they set the trap, and Kitime fell for the trap.
And that's Aishel Kluter's fifth wicket in this match. Of course, 4 in that first innings, and now one wicket in the second innings. But no, it's precisely what I said before this previous delivery is they just need to be patient. The Rocks, something's gonna happen because everything has been happening for them thus far in Western Province batting innings.
Yeah, I mean,
and they precisely there you go. They set up the trap, like you said, and they fell for it.
Yeah. And you look at the first innings for Western Province. I mean, they were 96 for the loss of 2, then 129 for the loss of 3. So they're well behind where they were in that first innings. And it was then the partnership of 80 between Smith and Moore that got them there. I think this is going to be a bit more difficult for Daniel Smith. I do think he'll bring out the reverse sweep quite early to Sean von Berg. Just understanding what's going to happen here. But 2 left-handers at the crease once again for Western Province, and the field changes now to a more attacking option, and they're going to be attacking the body of Daniel Smith. Just a lack of game awareness there from Valentine Kitime. In the first innings, he was on 19. Was 1 ball to go before lunch, and he hooked at the ball and he got caught at square leg, and that is above the shoulder. That's 1 for the over.
Western Province would not be happy with this score on the scoreboard, 86 or 3, and still in the deficit of 39 deficit still. So
yeah, it's not great for them at all at this stage. They are looking and staring down the barrel at the moment. Kluter's in once again. It's just played into the covers. Oh, that's poor fielding from Maima, and they'll get just the 1 though, as they had to wait for it to get past him before they decided to take the run. Then just lets it go past him. Stearman does the cleaning up behind, and he now goes out to the deep point boundary for Eddie Moore. So they had the fielder in there, and he lets that 1 go through. Daniel Smith off the mark pretty much straight away with that single. So 87 for the loss of 3. 87 is the unlucky number, the Australian unlucky number.
87. Australian Nelson.
Yes, that's right. 13 short of 100.
Yes.
So
I had when I think the Tuskers played here in the Wonder Cup in October. I had a chat with the CSA MC that normally does the stadium announcements, and he said if you go and look at stats around the world, 87 is normally when the wicket falls.
Okay.
So it's very interesting.
That's the most. That's an interesting one. So they look at it both from an 87 point of view, a 187, 287, anything with an 87.
Yes, anything 13 away from the next milestone.
The same way that we Anglophiles, we look at it from a point of view that. So Kluter again, and that down the leg side, Eddie Moore lifts his hands out of the way very well there, and that has been a very good line of attack for the Rocks in this particular innings.
It's been another very good over, and the economy of Kluter exceptional. 3 overs, only 5 runs conceded, and 1 wicket taken. So it looks like it's Sean von Berg now to bowl his 8th over of this innings. It's 87 with a loss of 3 wickets for Western Province. Moore currently on 35 runs after facing 60 deliveries, 113 minutes in the middle, and of course Daniel Smith, 1 run to his name, 2 deliveries faced, only 5 minutes in the middle.
They're taking some time here to set the field for Sean von Berg against bowling to Daniel Smith. It's unsurprising that they're going to do that. They know he likes to reverse sweep. So they have got, in terms of that, they've got the man there catching at a gully position. And they know he hits it hard as well. So he's got a helmet on, as Abiba Mgajima. We've got that man there at that catching position at gully. He's got a deep backward point, but a man at mid-off. And it is von Berg away from us now. That's played to the man at the gully. And everywhere. Ngajima picks that one up. Back to the bowler on the leg side. We've got a short leg, short mid-wicket. Man at deep square leg, deep backward square. Man at mid-wicket and man at mid-on. So not as attacking as the field against Kitime. Smith just pushes it out into the offside, and that'll be fielded by Milan. And 88, the loss of 3. As Western Province fans just count those runs down. Deficit 37 now to make the Rocks bat again. 3 down. George Linder in next for the Western Province team. They're hoping he won't come into bat anytime soon. Oh, it's into the pads of Eddie Moy. Just rides that very nicely. Quite a lot of turn from Sean von Berg from outside the off stump down to man at deep square, backward square. That's Aishal Kluter. And they just take the single. 89 for 3, Moore to 36. He scored 44 of 32 deliveries in the first innings. He's got 36 of 61, a more measured and conservative approach needed here in this second innings as Western Province first seek to get through this deficit on the first innings, Smith just goes forward and smothers the spin from von Berg.
It's been good deliveries from von Berg in this over.
He hasn't tried anything different. He's trying to just keep attacking there, and that's turned nicely down the leg side. I think they might put a leg gully back in there, shortish. Just given away 2 runs there, which potentially they could have saved had they had that leg gully in position. A bit of byplay there between Michael Copeland and Aishal Kluter. So you see on the field, really good to see the camaraderie between the team here. It looks like he picked up a little piece of bully there and threw it to Sia Mahima as well, who tossed it back at him indignantly now. So it is von Berg bowling. And again, in the same region, they're looking for 2 here. And I think they're going to get it quite easily as Kluter only picks the ball up after Moore's turn. Great throw from Aishal Kluter.
That was a rocket of an arm, eh?
Brilliant throw.
Brilliant, yes, no, beautiful. It was very close. Just Moore and Smith is very fast between the wickets. So
yeah, very good understanding between these 2 there. It certainly looked like 2 was always on from the minute he hit it. I didn't hear him call 2, but I think that was always the intention. And it's also good to see. I'm not sure if our cameraman's it up here, but always good to see. You've got Stiaan van Zyl on the boundary here at a fine leg, or should I say it's more like third man to the left-hander, sorry, and just chatting to the Western Province coaching staff. We've got Rory Kleinveld, Dieter Swanepoel down there chatting to him. Rory Kleinveld, who has been at Western Province now for a few seasons and assisting Salih Nakadin, the bowling coach at Western Province. He's really done an outstanding job with this bowling lineup that they have. In fact, sorry, it's Dane Patterson there chatting with him to Stiaan van Zyl. I recognise that those shoulders anywhere. Not quite. But
That was a great delivery there from Ashel Klute.
Very good. There. He squared Daniel Smith up, but he's managed to play it just down into the offside. Sia Mahima does the fielding.
And it looks like Janneman, Milan, Clark Patel, and Sean Vonberg is having a chat. Very interesting.
Just going through how is Daniel Smith playing that delivery. He's trying to just get an idea of where they're going to put the fielders. He really is working up a head of steam here, Ashel Klute. Haven't seen him bowl this aggressively, certainly not in the first innings. And he's really putting his back into it.
No, you love to see it. And I think he still has got that adrenaline from being in the middle with Greatest Seaman earlier today.
Yeah, equaled his highest score in first class
Yeah, he
cricket.
did.
I mean, you don't do that every day.
No. One run, yeah, he had 1 run to go, and he just struck it to the boundary into the fielder's hand.
That's nicely played by Daniel Smith. Gets on top of the bounce, and I'm not sure that Mahima's going to cut that off. In fact, he probably will.
Oh, yeah,
it's dying as it gets towards the rope there, and they're through easily for 3. And so Moore will be facing Smith now, moves to 6. Moore has got 95. And sorry, 95, listen to me. Moore's got 38. The total is 95. And it is a 30-run deficit at the moment for Western Province. They're 3 down, though. 3 down, and they still haven't got into positive territory. It's minus 30 for 3, effectively. That's well played by Moore. Again, just getting on top of the bounce and angling it, taking with the angle of the ball down to the leg side. Janneman Milan comes around from leg slip and does the fielding. Milan, good fielding there. Just chase that down quickly, tosses it back to his brother, Peter Milan. He's going to shine it a little bit and then give it back to the bowler.
It's getting very dark here at Boland Park. Very dark clouds, low hanging.
I just thought that was my eyes like fading from the fact that we've been commentating for 3 days. It is.
It's very dark.
It's getting a bit darker, isn't it? So.
Yeah, I just immediately, like for some reason, just notice it.
Yeah, it's the sun. So what's happened here is that cloud coming in from the east has come over the Drakenstein Mountains, has gone over towards the west, and is just taken the sun out of the picture for a moment here. It's quite dark, the cloud there. We expect perhaps a little bit more watery sun a bit later on as that cloud blows away.
Another good delivery there from Ashel.
End of the over, and that is 96 gone, and 3 wickets down, 26 overs bowled, and the players here are going to take a drink. And before we do exactly the same, I just want to remind you of events that are happening, and in particular, the event happening next week here in Cape Town. So the legendary rivalry between South Africa and India continues as the Proteas lead the Betway Test Series 1-0 going into the second test at Newlands. Need to get your tickets now from Ticket Pro for the New Year's Test taking place at Newlands Cricket Stadium from the 3rd to the 7th of January 2024. Day 1 and Day 2 already sold out there, and you don't want to miss out. Hashtag Let's Go South Africa. Hashtag be part of it. Hashtag Wazanawe on your social media posts. Please go to your respective social media channels and have a look at the CSA social media for more information. We look forward to seeing you there. If you're here in Cape Town, it is definitely somewhere you have to be next week. And if you're visiting us, please, we look forward to seeing you there next week at the test match. South Africa 1-0 up in the series there, and it's going to be a fascinating test match. Probably the last time we'll have the chance to see Virat Kohli batting on South African soil in a test match. It's certainly something that I don't want to miss. Welcome back to Boland Park here in the beautiful Paarl area of the Western Cape, just 50 kilometers to the east of Cape Town. And it is Sean van Berg who's going to be continuing the attack. It's going to be his 9th over in the spell. 8 overs, 1 for 34. Picked up the wicket of Mohammed Yassin Valley, Mo Valley, with an absolute beauty. Pitching, turning, taking the top of off stump. And that's very nicely played by Eddie Moore down to the man at wideish third man. And reverse swept that one. That's a shot that's been employed quite a lot today against Sean van Berg by the left-handers, just smothering whatever spin there may be coming back into the left-hander. And certainly the delivery that Sean van Berg, he's not going to bowl the googly here. That's just going to turn further away from the left-hander unless he pitches it perhaps on middle and leg stump. That then is the standard leg break that comes in sharply to the left-hander. That one spun appreciably from outside the off stump.
It did. That was good. He's
And
really giving it to Daniel Smith now.
and that is pleasing to Durant here next to me. Oh, just sneaks off the inside half of the bat. A bit of a gap there between bat and pad. But Daniel Smith couldn't get fully out to that one. Still wanted to play it, and he does. He gets a single. 98 now for the loss of 3. Too short of the 100 mark. The 100... So the 50 coming up after 14.2 overs. Run rate still quite healthy for Western Province at 3.7. 21 overs to be bowled within the next hour. I'm not sure that we're going to get to 21 overs. That's short from Berg. I think Eddie Moore feels he probably missed out there. Here's a opening at standard square leg. Nobody at cow corner on the leg side. There's a man at long on. Just tracks that all the way, plays it, just walks away now just to compose himself. He is on 40 with Eddie Moore. With him, Daniel Smith on 7. These two put on a partnership of 12 after the loss of Valentine. Kitime's wicket falling for the old 3-card trick from Aishel Klitter, hooking at it down the leg side. That's a massive turner again from Sean van Berg. My goodness, he's getting a huge amount of turn from outside that off stump of the left-hander. And just going down. Well taken by Clyde Fortuyn down that leg side. It's going to be a change of bowling now. And not surprisingly, with the two left-handers at the crease, is going to be Michael Copeland. And it's going to be very, very interesting to see what happens here. So the left-hander, he's getting the ball to move away. He's going to get drift into the left-hander because of the wind, and then potentially turn away from the left-hander. Well, that's what he bowls. He bowls the one that turns away, the standard off-break bowler. Let's see what happens. 9 matches, 79 overs, 43 is his average, 7 wickets, of which he took a number in the first innings. I think it was 3 that he took in the first innings. Michael Copeland, 1, 2, 3, indeed it was. He got Smith in the first innings, LBW for 62. Simmons was caught by Peter Malan off his bowling for 41, and then Patterson also caught going for a big shot off Copeland for 7. So he's got 3 wickets in that first innings as Michael Copeland. And they're just taking some time to set the field here. Is a man on the deep cover boundary. That is Stean van Zyl. Slip, forward short leg, backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a deep backward square. Nobody fine at 45, which you wouldn't expect because he's been trying to bowl an off stump line. Umpire Lubabalo Kluma has a look at that one. It was very wide outside the off stump. He's just got to get into his work again. As Michael Copeland bowled exceptionally well in the first innings. And
was
Smith
it
played
played
that
full?
through the covers, and it stopped very well. Actually, got a hand on it. So I think it was that in the covers. It is Glenta Stearman got a right hand on that. That's hurt him a bit, and he manages to stop a certain boundary with that one that he got his hand on. That's hurting a lot. It looks like Glenta Stearman. 99 now for the loss of 3. Moore on 40.
20.
Smith 80. 26 the deficit to make the Rocks bat again. And then only are they in positive territory, Western Province.
It's
Leave
a
that
bit better there
outside the off stump.
from Michael Copeland. The previous delivery was a bit fuller.
I think what's going to be interesting to see, he's varying where he's delivering the ball from in the crease. So you see that one's coming from exceptionally wide.
Yeah.
He seems to be bowling one from closer to the stumps, one from much wider. No danger of having a no ball because his back foot is inside the return crease, but front foot outside the return crease. Done that again, but it's too wide, starting too wide. He wants to angle that in like he did to Daniel Smith in the first innings, angled it in and got it to straighten beautifully.
No, Michael Copeland had a very good game. Like I said earlier, exceptional bowling from him in the first innings. Really helped the Gbets Rocks in the efforts to restrict the run rate of Western Province. And he just gets that away.
Yeah, nicely played by Moore. And that's the 100 up for Western Province. 100 in after exactly 28 overs. So they've been very consistent, have Western Province. And in terms of their run rates, 100 of 171 balls, 9 fours. That's come off 28 overs. It took them 13 overs and 4 balls to get to that particular number 100. They got to their 50 of 14 overs and 2 balls. So very, very consistent have Western Province been. Sean van Berg is going to be bowling once again to Eddie Moore on 41. And they are now 25 short of getting into positive territory. And yeah, van Berg coming in again. So we've got 2 spin bowlers on. The light is still good for cricket. Hoping that these clouds, dark clouds, will blow away with this wind. Doesn't look like they're blowing as fast as I think the wind's blowing.
There's a big shout.
He's outside the line, though, of the off stump, and that is not going to be given. He came across to cover that. We'll have a look at that again. Sean van Berg, they are a bit upset about that, perhaps. Sean van Berg goes down to have a chat. I'm not sure what he's chatting about, but he does did a bit of a walkabout there.
Yeah, it looks like he's talking to the umpire. Yeah, asking him like
that is, he's outside the line of the off stump, but cannot be given when that ball hits him. And now our camera is not directly in the line there, the one that we looked at now, but he certainly appeared to me to be outside the line of the off stump. Sean van Berg doing walkabout there. That's not going to help his cause, though. Umpires don't like that at all.
very strange. Yeah, he had a brief chat with the umpire, and his reaction I can only describe as furious, irritated. Yeah, irritating. Oh, that should be out, but the umpire's not. No, it's not the pad, excuse
when
me.
he said that's come off the pad, they're really
Oh,
giving
look at
that
it's going
is
back
not,
again.
that is again, he's umpire says that's come off the pad. We really can't see from the angle that we're looking at, and with the visuals that we have, where that has actually hit. Eddie Moore is not. Now that certainly again, that one again off the. If it has come off the bat, it's come off the bottom edge of the bat onto the pad and then up into the air. I think they're trying to get the umpire to give the decision.
And Schoenberg again exchanging words with the umpire, but this time it looked a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, it's not helping them at
No.
all in this situation. And it is not, we've seen a few instances in this match. I know Western Province also had one or two situations where they were unhappy with the umpire decisions. There's been a couple now. In fact, now that's three, two in this over, as well as one earlier on where they went up for like a unanimous appeal. I think it was against Eddie Moore as well, and it wasn't given. And this is not great to see, I must be honest.
No.
But we'll
I don't.
we have to sort of reserve our opinion probably on this. It's the umpire has to make his decision, and it needs to be honoured by the players. They're going to get through for two here, as that's played nicely by Moore out into the cover region, fielded by the captain Peter Milan.
It's just but you also don't like to see a player having exchange of words with the umpire, especially when it's a bit from the aggressive side of things.
Polite inquiry, perhaps. I know
Yes.
maybe we deal with this as being the gentleman's game a little bit too much, perhaps, but polite inquiry. But to sort of walk around, do the whole walk around,
Yeah.
do the I've been aggrieved badly here by you type of situation. Not what we want to see
No,
on the cricket field.
not at all. And especially with them being on the front foot, having the advantage at the moment.
Well, they are most certainly on the front foot. They want to get more on the front foot, don't they? Eddie Moore is a crucial wicket for them. He's got 43 so far off, what's that, 77 deliveries. With him, Daniel Smith. They know one more breakthrough, particularly tonight. They'll be looking at getting more than just one breakthrough. Could put them in a winning position in the match, with rain potentially threatening tomorrow from lunchtime.
And it just looks like, Sean van Berg is just walking away.
That's
Going to take up a different fielding position than.
Yeah, I think that's probably wise in the moment. Just
cool him off a
go
bit.
down to long leg to cool off a bit. It's Copeland going to be bowling with a 6-3 offside leg side field to Smith. And this field, quite like this field to Smith. I do think they might want to have, not sure whether they should have anybody catching in closer on that offside. It's a short extra cover. That's just played into the gap. Viwa Mgajima, unfortunately, not able to pick that one up cleanly. Otherwise, you might have given Daniel Smith some challenge at the bowler's end. Nothing much available to Michael Copeland here from the old stables end. No real rough outside that off stump, because there hasn't been really any, no fast bowlers bowling or operating from this side. You're just trying to alter the line of attack.
Yeah, it definitely looks like the wicket at the old stables end is it's cut up more and we'll give a bit more to a spin bowler. So
perhaps they're trying to get through the overs here. I mean, Western Province were quite well up with the over rate certainly this morning, and still 18 overs to be bowled in 48 minutes. So it will help a lot to get spinners on at both ends. Clyde Fontaine just waiting to see if Eddie Moore had heard the call of over before he moved out of his crease. We want to do a bare stow there.
Yes, I just wanted to say.
Well, maybe he did want to do a bare stow, but he was just being kind, I think. 3.4 and over. Deficit now 22 for Western Province, and they will be keen to make sure that they do not have any more loss of wickets before they get through that total. It's going to be Daniel Smith to face up once again to Sean van Berg, who's jogging his way quickly to the umpire to drop of his hat.
Yeah, he didn't even look at the umpire when he gave him his white brim.
No, that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, I think yeah, this is going to be entertaining.
It should be entertaining. The thing for Daniel Smith here, Durant, is he doesn't get caught up in this
Yeah, that's
and doesn't
definitely.
play into the hands of the rocks and the choir and whatever's happening. Oh, he missed
Oh,
that thing. That missed everything there. It's going down towards the boundary. I think they'll come back for two. Means the deficit now is down to 20. This bye is
mm.
indeed signaled by umpire Mazizi Gampu, who's standing at this end. Umpires having switched over. Just a reminder about that is at the end where both teams have batted twice. They batted once, sorry, once or twice. When both teams have batted, two innings have happened, then the umpires will switch over. A good delivery from
Mm.
Berg this time, and Smith very well forward, trying to smother the spin.
It's like yeah, Clive Fontaine is having a bit of words with Daniel Smith.
I'm sure he is one wicket keeper to another. And he's saying to him, "You can't pick it, mate. You can't pick it out the hand." This one's down to Peter Milan at mid-off, as that just angled into the left-hander once again. Such a likable young man, Daniel
Mm.
Smith. And always got a kind word and never fails to come across and say hello when you see him on the field or at Newlands. So really, always nice to chat to him as well. Man, we do believe Western Province has a bright future ahead of him. Uh, Only 22, and he's got already playing at both first class and List A T20 level, shown a lot of potential.
Schomburg has got this very angry look to him. Yeah, he just had a big stare down with Stiaan van Zyl.
Oh,
Oh, that
that
was
was
so
so
close.
close. That was very, very close. Just bouncing in front of the man at short leg, Aviwet Mgijima. Is it in there? It is
Yes.
indeed. Mgijima. That was in the air for a little while before it went down in front of him. So difficult though when you're in those positions because you're watching the bat all the time. You're staying down there watching the bat. You have to because that's where your reaction comes from. And that's much better from Smith, just keeping it down, angled into the pads. And Von Berg will get his hat and his sunglasses, no, just his hat, from umpire Gampu. And of course, he exchanges a good word with him there and has a lovely chat with him before he goes back to his
It
position.
was a very civil interaction.
It was just, here's your hat. Okay. No, Sean von Berg not happy with umpire Gampu. And it's these sort of side play things that you watch in cricket that makes 4-day cricket just such a pleasure to watch, and how the game develops over the 4 days.
And yeah, no, this Moore is going to be a very big irritation for the Rocks. 43 runs on the board. He's been in the middle at crease for 144 minutes. So it's been a very long time that they had to deal with him. Here's Michael Copeland.
Yeah, just trying to get that angle a bit better so that it brings the LBW into play here. Durant just
Mm.
comes a bit closer to the stumps. He's gonna potentially bring it into play if he can get it to go there. It's wider this time again, and the turn seems to be, if there is any turn, there's no real bounce from this side, but you do have at the other end. So bowling into the old state to the old stables end from the Niederberg end, you seem to have quite a bit more bounce and a lot more turn. That was a good delivery by the looks of things. Perhaps the line there, they thought perhaps Eddie Moore hadn't covered the line. 43 not out, he is. nicely played, and that is going to go down to a long off. Just jogs off to his left-hand side there, Aishel Kluter. And he's got that languid throw, isn't he, back to Michael Copeland. Just sort of, I wouldn't call him loose-limbed, but he's got this, like, he's just languid sort of style. His flow of his action is lovely, isn't it?
Yes. No, it's very nice to watch. It's almost got like a, yeah, he's doing something with his arms just before he releases.
Yeah, he just, where he runs in, and he really was running in with purpose today as well. Lovely to see. Yeah, that one probably coming on with the arm maybe, but Daniel Smith, no danger there outside the off stump. Started a little bit wide. Copeland now.
And now I think the best friends are going to meet up again there at the at the wicket.
The cooling off period down at the fine leg hasn't worked at long leg. Sorry, hasn't worked so much for Sean van Berg.
No, I think it's actually doing the opposite.
Yeah.
Because now he's so isolated, and I think he's just working himself up more because there's no one around to hear him swearing or anything.
So it's 106 for 3 after 32, Moore on 44, Smith on 9. The deficit is 19. 19 runs before Western Province make the Rocks bat again. We are in the last hour of play here at Boland Park, beautiful Boland Park, with the mountains of the Drakenstein range off to our left-hand side. Sun kissing them at the moment with dappled cloud as Eddie Moore plays that one beautifully forward, just to the left of the man at backward point, or deepish backward point, almost somewhere between wide third man and backward point. They go through for 2, and he goes to 46. Scored 44 in the first innings, Eddie Moore. 46 in the second, 108 for 3, 17 behind. And that's a good delivery from Van Berg, just giving a bit more flight. Moore, though, sees it nicely. He's able to come down and play it straight down the ground to Stiaan van Zyl, and takes them to 109. Smith on strike now to Van Berg. Hasn't pulled out the reverse sweep yet, Daniel Smith. Maybe something that he'll be looking at if the ball's pitched up enough to him. That's a good delivery outside the line of off stump.
Very well done from Daniel Smith.
Yeah, he's defended that one well, hasn't he? There was the one in the previous over that sort of he kicked on him, that went down the leg side, but nobody got anything on that one. And the one that did kick on him, that he played down just short of the man at short leg. Similar to that situation, he was able to get hold of that one. It was just a little bit too short, able to get the turn in his favour. 110 for the loss of 3, Western Province.
And it's a 15-run deficit, if I'm not mistaken.
You are not mistaken at all. 15 runs the deficit. 125 was the lead for the Rocks in the first innings. This game is set up beautifully. We just wish and hope we have a full day's play tomorrow. Oh, that was dangerous from Moore.
A very good delivery, but yeah, Van Berg is not happy with himself for up his arm.
He was looking, that's sort of expecting that probably to get through the defences of Moore. And that just down the ground for a single. He moves to 48. The total goes to 111. And this is a period when Durant puts his feet firmly on the ground, and I hold mine up in the air. Just one of us has to keep our feet on the ground, and the other one has to reach for the stars. That's a terrible one, isn't it? So that was, I still remember that from many years ago. There was a gentleman called David Gresham who was at that stage a DJ, and that was his favorite saying. He used to present on the old Springbok radio. So those of you that remember Springbok radio, I'm giving away some of my age now. I was very, very young. In fact, the first time I heard Springbok radio was about 5 years before I was born. It's just to remember, and he used to say with the top 40, keep your feet on the ground and reach for the stars or something like that. So
So better delivery there from Michael Copeland.
yeah, it was better, quicker through the air.
And yeah, I'm not gonna say anything that's going on that scoreboard, but I think we all can.
No, we're not talking about that. We're just keeping our feet. I'm keeping my feet off the ground, and you're putting yours on the ground. But the scoreboard is very menacing there. It's 111 for 3 after 33. So we've got 111, 333. That's just disastrous from a superstition point of view. But that is all going to change now as they go through for the single. Stearman doesn't pick up. I don't think there was any risk of a run out there. Stearman not able to pick up the ball cleanly from his position at extra cover. And it is going to be Smith facing 112 for the loss of 3 in the 34th over, deficit 13. There's another number, 13. The deficit's 13.
So
it's all right. There's a single slip in place. Daniel Smith plays that one straight to Glenton. Stearman just knocks it on as he comes forward. And that will be a scrum right there at the extra cover position. Oh, no, sorry, wrong sport. It's been a long day. No, it's actually been a very, very fascinating day. We still have got 37 minutes in the day's play. I would expect if we are going to get all the way through 14 overs to be bowled, we're not going to get through all of those. Get through most of them, though. The 2 spinners bowling. Can't see that the quicks are going to want to bowl again today. Last ball of the over, Smith defends quite easily. I'd like to see Copeland on from this side.
Yes, no, I totally agree with you.
I think that Von Berg, he'll probably go and take a wicket now. But Von Berg has had, he's had a long spell, 12 overs, 1 for 43. He's still seething under his hat. So just really important for the Rocks to. Now, they've really been close to making the breakthrough again, haven't they? It's been very close. Eddie Moore on 49, he's going to be on strike. Just having a word with Daniel Smith there. It's about their tactics maybe in this over, what they're going to do. And the ball being thrown back from its shining session with Hardus-Viljoen to Sean von Berg. Very important, even when the spinners are bowling, to protect that ball and keep it so that you're making sure one side is shiny, the other side maybe a little bit heavier and wetter so that you can utilize it. Maybe the bowlers can get a bit of swing for later on. And tomorrow morning, certainly we expect to see Hardus-Viljoen steaming in from the old stables end. That's very nicely played by Eddie Moore, and that is his 50. And that is really appreciated by his teammates in the dugout. He goes to his 42nd first-class 50, signals that to the dressing room he's going to get the fist pump from Daniel Smith, and he does so. And that will be his 50 for 92 balls for that 50. Very good innings so far from Daniel Smith.
No, definitely. He definitely deserves that. He has been batting well in this innings.
Yeah, he's happy with that. That one just down the leg side from Sean von Berg, just turning away down the leg past Daniel Smith's pads. Got to be careful, just letting everything go. It's he's coming outside the off stump, plays that nicely into the covers, but it's brilliantly or well fielded back by Peter Boland. He's such a good fielder, Peter Boland.
Very experienced. I mean,
yeah,
for almost 20 years he's been playing. No, he's very good. He takes a lot of time and a lot of pride in his fielding practices. Oh, that's a good delivery from Sean.
It was a good delivery, and he just went back, and he didn't read it necessarily. He had to go back. I think it wasn't full enough to come forward to it, and that is dangerous. He got his bat down just in time. Almost looked like a leading edge back to the bowler, and that's is played. But once again, straight to the man at mid-off, who's Peter Malan. 1 ball left in Van Berg's 13th over in the second innings for Western Province. They are 12 short of the figure they need to make the Rocks bat again. And they're 3 down, 34 overs and 5 balls bowled. Played that one down, number of bounces down to Aishel Klutter at long leg, and there is another single to Daniel Smith. He'll be facing, I'm sure it'll be Michael Copeland, or will it be Aviwe Mgijima? No, Michael Copeland is, no, it's not going to be Michael Copeland. I think it's going to be Hardus Viljoen. This is a good move, I think. Maybe no issue yet with the lights, definitely. Should get better shortly. Seems to be a gap in the clouds that is coming up. Maybe bathed in sunshine for a few minutes before the close of play. And it is going to be Hardus Viljoen. He's going to be coming on from the old stables end. Had quite a protracted break, Hardus Viljoen, coming back into the attack. And there's analysis so far in this innings. It will be up on the screen very shortly, I'm sure, from the scorers, but I have it as 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 18. That's an economy rate of 3 from his first opening spell.
Yeah, I quite like this. That Peter Milan brought in some pace. Yeah, in the latter stages of today's play. 12 overs to go, and about 32 minutes remaining. So I would.
Yeah, I think it was just too easy to play Michael Copeland, and he wasn't getting anything from the wicket. It was turning, but very slow turn, and not able to really threaten Daniel Smith. In the first innings, he was getting a lot more pace off the wicket from this end. He got that LBW decision with the one that straightened nicely on Smith, when Smith went back to one that he probably should have been going forward to. So not anything as significant as he would have liked on offer for him. And it is going to be Hardus Viljoen from the old stables end, the end which he got the wicket of Jono Bird earlier today. First wicket for Bird at 34. And then it was Mo Valley, the second wicket to fall, with a score on 67.
So this is going to be very interesting to see what Hardus Viljoen is going to pull out of the bag.
It will be interesting. I expect a bit of short stuff from him. That's not short at all. Yeah, first up. I mean, he's going to give him, I think he will give him some short delivery. He's got a man positioned next to the umpire at square leg, got a man at more conventional fine leg. So that's a very conventional field here. He's got a slip, a gully, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a man at square leg, and a man at fine leg. That's everywhere. Mgijima, he's in again. Very good delivery. And well played by Smith, just getting on top of the bounce. Smith's on 11. Eddie Moore has gone to, I think I said it was his 47th career 50. Yeah, 42nd, sorry, career 50. And he is playing well in this match. He's putting his name out there for a potential call-up to the New Zealand tour for South Africa.
Yeah, that would be amazing for him to go. I would love to see that.
There's a few contenders for that position. That's down the leg side, though, and umpire Kluma not impressed by the choir there from the Rocks. Didn't get the choir going there at all. It's too late in the day.
Yeah, and I think the vocal cords are a bit strained at the moment.
I think so. Need a bit of,
Tea and honey.
I think tea and honey is a good one, yeah. I was going to say, I mean, tonight they probably don't need the what we think the English call it a hot toddy, which is, or it could be a South African term, maybe a hot toddy. It's, you take that when you're feeling very sick. Lemon, honey, and he's bowled him.
Oh, he's bowled him.
Took the top of the off bail. He straightened that one on Daniel Smith. It was absolute beauty from Hardus Viljoen.
Yo, what a ball.
That is a great breakthrough for them. That's exactly the right thing for them to do. Bring back Huddersfield. Just took the top of the off stump, and that's why it came up into the air and over the head of Clyde Fortuyn. And it's Smith out for 11, bowled by Huddersfield, and
Wow.
Western Province lose their 4th wicket. What a peach of a delivery.
It almost seems like that off stump didn't move. It seems like he only hit the bail.
It did hit
Because
the
I
bail,
didn't see
yeah.
any of the furniture rattled. So, oh, great ball there from Huddersfield.
It takes a 2nd wicket. It's been an outstanding performance from him. Just Daniel Smith's numbers 11 off 40 deliveries. It's been a vigil for him out there, and no 4s and no 6s. And it is George Linder that's coming to the crease. But yeah, that delivery was really, really outstanding from Huddersfield. And he goes back to the pavilion. Daniel Smith, Western Province 11 behind still, 4 wickets down. Something desperate needed now from the middle and lower middle order of the Western Province team.
I'm not going to look at the weather forecast anymore because it keeps changing. Because now it says it's going to start raining at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Okay, well, best don't look at it. It might just either going to depress you or impress you. I don't know which one is it.
No, I would definitely like another day of play.
Definitely
full
the
4
position.
days.
Sorry. The position the Rocks are in now, certainly they are on top in this game. 1 or 2 partnerships that could make it a little bit different, but it is going to require a Herculean effort from Western Province to save the game from here.
Yeah, 11-run deficit at the moment, and with 4 wickets lost. So by the time they're in the positive lead, they've got 6 wickets remaining. Well, at least 6 wickets remaining.
Yeah, at the most. Yes,
I was going to say at the most.
Yeah.
So now this is very interesting. But now here's George Linder, on strike, and we all know he can also have a good go with the bat.
Yeah, he's been in good form and so far this season. Get a delivery like that, like the one that was bowled now to Smith, virtually unplayable from Fillion, and Smith just playing down the wrong line.
That
Oh
was
my word,
so
nearly bowled him.
and George Linder only got at the last possible millisecond bat to ball. It almost crept under that toe.
Sure. How impressive has Fillion been? 6.5 overs, 2 for 18. And what a good decision from the captain to bring him back on. Nothing was happening at all for Michael Copeland.
No, I just wanted to say that and it worked.
Yeah.
Change up the things a bit.
See, it gets a bit brighter out there in the middle. Certainly things looking bright for the men from Paarl, the Gbets Rocks. And it's almost as if you're going to see the sun shining off those basalt domes off to our right-hand side there as the sun comes out. And it's 10 runs still to make the Rocks bat again. 4 down, Western Province, and 2 experienced men at the crease now. George Linder, Eddie Moore. It's going to be Sean von Berg to continue, and he'll be bowling to George Linder. This is going to be a very interesting contest. One spinner against the next, sun coming out even brighter now. So a good chance that we'll still have the 25 minutes before the close of play. All 25 minutes. We're definitely not going to get 11 overs in, though, in 25 minutes. But isn't this a beautiful view out of commentary box windows here?
This is amazing. The sun just kissing the mountains of the Drakenstein region.
And the cloud just creates the shadows on the mountain. The mountain moods are beautiful. And you do have a chance to get out to this cricket ground, and at some time in the future, it really is worth a visit and coming to watch cricket here. It's one more 4-day game here taking place in February. And really, I'll get those dates for you. Oh my goodness, that was close.
What happened there?
It got an inside edge off the bat, didn't get the full face of the blade onto it, and then it just squeezed out into the leg side, and he was already almost like setting off for a run and didn't know where the ball was. Managed to get back in time. Stump's not disturbed by any of the fielders.
No, there was no bat to that.
No bats, and it was almost a yay rather than a how's that.
Yeah.
So it wasn't no choir involved there. Slip not interested at all, and I think umpire Gampu certainly wouldn't have been interested in that one. Oh,
Oh, that was so close
played
to my foot.
nicely, a bit finer this time. The man who was deep there at long leg has come up into almost, you would call it the circle, if you want to call it that, which you would have in a one-day game. So there was a 2 on offer there. Western Province 8 short now of making the Rocks bat again. Moore and Linda have a conversation, a conference in the middle of the pitch, just perhaps talking about where Sean von Berg is pitching that one, how it's turning across and keeping that ball down, because there are 2 men just waiting for that catch. There's that shortish leg gully, and there's a man at forward short leg. There's also a slip in position. Oh, he gets the leading edge. He is so lucky there, trying to play that one into the leg side square, which is the shot to play. He was just early on the ball, and it came off the back of the bat, looped up where a short extra cover would have been. But there are only 3 fielders on the offside. So Linda surviving at the moment.
Oh, that was
missed
so close.
everything. That missed absolutely everything. That nearly bowled him. Sean van Berg is wondering, what do I have to do to get a wicket here? I've got 1. What do I have to do to get a second? And that's signaled by the umpire. 119 for the loss of 4. That must have missed the stumps by a whisker.
If there was another coat of varnish on that bail, I think it would have clipped it. Really, it was unbelievably close. Now, some good bowling from Sean, and we definitely said earlier today that this is the end to bowl spin at.
Definitely. There's a lot of rough there outside that off stump of the left-hander, and George Linder survives the over. 6 is the deficit, and Western Province are 4 down, 119 for 4 after 37 overs. And it is very interesting because what we've seen here today has been very much the trend throughout the match, is that the pacers bowling from the old stables end are getting wickets.
Yes.
The spinners not necessarily getting the wickets. They may be getting the wickets from a tail ender point of view, but they're not getting that many wickets from the Niederberg end. But I think they're probably causing the wickets that are coming from the old stables end.
Yes.
So it's the release. I mean, you can't say that this innings because Hardus Fillion's just been absolutely brilliant. His bowling has been outstanding. The delivery that got rid of John O'Bird, we called that one in terms of him angling it into the left-hander, and he got him down the leg side. By no means a strangle. It was a plan that they had against John O'Bird, and then the plan they had against Daniel Smith kept him on the back foot. He wasn't coming forward. He was in a bit of no man's land, and that delivery from Hardus Fillion just cut him in half virtually and took that off bail. What an incredible delivery it was. It's Moore facing Fillion, and that's going to go down to the 3rd man boundary for 4.
Good shot.
Plays that really well, opens the face, just guides it down past Janeman Milan at gully, and it will be Stiaan van Zyl, is it, coming around? That doesn't look like Stiaan, but it is. Is it? No, it's not Stiaan. Sorry, I think that's Michael Copeland, is it? This is Michael Copeland coming around. Stiaan has been down here for a lot of the day, but he's now out, I think, in front of the pavilion there. Stiaan van Zyl. Yeah, that's him out in front of the pavilion on the leg side, at square leg. And Michael Copeland now doing duty at deep backward point. Eddie Moore, 54. That sort of comes off the tongue quite nicely, doesn't it? So, and should they lose a wicket now, Western Province, it will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. At the moment, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. It will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I quite like that.
Yeah.
That's probably my favorite the number in cricket.
Commentator's favorite score.
Yes.
That one is. So 123 for 4 at the moment in the 38th over. Huddersfield bowling to Eddie Moore. Moore anchoring the innings for Western Province. Going to have nothing to do with that outside the off stump. So just in case you did miss it earlier on in the day, just to give you some information, the SAA India A game was called off with India A on 327 for 6, match drawn. Two-match series there between those two teams, drawn as well. And India A will go home now, and no more cricket for SAA in the foreseeable future. It's nicely just dabbed down the offside by Moore. Takes them to 124 for the loss of 4. And in other matches around the world, the under-19 match in the triangular series between India under-19 and Afghanistan under-19. That's there the Indian team winning by 6 wickets. That 50-over match, triangular between India, Afghanistan and South Africa under-19 in preparation for the under-19 World Cup. It was India under-19s winning by 6 wickets. They'll get right in the end. And I'll give you the information around the Afghanistan UAE one-day international taking place. So T20 taking place in Sharjah. And I thought it was a one-day international because it was 203 for the loss of 3. And it is Afghanistan posted a big total against the UAE in Sharjah, 203 for the loss of 3 after being asked to bat by the UAE, and runs there aplenty for them. Just give you the scorecard there. Oh, George Linder tries to play it forcibly through the offside. He doesn't get hold of it at all. And the end of another Huddersfield over. And there are 9 supposedly to go in the day, but we still have only have 14 minutes to play as the sun bakes down once again on Boland Park.
It's been a wonderful day of cricket. A lot has happened again today. A lot of developments, a lot of moments to be talked about. And with Sean van Berg now set to bowl his 15th over of this innings. And just to touch back on Huddersfield, great economy from him in this innings. 8 overs, 24 runs conceded, 2 wickets taken, and 1 maiden over bowled.
So
very good.
Very good. 3 runs per over. Just the scores there for Afghanistan. Gurbaz, Ramanullah Gurbaz getting 100 exactly in that T20 match against the UAE off 52 balls with 7 fours and 7 sixes, and very well supported by Ibrahim Zadran, the captain.
That's got to be
off the pad again. Umpire once again.
That's
not good. Well, that is not good. I know the Rocks are frustrated.
It's Aviwe.
Aviwe Mgajima not happy with the umpire there, and they're all looking very, very unhappy. The Gbets Rocks, and say off the pad again. The decision wasn't given by umpire Mazizi Kampu, and the Rocks in that instance, I can hesitate to say showing clear dissent, but it wasn't pretty. So it's going to be Van Berg to continue. I mean, he may well have been unlucky. We really don't know, so we can't comment. But the umpire gives it not out. It has to be not out. Just walked into that shot, and they're going to take 2 potentially here. George Linder will come back. No, he won't. Good thinking there, perhaps. Stiaan van Zyl hurls that one in. As the team here is looking very frustrated, and the scores now are back. They are back on level terms. So Western Province will start to count in the positive from now onwards. 125 for the loss of 4. So in effect, they are 0 for 4 at the moment. Linder and Moore are here on strike for Western Province. It is Sean van Berg in the middle virtually of his 15th over, 1 for 48. Brilliant delivery to get rid of Yasin Valley earlier on in the piece. He's been unlucky since then not to get another wicket. That's played very nicely by Linda out into the deep and fielded well by Glentus Stearman running around from mid-wicket. They take a single. They're in front now by 1 is the lead. And so they only start counting from now, Western Province. And their target for tonight, get in with no more wickets down. Gbets Rock's target for tonight, take as many wickets as you can. 1 more tonight would mean you're into Mpongwana, and then Simmons to come tomorrow. Simmons, Hendricks. Going to be difficult for Western Province to win the game from here. And that's paddled round the corner by Moore. There's no run.
2 more balls remaining in this over, and yeah, I'm starting to get the feeling that the Gbets Rocks players are getting very frustrated, and yeah, you don't like to see that from
No,
an experienced player like Aviwe.
yeah, it wasn't good. That's nicely played by by Moore, just out into the offside. It's been a measured innings from Eddie Moore. He needed that. His team has needed that, and they need to build on this lead, and they'll be looking to do that tomorrow to make sure the game is as safe as it can be before the Rocks have to bat again. The Rocks, on the other hand, will be trying to make sure that this Western Province team does not post anything that could be a challenging target for them. It's well played by Linda into the leg side. It'll only be a single, well fielded by Aishel Klitschko. He does a bit of juggling with the ball on the ground, but they won't even think of going through for another run as Von Berg takes his cap again and disconsolately walks down towards us here at the commentary box. And you can understand that he must be very, very frustrated. He's going to be standing at slip for Huddersfield. And he does his best possible teapot impersonation. Does Sean von Berg. He's standing there. Be a lot of chatter about this again tonight. It has been a match in which there have been a number of umpiring and official, what can I say, or there's been a few queries that have happened, not just around the umpiring decisions, but certain other things that have happened. So certainly we'll leave that up to the captains in their umpires' reports to talk about. And it remains a fascinating game out here. It wouldn't be cricket if there weren't a couple of controversies that you're talking about.
No, definitely not. But I mean, it feels like there's more than the norm of controversies in this match.
Yeah, I must say I haven't seen. I've covered quite a bit of 4-day cricket over the last couple of years, and I've very rarely seen as many situations that we've seen in this match.
And it all started from day one.
Did indeed.
Early.
Did indeed.
Oh,
now the next side's going to come down here for 4. Is it off the pad or is it off the bat? It's off the pad. According to umpire Duma, it's off the pad. Unfortunate for Clyde Fortuin, just couldn't get there to stop that one. Viwe Mgijima, the man with the very heavy shins, is walking back to his position at fine leg. He's got those pads on still, and it makes it look very awkward to walk, although he doesn't seem to struggle too much when he's running.
No, he almost walks like a cowboy with his big boots on.
Well, I think that if one were to choose somebody for high noon today, it will be Sean von Berg and umpire Gampu. And that is Aishel Klitschko just doing the fielding there. 132 for 4, Western Province, they lead by 7. And yeah, one can sort of imagine it'll be high noon at the Boland Park Corral.
No, definitely. It's been something else, I must say, and I think I said it earlier that yesterday we talked about day 3 extensively and what we're going to expect, and it exceeded expectations.
I agree with you. It certainly has exceeded my expectations in terms of the excitement we've had here on day 3, and now we are looking at a situation where we're not going to get all the overs in for the day. It's still 8 overs to be bowled, and we have got 9 minutes left to play. We're probably going to end up probably end up 4 overs short. And what I can tell you is that our fellow commentators from around the country that are listening in are enjoying the fact that there's this byplay between Western Province and Eastern Province, and Boland. Yeah, it's been very exciting day's play. What is nice is that at least you do get the excitement from one or both sides when something outstanding happens, and that outstanding delivery from Sean van Berg to Mohammed Yassine Valley will live long in the memory, as will the one that Hardus Viljoen bowled to get rid of Daniel Smith Moore on strike to Viljoen. Good. Oh, that one goes in the air. That hurt him again on the top of the hip. He's rubbing it very vigorously. That's no padding there, and that really hurt. It probably came off the top there on the body. Oh, ow.
Yeah, no, that definitely rocked him a bit. He does seem fine, but I think he's going to feel it later on tonight.
Yes, it's. I think he's definitely going to feel it. It's. But at the risk of being told that I'm getting very, very corny, I mean, it could be. I mean, when you look at the guys on the field, it's war, but when you look at them off the field and how they interact, it's love. Actually, that's why he's going to feel it in his fingers and in his toes. I knew I shouldn't have done
Well
that.
done.
So it's
Well done.
yeah. So as Lauren was talking about earlier on, saying, you know, there's players probably sitting up in the dressing room when they're not having to come out to bat. 194-run partnership that we had for the third wicket, and you've got then your number 5 batter Copeland sitting in the dressing room for just short of 5 hours of play, and you could have watched a lot of Netflix. In fact, you could have watched an entire series in that time, and as Lauren said, probably could have watched a few Christmas movies. Yeah. It's a good shot, but it looked dangerous for me from this angle. That's angling across him and playing it against the spin, but he covers as well, Eddie Moore, and that he manages now to getting some of the sweat out of that helmet. It must be incredibly hot out there for him. He's been on the field for a lot. In fact, if you think of how long he's actually been on the field now, he's been on the field for a full 2 days. He came onto the field in fact, more than that. I mean, there were 9 overs bowled, so he's been on the field for about 2 days and an hour, Eddie Moore, continuously.
It must be brutal.
Yeah,
but it just shows you the fitness level of Moore.
Yeah, he's incredibly fit. That's why he does the push-ups on the field.
That's true.
Yeah.
Keep the body going, keep it awake.
What a pleasant young man to speak to. I'm not just saying that because he went to the same school as me, but he is a really pleasant young man, and he's been a fantastic addition to the Western Province squad.
Oh, definitely.
Great team man at the Warriors. I mean, you talk to anybody down there, and he was legendary down in the Eastern Cape, and here at Western Province, really somebody that has been a fantastic signing for them. Always wanted to come and play in the Cape, and he is here now and is making the most of his opportunities. 58 not out he is. George Linder with him, 6 not out. 6 off 19 deliveries for Linder. Linder playing to the conditions that are there this evening. 4 minutes left in the day's play. In fact, yes, on the stadium clock also 4 minutes on the scoreboard clock. 3 balls left in this over from Van Berg, and then I think only one more over that we'll see before the close of play. Play down the leg side, that's going fine. That's not going to get to the boundary, I don't think. It slows up quite significantly. Ashel Klutter is going to pick it up and hurl it in. 2 more to the score, and 2 balls left in the Sean van Berg over. 41 overs will be bowled at the end of this over, so we'll probably have 42 in the innings, the Western Province innings. They've maintained a reasonable run rate considering the fact that they are behind the game. They lead by 12 at the moment.
Again, just out of the reach, Michael Copeland. Didn't carry to him.
No, it didn't. Yeah, that's not
Good shot.
a great shot. There is nobody out there. The Huddersfield signaling to the non-existent man out there the ball's coming to him, and that's going to go all the way to the deep cover boundary for 4. So that is a boundary for George Linder, and that, I think, is his first boundary in his innings. He moves to 12. It's been slow for his in terms of his normal strike rate, but it is very important from a Western Province point of view, and that is his first boundary. He's got 12 off 21. Eddie Moore, 58 off 102, with 4 boundaries, 27 this partnership. They lead by 16, Western Province. They brought the men in as 1 ball left in Sean von Berg's spell. Down the leg side, coming across the left-hander significantly. George Linder gets nothing on it, and it's the end of the over. The last one that Sean von Berg will bowl this evening. 2 minutes left in the day's play, and it will be Huddersfield in bright sunshine here at Boland Park. They'll be coming in to bowl the last over of the day from the old stables end, looking south towards the Drakensberg Mountains that on our left-hand side here, still looking beautiful in the late afternoon sun. Shadows on the mountains looking beautiful down towards also the Franschhoek Mountains in the distance. And just a great setting to watch cricket. And it's been a great day to be watching cricket here at Boland Park. At the beginning of the day, it was the Rocks that continued with their innings, and their innings there at the start of day 3, it was 387 for the loss of 6 wickets. Was it 338? Sorry, 338 for 5. I do apologize. At the start of the day's play, 338 for 5. They took that to a very good score of 480, added 142 runs for the remaining 5 wickets this morning.
Swing and a miss.
That is unusual from Eddie Moore. Why is he doing that in the last over of the day? Oh, Eddie Moore, if he got out to that, he would have been mortified. Looking at his bat, he should be blaming the bat. It was the bat that did it. So just to go through that again, it was 338 for 5 at the opening of play this morning. 106 overs have been bowled. And then they took the score to 387 for the loss of 5 did Copeland and von Berg before their partnership of 169 was broken. Beautiful delivery.
That's
beautiful delivery.
precisely what you want from Huddersfield right there.
Exactly. Eddie Moore needs to keep his concentration for another 4 deliveries. That's why he's walking away. Cannot afford to give his wicket away in this last over or be tempted into anything. It's innings, and tomorrow starting again is so crucial for Western Province. Only 16 ahead. They want to go in 4 wickets down. A wicket now for the Rocks. They would love that. Absolutely
that will be absolutely perfect for them. They probably expected 2 wickets.
That's very well bowled. Surprise delivery into the pads. He handles it well, Moore.
I think if you went to Peter Malan before the start of this innings and you said we should take 2 wickets before the end of today's play, you would have taken it, but not 4. I mean, I think that exceeded their expectations as well.
I think it does give you an idea that I think if you can create the pressure and the doubt in the mind of the batter with the spinner bowling, which I think has been the case, it's constant concentration, is that you end up potentially having a situation where, now don't take a second there, Eddie, there is no second run there, and 2 balls left in the day's play. George Linder will be the one that has to see those out, unless he gets a single, of course. Eddie Moore safely at the bowler's end, which is the best way to see the end of the day's play. And he's on 59. He has played a very, very good innings here in trying circumstances for Western Province. They want him to be there tomorrow. They want George Linder to be there tomorrow. But Huddersfield does definitely not want George Linder to be there tomorrow.
No, no, definitely not. I think
Coming,
the whole of the Gbets rocks don't want him to be there tomorrow.
they got 2 balls to have a go at him, and coming around the wicket then. Sorry, over the wicket. I do apologise. Coming over the wicket now to George Linder. Change of tactics for the last 2 deliveries of the day. It's a good delivery on the line of middle and off stump. Linder safely behind it. 1 ball left in the day's play, and this one he's going to have a short one which he's going to hook at, and it's going to come down for a catch to fine leg. No, it's not. Hopefully, from a Western Province point of view, it's not going to happen. It's George Linder, old head on youngish shoulders here, and Boland just changing his angle once again around the wicket again to him. That's a good delivery. Played down to the ground. That's, my gentlemen, is time. The end of day 3 here, and 142 for the loss of 4 at the end of day 3. A lead of 17 in the second innings for Western Province. Chased down already that 125 lead that the Rocks got earlier on today. 480 all out. The Rocks contributions down the order. Some really incredible contributions down the order by Peter Milan 94, Aviwek Mgijima 105, Michael Copeland 86, Sean von Berg 83. Those were the main contributors, and Glenton Stearman was there at the end, not out. Also very good from him, just keeping it going for as long as they possibly could. Western Province facing a deficit of 125, coming into bat. Eddie Moore holding the innings together with 59. Everybody else got into double figures, but has not been able to go on. Bird 18, Valley 12, Katima 17, Smith 11. We've been witnessed some outstanding pace and spin bowling. Pace bowling from Hardus Fillion. He's taken 2 wickets for 26. 1 wicket for Sean von Berg, although he would have felt it should have been a few more. And the wicket that he did take was Warne-esque, if we can call it that. It took the top of off stump from a ball pitching on or outside the line of leg stump, dismissing the right-handed Yassine Valley. It's 142 for 4 after 42 overs, Western Province. And just before we go, just to remind you of what is happening in next week, and we just want to give you some reminder of what's happening next week here in Cape Town. And the legendary rivalry between South Africa and India will continue as the Proteas now lead the Betway Test Series 1-0 after that victory in Centurion. Get your tickets now from Ticket Pro for the New Year's Test at Newlands from the 3rd to the 7th of January. Whether you're visiting from upcountry or elsewhere in the country or in the world, or whether you're here in Cape Town, you cannot miss this test match. Day 1 and day 2 are already sold out, but please be part of the test match experience at Newlands Cricket Ground next week from the 3rd to the 7th of January. And on social media, please look at the hashtags Let's Go South Africa, be part of it, and Wazanawe, which is the South Africa's hashtag for this season. We look forward to seeing you there at Newlands. And so from us here on the Cricket South Africa YouTube channel here tonight, from the production team here from Pitch Vision, who are bringing you all this footage here from Newlands. That's Bandile, Labiba, and also Scott on the roving camera, and with the commentary here being brought to you by Cape Fox Productions, working together with Pitch Vision and Cricket South Africa. From myself, James King, from Durant Goosen, and from Lauren Jacobs Bierkman, who was with us earlier on, it's good night from all of us, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.